You just be kind to me now, okay?
I already given you that.
I can remember a few columns you wrote at the
At the moment, we're also waiting on Malcolm. He's just dealing with an issue with the recorder in the server. It's actually not recording the audio at present.
I'll just tell them, I'll just tell them we're going to have a delay.
Yeah, so I'll just chase him up as to how he's going.
Okay.
Let's just
5
say.
minutes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first meeting of the Growth and Infrastructure Committee. We're just going to take a 5-minute delay because we're having some issues with the recording device in the chamber. So we're just going to give staff a few minutes to sort that out. So just talk amongst yourselves.
We all go now?
No, that was short. It's all resolved already. Okay, so welcome councillors, staff and members of the public to the meeting. My name's Jeff Taylor. I'm Deputy Chair of the Growth and Infrastructure Committee. I'm standing in for Chairman, temporarily probably, for Chairman Dave McPherson. As Chris Allen was just mentioning to me now, it's a bit ironic that Dave's actually caught up in a bit of a traffic snarl up this morning as a result of an accident. So all right, so let's get started. Let's start with apologies. Are there any apologies today, apart from Councillor McPherson for lateness? Councillor Phillip moves. Seconder. Councillor Mark, thank you. Do you want to go to the board to that, or?
No, hands.
Show of hands. Right, moved. Thank you. Next, the confirmation of the agenda. Yep, there's just a couple, thank you Gary, there's just a couple of changes there, noting that an extra item on the Chair's report under a separate cover will be added to the agenda ahead of item 5, the General Manager's report.
That's as opposed to that, that's in addition to that.
No, it is that.
Oh, that is that, sorry, yeah. And also the attachment for item 12, the Government Housing Infrastructure Fund indicative proposal from the Council has been circulated under a separate cover. Everyone's got that, I take it? Okay. All right, so thank you, Councillor Leo. Is there anything else there? Is that? Oh yeah, there's also been a couple of changes to the order of the agenda, which has been done to accommodate some external speakers that we have coming in. We'll break for morning tea at 10:45, and at 11 o'clock we'll resume with a speaker. So I move. Oh no, it's been moved and seconded. Show of hands. All good. All right. Carried. Thank you. Right. So now we're going to move to the. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? None? Great. Item 4, public forum. We have got 3 members of the public who have expressed an interest in speaking today. So I'd like to welcome the first of them, Rod Bowman, regarding the Dinsdale Roundabout petition. Rod, would you like to come up and take a seat, please?
Mr. Chair, I don't mind if I stand.
No, that's fine, Rod. Rod, sorry, I'll just say, Rod, you've got about 3 minutes.
Yes. And
time will go after 2. And once you've spoken, we'll open the floor for questions.
Right. The Dinsdale Roundabout, I believe that there is going to be some activity by changing the lanes in Tuakaramia back to 2 lanes, and you're going to do some actual fine-tuning with the traffic lights on Wada Wada Road. But from what I can gather, nothing is going to be done about Dinsdale Road, or in fact the worst scenario of the lot, and that is Rifle Range. And it's Rifle Range Road that I really want to talk about, that it is an absolute disaster there. At one time of day, if you were coming out of Rifle Range Road and turning right onto the roundabout, then you could see the cars or the trucks using the slip lane to your right going into Rifle Range Road. Now you cannot see that because the traffic is so close behind, and you've got that big piece of concrete in the way, and the cars coming off the roundabout have to do a very acute left-hand turn, almost a 45-degree angle. And the cars coming behind those vehicles, you cannot see if you're wanting to go out onto the roundabout. And this is posing a lot of problems. At the same time, there's been a lot of near misses there. 2 of them I've nearly had, where I couldn't see the car behind and was going out onto Massey Street to go onto the roundabout and nearly got cleaned up. So this is an absolute disaster waiting to happen, and I believe something's got to be done. The fact is that before, the system wasn't broken, so why mend it? And we have a situation where I believe the reason for doing it was to stop traffic congestion, but in fact it's caused more traffic congestion. And I wonder where the logic in all of this is. Are you trying to force us into riding bicycles instead of cars? That does come to mind quite readily. And I know how much the government is spending on cycleways in the country, about, in the next 10 years, probably $333 million. That's apart from what councils and local governments are spending on them. So initially, I want you to look at Dinsdale Road, yes, but definitely the Rifle Range Road exit and entrance to the roundabout, because I think there's going to be some nasty accidents in the future, if there hasn't already been. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I'm going to open it up for questions. Also just noting that we will be discussing this item, which I think is item 7, yeah. So there will be a staff report on it and a chance for debate then. Councillor Gary.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Rod. Are you a signatory on the petition, Rod?
Have I signed the petition? No, I didn't sign it. No.
What's your position on? Are you aware of the petition?
I'm aware of it, but I haven't read it.
Okay.
And I have sent an email to all the councillors here in the past in regarding my thoughts on the whole
Yeah, I've seen that. Thank you.
issue.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Rob.
Councillor Rob.
Thanks, Chair. Rod, thanks for your presentation this morning. Have you attended? There's been at least 2 meetings with the residents and NZTA and the council.
No.
So you're not aware of the progress.
I've read about what the progress is and what they intend to do, yep. Which, as I pointed out, it seems to be, just tinkering, really.
So you're not happy with sorry, not with the agreement, but with the discussion, with the outcomes of the discussion
no, I'm not really,
that the residents have had?
Nothing, especially when, as I said before, it wasn't broken, so why mend it? Why did they do all of this? Was it all the NZTA, or was the council town planning involved as well?
I think that's what we'll be discussing when we discuss the report a little later, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Andrew.
There's a bottleneck caused now by the installation of the traffic island on Rifle Range Road, taking away the slip lane.
Yes, I mean, I've seen trucks now actually trying to get down there, and they're going over the concrete. They're actually smashing the concrete up. And at the same time, you must have used it yourself. If you're trying to go onto the roundabout and you turn in right, and there's traffic coming up into Massey Street from the roundabout, you cannot see what's directly behind them. Whereas before, as I said, you could see people going into the slip road, into Rifle Range quite clearly. Now there's an obstruction there, and this is why the traffic is banking up right down Rifle Range Road, as it is banking up right down to Karamea Road.
So with that obstruction, if we do reinstate the double lanes into Karamea Road coming onto the roundabout, and with that obstruction there on Rifle Range Road, what do you think is going to happen when we allow twice as much traffic on through off to
It will probably get worse.
So what would you like to see happen?
I would like to see the concrete taken out and putting back to what it was before.
So it's as simple as just removing that roundabout and putting a slip lane
As I
back
say,
in?
it wasn't broken, why mend it?
Thank you.
No more questions? All right, thanks very much, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, our second speaker is Mishwela McDonald regarding the Templeview planning process. This is also something that will be discussed in the General Manager's report shortly. Welcome, Mishwela.
Thank you.
You've got about 3 minutes.
Okay. Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Mishwela McDonald. I am of Ngāpuhi, Te Raroa, Tainui and Ngāti Huarere descent. I am a graduate of the University of Waikato. I hold a Bachelor of Management Studies with First Class Honours, Bachelor of Laws with First Class Honours and a Masters of Management with First Class Honours. I'm a Templeview resident. I live there with my husband and my 2 children. And I currently lead the Executive MBA program for Massey University. I'd like to talk a little bit about identity. And identity is important because it shapes who we become, what we make of our lives, the contribution we make to the wider community. And today I speak in relation to the application for consent for demolition of the David O. Mackay building. Templeview has undergone significant change over the last few years. The roads have been improved, the area has been beautified, and new housing has been started. One could say the general building standard of the community has been improved. And improvement is never a bad thing. What I would like to discuss with you is how development and heritage protection can and should go hand in hand. They're not mutually exclusive, and you have the authority, and if I may say, the mandate to achieve this. I'd like to take you back to December 2009, when council decisions on Variation 7 were publicly notified. As I understand it, one of the objectives of Variation 7 was to ensure development within the Templeview Special Character Corridor maintained and enhanced its special character. This was to be achieved through policies that included the following: controlling development so that the corridor maintained its low-intensity character and spaciousness. The height, materials, scale and form of new buildings would be in keeping with the character of the corridor. Setback of buildings from Tui Karamea Road would be retained. Spacing of new dwellings would be retained. Colour and materials of fences and walls match the original colour and materials. Ensure that the existing low brick walls in the front yard of houses fronting Tui Karamea Road were retained. And ensure that additions, alterations and renovations of dwellings were undertaken in a sensitive and sympathetic manner that retains the form and style of existing buildings and their appearance. Standards were applied which discussed the control of the new development: height, setback, separation between dwellings and wall along Tui Karamea Road. The LDS Trust Board, or land developer in that area, asked for changes to the proposed district plan. Approximately 470 submitters did not want the proposed changes to the character overlay. Many felt Templeview's character feel would be lost. A survey of Templeview residents in 2012 disclosed 70% of respondents wanted the David O. Mackay building to be retained and other campus buildings repurposed. Overwhelmingly, respondents did not want the new stake centre built in its current position. A Waikato Times versus Research Limited poll of Hamilton West residents showed that only 18% supported demolition of the buildings. The David O. Mackay building, a Category B listed on the Heritage Register, is considered a landmark building, visible to all who enter from Hamilton City. This is notably contradicted in the LDS Trust Board's Heritage Assessment, where it was stated that the David O. Mackay building is not visible from the road. This building was in 1957 revered in a national magazine called Te Karere. It said, the massive David O. Mackay building with its size, facilities and versatility never fails to leave the visitor speechless. The conversations around Templeview have changed in recent times. With the college being closed for just over 7 years, demolition of the curtilage wall and teacher housing, people no longer speak of the value the church college culture and facilities had in the community. They are distracted by bulldozers, fancy roundabouts and a whopping new chapel. Many visitors and residents in Templeview agree that the new development hasn't produced the results they were expecting, many having abandoned plans to buy houses in the new subdivisions due to the astronomical costs. The new development has also resulted in the loss of character and heritage to Templeview. People are happy to get brand new facilities, but if they had been given the choice to have brand new facilities inside repurposed existing heritage buildings, I submit the answer would have been overwhelmingly in support.
Excuse me, Ms. Schwaler. You're heading a little bit over time. How much more have you got?
30 seconds.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you. The fence along Tuikaramia Road is lit up at night with colour lighting. It's now much higher and conceals all but the rooftops of the dwellings. The spacing of the new proposed buildings does not reflect the spacing that was there, and the place now feels like a suburb out of Utah, not the Waikato. This in itself is a significant blow to the once character corridor. The latest resource consent application will destroy what is left of the character of the suburb, and you have the rare opportunity to have your cake and eat it too. Say yes to development that is respectful, that is in real terms an improvement to what the community have, and please listen to what the community have to say when they are properly consulted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whalen. I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Gary, I think you're first up.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you very much. Who owns the buildings?
The LDS Trust Board on behalf of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as I understand it.
Okay, so they're the people making the decisions on the development?
Yes.
Okay. And you may, judging by the number of degrees you've got, you probably know this, but I don't. It may be outside your field of expertise. What's the state of the buildings, in terms of, particularly with regard to earthquake, structurally like that? Yeah.
Without being a seismic expert, I have read some of the reports on it, and I understand that one of the reasons that was given for the initial proposals to demolish the David O. Mackay building and some of the other buildings was that there was concern over the earthquaking
Resilience.
Resilience, yeah. Thank you, that's the word. And that cost and loss and no longer being needed were reasons given for the demolition. But if you look at the amount of money that's been tipped into Templeview in terms of the roading, the roundabouts, everything, you know, that school could have been kept open for another 30 years and those buildings could have been repurposed. They could have been brought up to seismic standard.
So the money that's been tipped into roads and roundabouts, was that council paid money or was that the developer?
As I understand it, that's developer money.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
No further questions? Thank you very much.
There's one.
Oh, we have got one. Deputy Mayor.
Wish you well and congratulations on your submission and frankly, the very sad information you impart to us. And I have some questions to the General Manager in his report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we now have a third speaker, and that is Phil Evans regarding the animal nuisance bylaw. And yeah, welcome. I understand you have a bit of a presentation, is that right? Are we ready for that? Great.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to come here. My name's Phil Evans, I live in Dinsdale. I'm here today to speak about the SPCA closure and specifically relating to cats, and also the Memorandum of Understanding that's just been recently signed between the Hamilton City Council and the SPCA that finally allows any cat to be taken to animal control, where previously it was sick or injured cats to the SPCA, and they were very cautious about anything else. There's also... It's not working. There's also a reference to the Animal Nuisance Bylaw 2013, which doesn't adequately, it's not adequately enforced for cats. And also the Hamilton City Council website has some references to animal nuisance. Just to put it into some context, I've got an aviary, 20 square metre aviary with 4 parrots and a number of quail at the bottom of it. But the problem that I have is cats, and far too many of them. There's about 11 cats that wander through my section every day, every night, every morning. They spray everywhere, they sit there, they prowl on my birds. Right, go back one. Can you click on both the images? Thanks. Here's 2 examples of what I experience. This is to show you that cats are predators. They prowl and they prey on birds. On the top left-hand corner, you can see the cat is prowling there. That is predatory behaviour, and I do not want that on my property. The one on the bottom left, there is a cat has just sprayed over that barrier. It's stinking pee all over the place, and that could have got on my birds. This is what I'm subjected to every single day, is cat shit all over my lawn. In the circle up the top there, that's cat spray that just destroyed my veggie garden. So because of this, I can't have it. And this happens all over Hamilton, all over New Zealand. That is my aviary at the moment. That black weed matting around the base should not be there. That's put up as a deterrent to stop cats seeing the birds on the ground. And unfortunately, I've trapped a cat there right beside it, and that happens all the time. I've currently taken 3 cats to the pound. The first instance, I had a really bad experience with the manager there. The second 2 have been a lot better. This is what happened to one of my birds. It got its foot caught after being scared by a cat, and the cat ripped its leg off. And that is not appropriate for somebody else's animal to destroy my animals. That bird is not dead there. I had to take it to the vet to get put down. Oops. Could we come back one? So on the Hamilton City Council website up the top there are plenty of references to nuisance animals. I can't quite read them up there, but it all relates to animal nuisance. The Animal Nuisance Bylaw down the bottom there gives plenty of scope for the council to proactively act on this, but unfortunately at the moment that does not happen. I've been in communication with with the following people: Kelvin Eglinton, Kelvin Powell, Susan Stanford, Dave McPherson over the last few months about this. Kelvin Powell has visited my property last year, and I appreciate that. However, in a recent email, Kelvin has advised that council staff will not support requiring cat owners to contain their pets, will not support recourse for anyone to take action if cats come onto their property, and will not support classifying cats as predators. Well, unfortunately, cats are predators, so council has no say on that because they are, and you've seen the action in the video. I have emailed a proposed course of action to those people above, and it's been basically rejected, which I'm not sure why. It's quite a complex way of process, but it's just been rejected out of hand. So I'm asking the council to be proactive by advising all ratepayers of their responsibilities to enforce the current bylaw, to require that pet owners properly contain their pets, and to require all cats to be desexed and microchipped. And finally, come back on. I should be able to enjoy my birds, my aviary, my backyard without the constant nuisance of cats roaming through, spraying and messing all over my property. Anyone with an aviary will be suffering from nuisance cats, and none of us want our birds panicked by cats. I have spoken to a number of people who are fed up with cleaning cat mess off their lawns. A friend recently told me that her flatmate found an unknown cat in her bedroom. No one should have to incur costs to keep cats out of their property. It should be the full responsibility of cat owners to keep their pets contained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Evans. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Mark.
Thank you for your submission. I have some sympathy
I just got
that we are animal lovers at home, and my partner is particularly protective of the sparrows and the thrushes and everything around that, and we end up firing water at the neighbour's cat quite regularly. We got great results from actually talking to the neighbour ourselves. How have you gone on in that respect?
I haven't gone. I've got 11 immediate neighbours. I live in a down a long driveway, so I've got plenty. I've got an 85-metre boundary, so I've got 7 immediate neighbours, and there's a whole lot down the driveway as well. Right. None of them own cats. Okay. All of these cats can roam up to 700 metres. I did have a slide on here that showed the full extent of that. 700 metres goes from my place in Dinsdale and Dalton Crescent way past Countdown and right up to the roundabout, right up to Newcastle Road. It's a massive area, and that's where cats travel from. And there's the Wellington Council, and even in the Memorandum of Understanding, on the second to last page, is 4 photographs of cats that have been GPS tracked.
Right.
And the huge area of where they go. So to try and talk to my immediate neighbours, none of whom have got cats, it's a massive task.
Right, so there's no response from anyone in the neighbourhood about it being their cat?
No,
Okay.
None at all.
All right, thank you.
So.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Phil. What are the practical steps you would suggest council could do? Now, I understand, I'm not an expert at all in this area, but there is a bylaw, and I didn't see many detailed things of what you can do within the bylaw, so perhaps you give me some advice.
That was part of the email, the proposal that I sent to Kelvin Edlington and Kelvin Powell, and Dave's seen it as well. Yep. And it's basically the council, I believe from the reading of the bylaw, that the council could actually write a letter to all ratepayers saying that you have a responsibility to keep your cats contained, keep them in your property, especially between the hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. on your property, so they can't go out and prowl at night, because that's mainly when they do it. And saying that as soon as somebody complains and has a nuisance with that, the bylaw currently actually allows for a fine to be imposed immediately. So basically, if I trap a cat, which I've got 2 traps on my property at the moment, I can take it to the pound, and before the person can get it back, they have to pay a fine to hopefully stop people allowing their cats to roam around and cause the damage that they do. But unfortunately, the council don't want to do that.
Okay. And this is not your responsibility, but once you've found a cat, or once someone has captured a cat on their property, and presumably there's very little identification on it. True. What at the moment do you do, or does a person do, a property owner do?
When I trap a cat like that, and I've trapped about 11 cats, only 3 of them I've taken to the animal control, because the other ones are caught on the weekend, so I have to let them go because I'm not going to feed them, so I hose them down and get them wet and spray them with water and whatever. But they still come back. Most of them have been caught twice, but if I can't take them to the animal control. First time I took it to animal control, Susan Stanford didn't want to know. And I contacted Dave McPherson by phone. He spoke to her. They had a bit of an argument over things. But that was prior to the Memorandum of Understanding. Since that's happened, I've taken 2 other cats. One of them was feral. We know that was identified. And they take them straight away. There is no problem. So that part of it is absolutely fine. But I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want that black netting around my aviary. It's supposed to be open to the ground. But there are currently 11 different cats. It's a constant problem, and I don't want that. So I have no recourse. I want to shoot them. I want to do something.
Are you allowed to?
No. I know people who do things that are illegal in my discussions about
So you can't belt the cat or anything like that?
I can't get near them. As soon as I open my back door, which is a bit noisy, they're gone. I've got very few video and photos of them because they move so fast and they know they're not supposed to be there. I actually found the trap that was sitting beside the aviary there. It was actually covered with cat spray. So one of them had marked the outside of it so no other cats would go near it. So I've got to hose it down. I've got to hose down my front door all the time because they spray everywhere. But I can't catch them. It's really difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. I do have sympathy for you as well. I'm not really a cat lover. I used to have a Rottweiler, so I didn't have many cats around my house. Not that I know of. He might have eaten them. But Look, have you had any birds actually killed by the cats in the
Yes,
past?
that photo of the quail.
Yeah.
Sorry, that photo of the quail up there. A cat had scared them. I was inside, and I keep the parrots inside at night, but the parrots are out there during the day, and they go into panic mode, which is massive screeching, squawking really loudly. And when that happens, I know there's something out there. I went straight out, saw a cat disappear over into the trees on the other side, and I went into the aviary just to check on them, and found that one of them was up against the netting. And because the cat had scared it, quail don't have much direction when they fly, so it scared it, flew up, landed by the netting where the cat was, and must have got its foot through the netting or right beside the netting, and it ripped its leg off.
Okay.
And so that's massive trauma. I covered up the actual damage on the photo there,
Okay.
but I had to take that to the vet to get put down because I couldn't deal with it.
Okay, so the cats you've taken to the pound, have you been advised afterwards what happened to those cats?
One of them was returned to an owner, and I don't know if it's been back because, like I said, there's been 11, and they happen mostly in the evening and the morning. So I don't know. The second one, a black one, I've heard nothing. And the third one I know was a feral, so they would probably have put that down because that was a vicious cat.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Right.
The issue is going to be touched on, I think, in the General Manager's report, so you may want to stay around for that.
Yeah, thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. Right. Councillors, I've just been advised that we have two further speakers on the issue of the Dinsdale roundabout. We have Mr. Tom McRae and Russell Naggs, and they are actually going to speak both together, so we'll give them 3 minutes.
Sorry, that's not correct. We're speaking for different groups.
Oh, sorry, Tom McRae. Okay, and who's the other? Oh, sorry, okay. I haven't got that written down. All right, so if you could both come up, and are there two of them? Or?
We're actually from two different groups, but I can probably do mine in a minute.
Okay, if you can sort of keep it as brief as possible in the interest of time, and councillors,
Yeah.
same with questions. This is something that we're going to be discussing fairly shortly.
Yeah, not a problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, this is regarding Dinsdale roundabout. The removal of the slip lane onto Rifle Range Road has made the intersection onto the roundabout dangerous and has become a health and safety issue. If you don't want trucks using Rifle Range Road, signposted inform trucking companies not to use it. Reinstate the slip lane and take this as a directive. Also make sure this is recognised as a formal health and safety issue or complaint. If this could go into the minutes. Yeah, and that's my bit.
Thank you.
Make sure it is, and also if any of the staff have recognised this as a health and safety issue, I'd like to know that as well. I'd like to be informed on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, also my name's Rosselle Knapp and thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate we were late this morning coming in together at the same time, but we represent different groups. I'm also speaking to the roundabout and there are some very important lessons I learnt from this mess and I think they're worthy of time. I know the roundabout was configured by NZTA, but it was in conjunction with city planners and in my opinion they should have known better given their local knowledge. What disturbed me most about this debacle is that the planners were a bit economical with the truth. They told meetings of stakeholders that people had requested changes. And secondly, it was to reduce the volume of accidents to make it safer. When questioned, they acknowledged there was no groundswell from the public, but they had consulted with the public, with whom wasn't disclosed, but it certainly wasn't residents or affected businesses. Regarding accidents, neither NZTA or council staff had any idea what the accident rate was at any of our other intersections, so it's entirely possible that Dinsdale had a lower rate than others, but of course because it was never measured, we'll never know that. We'll never know whether it was a waste of time or money. I was initially puzzled by comments in the media from both council and NZTA planners that the changes were made to reduce congestion. Blind Freddie would know that by reducing 2 lanes to 1 and creating almost right-angled exits would in fact increase congestion. Somebody wise once said, if you control the language, you control the debate. Most of us would assume that easing congestion is about making it easier for the masses, i.e. the motorists. But apparently that is not so in planner speak. Easing congestion is about a philosophical desire to change Kiwi driving habits and have them jump on bikes and buses. They are in effect creating congestion all around the city for motorists to make these options more appealing. Going forward, Council needs to understand the flow-on effect from all major works. There are always consequences. The philosophy behind them should be scrutinised, and the consequences should be measurable before and after the changes. Most importantly, all changes should be benchmarked against common sense. We know that planners meet minority lobby groups like Cycling Action and Living Streets regularly. They need to widen the consultation process to provide balance. Many elderly are becoming increasingly frightened of driving on our roads as they're turned into concrete assault courses, and that has become the norm in our city. It threatens their health, their independence and their well-being. Councillors need to ask more questions, clarify the meaning of terms such as traffic calming and relieving congestion, and understand what those seemingly innocuous terms will actually mean to the city. I commend NZTA for consenting to changes. The flow of traffic, however, will be dictated by the slowest point on the roundabout. NZTA's reluctance to move the concrete barrier to the left-hand turn into Massey Street will ultimately mean that nothing much will change, I believe, but it must be measured. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Questions? We have Councillor Robb.
Thanks, Russell and Tom. Thanks for coming in and bringing your concerns to Council. I'm aware that both of you have attended the resident meetings involving NZTA and the Council.
Yep.
Apart from the concrete, the current progress in not removing the concrete barrier that I think leads into Rifle Range Road, are you generally happy with the progress that has occurred and is being undertaken as a result of those meetings?
Yes, of course, we're always pleased with changes. However, the biggest gripe from residents was the time it is taking to get through that roundabout. We have businesses in the area who are saying it's taking them 10 minutes to actually get onto the road leading to the roundabout. We're going to have a previous speaker talking about hundreds and hundreds of houses coming in from Tui Karamea. I don't know what plans are made for that, but it's going to be chaos. Now, at the end of the day, as I said there, the improvement is dependent on the movement of the slowest exit, because it will all back up round it. So it needs to be seen, it needs to be measured, and if it's not working, it needs to be fixed. I personally avoid the area now. I don't shop there. I used to regularly go in for coffee. Sometimes at 3 o'clock I'd say, oh, we'll go down to the coffee bar there. Oh no, we'll never get through, because from 3 o'clock it's gridlocked.
So you think as a result of the discussions that still is a major impediment?
I do.
That the traffic flows through that roundabout will continue to be gridlocked?
I do, but in the end what I think doesn't matter. It needs to be measured, it needs to be monitored, and if necessary fixed.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, both Rochelle and Tom. The petition that have you seen the petition or aware of it? Yep. Are you supportive of that?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, so you guys, so even though you're from different groups, and I don't know if you are signatories of the petition or not, but you are supportive of what the petition is saying? Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Leo.
Yeah, obviously you spent a fair bit of time around this Dinsdale roundabout. From your observations, do you consider that the pedestrian-controlled traffic signals, which are on Whatawhata Road, are contributing to the congestion within the roundabout? Because
I'm sure they do. I think it can. it contributes to the motorist's perception of I'm in a very dangerous place here because I don't know what's happening. Do I stop or don't I stop? I don't know whether all councillors are aware of how it works, but you actually get, most of us stop when they see anyone on a pedestrian crossing. In fact, I think that's probably the rule of the land, but it works in two halves. So you've got cars stopping here when there's pedestrians on this bit, when they're actually to go into a little holding bay in the middle. So yes, of course that would make a difference. But, you know, yeah, again, it needs to be seen, it needs to be measured. You know, my big gripe around the city is that things just happen and no one seems to follow through.
Well, we seem to get informed, not consulted.
Yeah, there's a very narrow consultation group that are ever involved.
So one of the issues then is the red light comes up for the pedestrians to cross, the traffic stops, as a result blocking up the exit into the roundabout for Tui Karamea Road, which is actually an offence to block an intersection, but people in Hamilton are not very good at complying with that one. The gridlock from 3 p.m, from your observations, would this be mainly mums and dads and caregivers picking up kids from school?
I couldn't really comment on that. I guess it possibly is. I guess the roads in general get busier around that time. But, you know, you've only got really a relatively small area of the day when the road is, when it's easy to negotiate, you know, because you take the morning traffic and then you've got lunchtime traffic and then you've got after school traffic and then you've got after work traffic. But I think, as I say, I keep coming back to my point that it's measurable, and I also come back to the point that we start looking at what is happening and benchmarking it against common sense, because another really good example is, and Kiwis are known for their ingenuity and not being put into boxes. Coming along Avalon Drive, that road was, that's the Avalon Drive Forest Lake intersection, that road, which had a free left-hand turn, was remarked so the left-hand traffic all banked up. So you could be sitting there in the morning wanting to turn left and you might wait through 3 light changes to get around. So what did the motorists do? Not stupid. Everybody just formed an extra lane. And they formed 2 lanes in one and everybody happily went round the left. Now, here's where common sense has come in. Council have actually relaned it. And that's fantastic. So you have got that left-hand turn. And that's what I want to see.
Which we haven't actually got on Norton Road coming down to the roundabout. They're forming a left-hand lane turn there, but if that was to be taken right up to way up further, that the whole of Norton Road would actually flow. You know, we need to get our city moving again, not actually restrict it.
Can I also comment on that a little bit? I don't normally come down Tui Karamea Road, very rarely, and I came down Tui Karamea round the roundabout and I wanted to turn left into Dinsdale Road, and you suddenly realise, gee, you've almost got to overshoot the road and cut back into it. So those things, of course, also slow down everyone behind you.
Okay, so we'll just keep things moving.
Sure.
Mayor Andrew?
I find, as you do, the Tui Karamea single lane very frustrating, and the traffic island, which slows traffic down going into Rifle Range, ludicrous. But the traffic lights the 2 sets of pedestrian traffic lights that have been put in, and the double laning into Whara Road off the roundabout, which allows cars to bank up there. Are you sure that's a problem? Because I just see it as have been the one big positive out of here. And you're publicly speaking, I just want to make sure that that really is part of the problem.
Sorry, why is there a problem with going back to the status quo? I'm not against change, but positive change. You know, there seems to be a lot of egos involved here. Yeah. You know, they make these planners make these changes. You know, this hasn't worked. Yeah, just go back to what was working. It was working, everybody.
I agree.
It's as simple as that.
I agree, but are you sure that the traffic lights aren't a plus and you're not throwing out the baby with the bathwater
No,
here?
Andrew, I'm not sure. And I know what it does do. It makes motorists hesitant. But again, I keep coming back to this. When you make major changes, it needs to be reviewed. And if it's not working, fix it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. I
Thank
really
you very
appreciate
much
it.
for that,
I really
and
appreciate it.
thank you all the members in the public forum for your participation.
Thank you.
That marks the end of the public forum, and it also marks the end of my brief chairmanship. I'm going to leave the chair. And I'll leave those there.
Thanks, Chief. I'm going to say a few things about traffic engineers myself.
It's not a good timing for me, is it?
No. Where are we up to?
We're going straight to the Dinsdale report now with Jason and
Yeah. Councillors, my apologies for lateness. The reason why I was late and the discussion we've just had around the public forum amply demonstrates why the city needs the 160,000 traffic engineers it's got, because the ones we've got aren't quite up to scratch in some cases. Anyway, that's just an aside. Thanks very much, Jeff, for filling in there. In fact, that's how coups get organised when people are away, opportunities like that. But look, we're moving straight on to the Dinsdale roundabout petition. You've probably been explained we're going to try and do this every meeting. When we've had issues come up at the public forum, we're going to try and have them dealt with as soon as possible afterwards if people want to stay and hear the debates. So we're on to the Dinsdale roundabout petition, and Trish, who's going to present that? Trish Green, sorry, is going to talk to that first. Sorry, Trish. Would you like to come up to the chair? And approximately 5 minutes. And then what we're going to do is have questions of Trish, just of the petition, and then we're going into our debate. So please don't debate in the questions. Trish, thank you.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. A bit out of our comfort zone. Regarding the Dinsdale roundabout, all these concerns we've gone over 100 times. We've had 2 previous meetings. We do feel our concerns were listened to and are being addressed. We did do the petition. Bev and I both been Tuakaramea Road residents for 25 years plus. So basically with all the residents' concerns and everything, we've condensed, we feel that the 2 lanes in Tuakaramea Road are needed to be reinstated. Our concerns were listened to. NZTA have acted on that and have proposed to put it back to 2 lanes. So from the petition organisers' point of view, we're satisfied with that. Other concerns that everyone else is raising, like your Rifle Range Road, pedestrian crossings, etc., are under review, and I'm sure, hopefully, they'll get the outcome you require on that one too. But as a petition organiser, with the 1,400 plus signatures, we're pleased that's lodged and pleased that we were listened to, and the change for the 2 lanes to be reinstated is going ahead. And just for the other issues to be discussed at a later time. I think we came here, probably when we knew about the meeting, a bit disgruntled. We probably seem to have heard incorrectly that the changes would be going ahead in late January. So obviously that's got us all agitated. It's been confirmed now that due to the planning and getting the contractors, etc., and all the other parties involved, it's been February, and the work will be undertaken once all the appropriate teams and that are ready to do so. So otherwise, pretty happy. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Trish, sorry. So we've got questions. No, stay there in case there are questions. Councillors, are there any questions? Sorry, I've got Gary.
Thank you very much for your petition and for your presentation. You may or may not be able to see what's in our agenda, but the recommendation, so this is what the staff have recommended to us, is that the committee endorses the changes proposed by New Zealand Transport Agency to the Dinsdale roundabout, which include 1, the The reinstatement of 2 lanes on Tuhukaramira Road,
Yes.
that's one, plus minor adjustments to some of the islands at the roundabout. 2, now I don't know what that means, but, and associated road marking.
Yes, that's what we're aware of, to get those 2 lanes reinstated. I think the minor, what is it called, curb and channeling, or the concrete block, but I think because they've been brought further out into the roundabout, I think the proposal is to bring them back. So you have more road room going around the roundabout, I suppose. At the moment it's pushed everyone out into to sort of make it single as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so
What's your response to that?
Road.
Pardon?
The petition was, as anyone who signed it and read it, is for the Tuakaramea Road to be reinstated back to 2 lanes, which isn't too much of a major, costly to organise, I wouldn't imagine, but yeah, we have to go through the right channels to achieve so.
Have you discussed this with there seem to be a few groups doing this?
Yes, I'm a bit disappointed in that, to be honest, and even for Mr Bowman, I would have thought he might have even seen the petition or actually wanted to see what it did relate to, because it is specifically to a Karamea Road. We do know there's a whole lot of bigger pictures. Once you start that, yes, you've got Rifle Range, Massey Street, we could go all over Hamilton, you know, it's just, sometimes we just need to keep it simple, address one issue, deal with that, and then back up the issue. I do feel we prepared ourselves well. Angela had the whole list of queries for the elderly, from the shop, the safety. There was numerous of them, and we do feel that they were listened to and adhered to, and I suggest that that's why you've backed up what we've said. There's good reasoning, and there's always going to be accidents, and I do believe it's very unsafe at the moment. Myself, Bev, let's hope it is fixed before something worse does happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's the end of the questions. And thank you very much, Trish.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson.
We appreciate all the time you've put into it too, and coming to all those other meetings as well. Councillors, we're going to get staff, both from NZTA and Council, to come up and talk. Michelle Tawaru from the NZTA and Jason Harrison, our Transport Manager, if you'd like to come up the front. Look, there's a map or a plan on page 47 of the roundabout you might like to refer to, and also please note the paragraph 29 on page 44, which talks about some of the ongoing monitoring, which touches on the last question that Gary asked as well. But Jason and Michelle, thanks for being here, and who's going to lead off? Jason.
Yep. Thank you, Mr Chair. So I'll consider the report read. I just wanted to touch on some information that isn't contained in the report. So I had sent out the actual council report to Trish as the petition organiser late last week, just to give her a heads up. I had a talk to her. She was disappointed that the time frame that we were looking at getting the work delivered through NZTA was unclear. But Michelle has been able to firm up those dates going forward. I do just want to re-emphasise that in terms of going forward with this, that there is a commitment from us to make sure that the petition group and those who have been involved are well informed about when the work is going ahead, what it will entail, how we will communicate that to them and the wider group, and as part of that, what the monitoring plan will include. As part of that, Rifle Range Road will be included as that, in that group of works that we'll monitor going forward. And we're looking to ensure that we take the lessons learned from both NZTA and ourselves about how we actually roll out changes like this going forward to ensure that the residents and the wider public are well informed. But Michelle just wants to talk about some of the work and the process and timeframes around that, so I'll just pass time over to her.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you, Mr Chair and committee members and members of the public. Just to clarify a couple of things that I think people were confused about. Yes, we are going to put 2 lanes back into Karamura Road. To do that, we need to move the islands that are on Dinsdale Road further back to allow the 2 lanes to pass in front of it. So it's just actually just shortening those and making sure that they're the right shape. So that was the island shaping and the rework there. Rifle Range Road at the moment, we're planning just to keep it how it is and monitor, and there's obviously some misunderstanding about why that work went in, so I'll just confirm that there was a call to action about the noise and the vibration complaints which would have come through council with the trucks on Rifle Range Road, as well as improving the safety of our pedestrians and cyclists accessing Frankton School and in that vicinity of the roundabout. It's a complex environment. I can't change the distance from the roundabout to Rifle Range Road. We've had good feedback about the pedestrian signals outside the school, and outside the shops we know there's a little bit of rework just in terms of their function, but fundamentally getting children and our vulnerable users across the roads in this tricky environment was actually what this was all about improving safety. And so we've apologised to the group on the fact that we had more congestion on Tuakaramea Road than we anticipated. We're going to address that. It's now been handed over to our network performance team. They're engaging with Fulton Hogan, who are our maintenance contractor. We have a commitment for the work to be scheduled in about 4 weeks, if not earlier. Probably done over 3 nights to lessen the disruption to the community. There is some pavement marking that needs to be done to finish it off, and there's a bit of sealing that was needed to be done anyway, so all those works are going to tie in together. So in summary, in response to the submission, and thank you very much to council staff, councillors and the community who came to our 2 meetings, so we were clear on the issues and could share our plans. We will reinstate 2 lanes on the approach on Tuakaramea Road, and that should free up Dinsdale Road because you'll have 2 lanes going past there. And we are going to put some video equipment on the Whara Road pedestrian crossings so that if someone actually pushes a button and goes, then the lights will change and it won't hold up cars. And so it just gives that credibility a little bit more to that signalised environment. So I just want to reiterate our apologies for the fact that we would have liked to have done the remedial work a bit sooner, but Christmas got in a little bit of the way of the designs and the reviews and engaging a contractor. So my apologies for that. We would have liked to have done it February, it's going to be March. I just want to thank everyone involved for taking the time to be clear on the issues. I hear there's still issues with right turn out of Rifle Range Road. It always was a bit problematic. But on the flip side, I've had really good feedback from a lot of commuters who like the early merge. They're very clear on who's doing what. It's better for our vulnerable users. So I think that's a conversation along with the less slip into Dinsdale Road, which was raised about do we actually really need that, and could we improve that environment, because it's still a bit tricky for our vulnerable users to cross Dinsdale Road. So some of these other things came through, and I expect them to be explored further with our transport planning group, which are currently going to do some workshops in the community. They've got 3 workshops planned about vulnerable users and access on highways. So I'll make sure it's in the minutes if we could when those workshops are. So that's actually about the transport agency talking specifically about pedestrians, cyclists, vulnerable users where they cross on the state highways. So there's other bits of work going. And just to reiterate what Jason said, we are committing to a monitoring regime even post these works, and we'll make sure that we work with the petition organisers that our comms plan is more robust this time in terms of media flyers. We're intending to put a sign on Tuakaramea Road to say 2-lane approach coming, watch the space type of thing, so it's clear what's coming, and try and do better on that front.
Thanks very much, Michelle and Jason. Now, just before we get on to questions first and then speaking, I'm just going to tell you what we're going to be debating shortly and get that in front of you. It'll be the recommendation on page 42A and B plus, and I'm going to move that from the chair, plus 29, the paragraph 29, which talks about the ongoing monitoring of Dinsdale Road, Rifle Range Road and the other associated bits. So it's basically the same words in 29 as a C. Now that's the motion. I'll call for a seconder when we come to the discussion. Just so you're aware, Mayor Andrew has wanting to move an amendment. I'll take that as an amendment to my point C, which, and I'll just read that so you've also got that HCC do all they can to ensure that the traffic island on Rifle Range Road be removed and the slip lane be reinstated, sorry. Can't read your writing. So that's an alternative C to mine for the ongoing monitoring. Well, let's have that discussion later, Gary. I'll check that out. I'll give Andrew a chance to explain that. Well, sorry, let's not have a talk across the table. We want to get the meeting finished before 3, I've told people today. So I've got questions first from, please just questions for now. We'll quickly move on to the debate. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Jason and Michelle.
Sorry.
We're getting feedback.
It's better.
Just a couple of questions. I don't have much because, as you know, I've been involved in this right from the start. I do just have a question to the CE, a very pointed question, I think. I've been dealing with this since it first came to my attention in June, and I requested, because I'm sort of referring to the point on page 44, point 23 in the staff report, it says, since receiving the petition, staff have organised 2 meetings. Mr. CE, is it a normal thing for an elected member to request 6 times before we actually get a meeting? I had to come to you on the 7th time to get a meeting with NZTA, and that's really unacceptable. It makes me feel very, very ineffective, and it was frustrating for the petition and the community as well. I mean, is that a normal response that you expect? No. Thank you. And it won't happen again, will it? 6 times from an elected member to get a meeting. Now, I don't know whether that was NZTA. I hope that it wasn't, but I think that it was. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm being a bit naughty. Michelle, you just said that you have to move back the islands on Dinsdale Road to make way to put in to reinstate the 2-lane that goes round the roundabout that will service the reinstatement of Tui Karamea. You know from our conversations that Dinsdale Road, and I go through there just like me, Andrew, several times a day and have been for the last 18 years, that Dinsdale Road, since the changes have happened, backs up. And yesterday it was right up to the top of the hill, and I don't know if it went past the hill, and that's madness. It was never like that before. So if you have to do some work, why don't you just reinstate Dinsdale Road the way that it was?
Do you want me to answer?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. The advice I've been given is that with the 2 lanes going in front of it, that there will be more gaps. And so the commitment is to do monitoring. The advice I've been given is we don't need to do that now. Our preference is to leave it as it is and monitor. But if it continues to be a problem, you'll have my commitment. But at the moment, we don't believe that we need to, because we believe the other work with the 2 lanes should free up more gaps, because you'll have that inside lane.
The other, I disagree with that entirely. The other issue and just a point on what Councillor Mallett said about there seems to be different groups here. I actually corralled all of these key stakeholders and the petition organisers who didn't come to me until a few months after I started this process. So everyone that has spoken today, with the exception of Mr. Bowman, who I kept in the loop through emails, you know, we're all on the same page and I've kept everybody up to date. But one of the main concerns that I've had from businesses in that strip there on Wharawhara Road are their pedestrians. And Michelle, we talked about this and we represented, and I certainly represented some of those businesses and had some of them there, the madness of pedestrians crossing those 2 roads now. Sorry, that's a question. So, I mean, at the last meeting you said you were going to, I took detailed notes, you were going to look at that, and that you actually agreed and you asked our group and you said, look, if you're not happy with that, look, I'm happy to return it all. So why the change of heart, and why are you not going to put pedestrians back into a safe place rather than have them cross 2 roads, 2 lanes, right in that roundabout?
Part of the delays is I did get a concept plan done to remove the left slip lane with some monitoring, and we have predicted that in peak times, if I look at my notes, I think we would get at a maximum 20 more metres of queuing. But in order to do that, which I personally would like to see happen as part of the other work that I spoke about, that the workshops are going to be talking about vulnerable users, it would require a lot of consultation with the businesses, because ideally the splitter island would go further down Dinsdale Road. Now that will affect the turning ability into those businesses there. So on speaking with some of the petition organisers, their preference was we just, for the want of a better phrase, stick to our net and get to a Karamira Road and keep exploring Dinsdale Road. And what I've asked the contractors to do is the actual splitter island on Dinsdale Road itself, to do the shape by the roundabout, that it's future-proofed if we did infill that left slip. So the conversation hasn't finished. The call to action was to sort Tui Karamira Road and to work with our transport planners and businesses and keep looking at these other pedestrian issues. So it's not off the table. And I'll take guidance from the committee and the petitioners, but it affects businesses, and that requires really quite robust conversation, and it would delay other things, because I have to move those islands, and to take that lift slip out, which I personally think would be good, needs work.
Michelle.
Sorry, just councillors, and this relates to these questions. I think we're getting far too technical. We're designing the roundabout in the middle of the meeting, that's not the place for it. And this is a lesson to NZTA and our staff, that you get reference groups together to do this sort of stuff. We can't redesign it in the middle of a meeting. We can ask questions about why, but we're getting to the point of toing and froing about the design, Angela.
Yeah, that was in the way that Michelle, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Chair, but that was in the way she answered the question. It wasn't what I was seeking. We agreed at that, so okay, I'll try and rephrase these questions differently then. We agreed at the meeting on the 12th of December with the representation group to remove the yellow marked pedestrian crossings because they were unsafe, and so you're still looking at that, is what I gathered from everything you just said. That's not off the table.
No.
And the returning Dinsdale Road to 2 lanes is not off the table.
But it won't be done as part of this work.
No, but it's, well, if you want to spend extra money, that's up to you, but that's not off the table?
But, correct, not off the table, but not doing it at this point in time.
We also agreed at the 12th of December meeting that while you said you're not willing to return the slip lane, and Mayor Andrews got some an amendment there, that you were still going to look at it. And we talked about that, we heard in the public forum from Mr. Bowman about the sharp right angle, and you agreed that there were some safety concerns there. So that's still not off the table?
It'll be part of the monitoring regime, but our preference is to keep the right traffic on the right road and look after our vulnerable users. And our preference is that layout, and a lot of work was done with the shape of that island to deter trucks from using that. So our preference is to keep it, but we will monitor, and we will keep working with the group.
Last question to Jason. Jason, early on in this process, when I was incredibly frustrated, you said that staff were doing a safety report on the changes. And I asked to see that report. I haven't seen that report. Why is that?
No particular reason. I just haven't got that through to you, so we can get that done.
Was there anything in that report that reflects the concerns that I've raised as a representative of the business and community and the people that have spoken in the public forum today?
Yeah, so as part of the construction work, there was the post-construction safety audit done, and it just showed up around like some of the pedestrian crossings and their proximity to the roundabout.
So there are some concerns in that safety report that we did that support all of these issues that are being raised by the community?
Yes, there are some.
Okay.
Mark and councillors, I am going to break at 1:45 because we've got some commitments at 11, so we need to break before that. So, Mark, over to you. Thanks.
I'll speak fast. I can do it in a 90-second voice break. Michelle, 2 questions. Can you take me back? If the idea of reducing the slip lane and putting the big concrete block into Rifle Range Road was to deter trucks, did you give consideration to putting a sign up that said no trucks?
often we put no, it's a fair question. We get asked a lot of times to actually put signs up, and we know from Sam Charlton's work at the university that only 10% of people kind of read signs, and then 10% of that group actually remember them. So what we were trying to move to is a more self-explaining environment, hence the roundabout, slower speeds, people make eye contact, different impact angles, less injury. So at the moment, the current focus is managing speeds, especially impact speeds, if something goes wrong, and things do, we're humans. And that's why the layout there is really about our vulnerable users, two things, our vulnerable users getting them safely to that school and access to the other facilities. And so I've had good feedback on that. We had a problem with weaving. I've had good feedback that actually the early merge works for people going round into Massey Street.
Weaving's changing lanes?
Yes, so the people that were coming from other leagues and wanting to go to Massey Street sometimes got forced down Rifle Range Road inadvertently. And so, as I reiterate, it's a complex environment, and there's a lot of things I can't fix. It's not even about money. The distances, the fact you've got Z coming off the roundabout, even that left slip lane is something that is up for discussion, which I'm open to. So what it is, it's about the compromises in a complex environment between safety of your vulnerable users, the through traffic, the local amenities, and how we make that all mixed together. So it is definitely not ideal at all to have a side road within this close proximity of the roundabout, but I can't change that distance.
Sorry, Mary Andrews just whispered to me there is a sign there actually that says...
There is a sign there. You're one of the 90% that didn't see it.
Yeah, you're right. Me and my truck.
So we're trying to make it more self-explaining, right traffic on right road, because, and people may have forgotten, for the residents down Rifle Range Road, we were constantly getting complaints on noise and vibration, I believe, from council. So it's about that compromise.
Thank you. Second question, can you just elaborate on that, how that video thing is going to work in the pedestrian? You mentioned that briefly.
Yeah, so basically the video will pick up if the technology will pick up that if someone pushed a button, didn't wait for the green man and went, the cars won't stay on a red, it'll flick to a green and the cars can go to help with the through movements.
So
the comments about congestion because of the signals, because often then they lose credibility. If someone pushes a button then goes, the cars are stopped and no one's there, then people get a little bit less compliant. So we're trying to address that particular issue. I realise it's still quite a complex crossing, and we're hoping that other piece of work that the agency is doing around vulnerable users will have another look in more depth.
Okay, thank you.
Siggy and Leo will be the first up on this item, because we have the NZTA invited guests coming at 11, so we're going to break now for 14 minutes or something and come back to this item afterwards. Apologies to the petitioners. There'll be another item in between that and coming back to yours. It's pre-arranged. So break now, thanks, and back right on 11. We get the meeting back on road. General Manager, please leave Gary Mallett alone. Stop encouraging him. Angela? Philip? Councillors, welcome back to the meeting. We're moving on to item 6 now. So we have invited guests, and I'd like to introduce them. You could tell me the proper title, but the Regional Director, Central North Island Regional Director, Parakafia McLean, from New Zealand Transport Agency. So thank you very much for coming, Parakafia, and also Andrew McKillop, who we trained up well here at Council, and James, I won't tell him the story, Andrew, it's all right, and James Bevan, also from NZTA. So welcome very much, Parakafia, and the floor is yours. This is a presentation to us about their work, and you're going to have opportunity in this region, you're going to have opportunity to ask some questions about aspects of NZTA's work and operations. Parakafia, thank you.
Morena tātou. Good morning, everybody. And first of all, thank you, Chair, for the invitation, the opportunity for NZTA to be here this morning. I certainly believe it's important to front up, and in fronting up that we're as informative and as engaged as much as possible. Can I also acknowledge Mayor King? It was really nice to see you on Saturday, and Richard at the Hukanui Pokai. It was good good to see you there. So this morning we're going to keep our presentation at a reasonably high level. I do know and appreciate that there will be questions asked around matters of operational detail, hence the reason for having both James and Andrew, who you trained up, Hamilton City Council, Dave McPherson, alongside me today to deal with some of those matters of detail. So again, thank you for the opportunity. As we were coming over here, I did ask the question, when was the last time that NZTA had been in front of the City Council? And my colleagues told me it was probably almost 6.5 years ago, when we've had the chance to present to you at a more strategic level. I know that we have, some of my colleagues have been in front of you in the past on matters of operational matters and so on, including my predecessor, who many of you will know, Harry Wilson, and I do want to acknowledge Harry because of the work that he did as the Regional Director for Waikato Bay of Plenty. He's now been appointed into a very important national role of road safety and environment based in Wellington. So that is where Harry is now. To start off, however, I just wanted to give you a little bit of information about myself. So I am a Waikato born and raised girl, so to speak. I was schooled here in Hamilton at Whatawhata, Mairo Intermediate, Fraser High, and then I went on to Waikato University. As to be expected, like any young adult, I wanted to explore the world. I went away, went overseas, I studied at the University of Wisconsin in the United States, had a public service career, and you'll recognise obviously the building on the left there, the Beehive, and I spent almost 5.5 years in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, working as a policy advisor to 3 Prime Ministers, Bolger, Shipley, and then Helen Clark. And the image next to it is the equivalent of Waikato Tainoi's own tribal parliament, and I was the chief executive when I returned in 2010, 2011 to the Waikato, and was appointed the CEO. So I was the CEO for Waikato Tainui for almost 5.5 years, and finished up in August of last year, became the regional director at that time for Waikato Bay of Plenty, and as our chairman has said, I'm now the Central North Island regional director, which also includes Taranaki. So the region, the Central North Island region, is obviously very big and significant in terms of the Upper North Island. I'm also very happy to say that in my 5 months being at the agency, that I'm learning a lot about the business, obviously forging relationships with the key leadership, particularly in Bay of Plenty, and also with Taranaki coming on board now, I'll be doing the same thing, and across the Waikato. I'm also a ratepayer, so I have a house in Hayes Paddock and right next to the river, and I'm delighted to say I am a ratepayer too. Getting on to the business itself, so again I'm going to talk at a very high level, but in this presentation here I really wanted to stress the absolute value that we place on having collaborative and constructive working relationships with all of our partners. We have a very strong working relationship with the Hamilton City across our operational teams. We meet regularly and we are joined up on the significant investments that have been made across the Waikato region and obviously of benefit to Hamilton City. The National Land Transport Program, here is a snapshot of the level of investment that has been made from 2015 to 2018. So this is the current or the operative NLTP program, and you will see in terms of the Waikato, the region, there's been 1.8 million of capital, so that's the expressway, billion, sorry, yeah. That is the expressway. maintenance and operations, public transport, and obviously walking and cycling. Very mindful of the comment that you made yesterday, Chair, at RTC when you said to us to break down some of the figures that we presented. So coming along here today, we thought it was wise to do that. So as you will see in terms of Hamilton, we've given you some of the numbers, the key metrics around the investments we've made. Western Rail Trail, 5.5, road safety promotion, just over $1 million, maintenance and operations, 44, almost 45 million, the minor improvements, the completion of the ring road, and the planning that is going on for the southern links. We've also, we are very well aligned again strategically. We're involved in Access Hamilton, and we're also involved, very closely involved in Future Proof. We certainly support the review that is going on to refresh Access Hamilton. Can I also say, though, too, that these are very important initiatives. We need to think about it, and we do, certainly at NZTA, we think of it from also a regional perspective, and so it's important that we are joined up across the region and contributing to those wider outcomes as well. Some of the highlights, look, I'm going to go through these quite quickly, but certainly the Waikato Expressway is the priority for our region, the completion of the Waikato Expressway. We currently have both, we have the Huntly section, the Hamilton section that are in construction, and we also started Long Swamp late last year. The Hamilton section is the biggest construction or the build currently across the Waikato Expressway. It's almost 22 kilometres in length from Lake Road through to the Tamahere Junction. There are 17 bridges to be constructed, a number of interchanges, but also equally there is some important work that's going on around restoring some of those unique environmental spaces at the moment. We've also invested in the Ring Road project. I'm sure you all know that. And ultimately what we're seeing with the expressway, it's going to allow for greater efficiency, movement of people and goods, travel time savings, but also importantly for us to safer roads. Just a couple of other highlights specific to Hamilton City. So after many years of planning and reprogramming, the Hillcrest roundabout was upgraded during the winter of 2015. Obviously being one of the city's gateways, we acknowledge the support of working together to achieve a great outcome for the city. Cambridge Road will certainly be one of the key Hamilton City links to the Waikato Expressway. Work is going on to manage the traffic into the future, along with ensuring we manage the benefits of the ring road while also reducing the transport impact in the Hillcrest. And again, this is being achieved by working closely with the City Council to take a network-wide view. Again, we're doing collaborative planning has occurred around our integrated program of walking and cycling. The initiatives are underway that consider both the economic, transport, health, environmental and social benefits derived from increasing the walking and cycling uptake. So it's not just about economic drivers, but obviously other drivers as well and outcomes that we want to achieve. I mentioned the Western Rail Trail, State Highway 3 at Ohopo Road, the Common Drive underpass connection, and the Te Awa River Ride connection between Horochu and Ngaruawahia. Looking ahead, I just wanted to touch on, at our RTC meeting yesterday, we talked about the mid-term review of the operative regional land transport plan, but clearly in NZTA we need to also be thinking ahead, and we are starting to do that in terms of the NLT National Land Transport Program for 2018 and 2021. It's currently in development, so we've developed a long-term strategic view which we want to engage with all of our partners about to share our own thinking. This is a step change from what we have done previously about telling the whole land transport story and not just the agency story. So, we're going to very shortly, if we haven't, I think we probably have already, we'll be inviting our partners to help shape that process alongside us. Again, looking ahead, we've got the highways and networks operations are developing their longer term investment, which builds off that current investment. We've also got a number of program business cases that, they have been considered by our board last October into those key inter-regional journeys over the next 3 decades. There are 4 business cases for the Waikato and Bay of Plenty region, Pierere to Tauriko Network, Pierere to Taupo, and also Taupo to Waioru. Safety, obviously safety endures as a major focus for our region. Road crashes are a major cause of preventable death and injury in New Zealand, and frankly too many people are dying or being seriously injured on our roads. So we are taking a collaborative approach requiring some forward thinking involving both ourselves alongside our partners with councils. That's essential. The One Network Road classification, this is an important piece of work, focus on do we have roads that are fit for purpose. The Road Efficiency Group is responsible for delivering on the 17 recommendations of the Road Maintenance Task Force. There's been great progress made across our region with all roads classified under a single framework, but there's more work to be done. We certainly are seeing that we are ahead of the game, but we need to continue to work together to deliver there. This is my final sort of section of this presentation, and I wanted to give you all the heads up as to what is happening with inside the Transport Agency. Fergus Gammy, our Chief Executive, started almost a year ago, and when I came on board at the Transport Agency, it was right in the middle of a strategy refresh, not necessarily a change in strategic direction, but an opportunity for Fergus and the senior leadership team, and I'm part of that team, to look at how can we better position ourselves for the future, but also to really tackle alongside and in collaboration with our partners and stakeholders some of the key challenges that are facing us. And I think you all know that certainly within our region, given the growth of population, economic growth that's going on, that's presenting some significant challenges for us at the agency and also for yourselves. So we've been through what would be quite a conventional phase of having a looking at where we can improve our systems and processes, but more importantly, what is our strategic direction going forward? It is a step change for us because not only are we we're bringing a much more holistic view, so going from looking at networks of different modes to taking a holistic view to an integrated transport system that provides for all modes. From one that's moving from just our processes and products, systems and so on, that is people-centred. A very good example of that is the advent of Uber, and we certainly didn't get ahead of the game on Uber, but if you take it from a customer lens, it's fast, it's affordable. In fact, it's much more affordable than taxis, and the technological changes that we are seeing that are happening now, electric vehicles, autonomous cars. That means we need to be much more focused on our customers. And the last key theme from our strategy refresh is that It's not just about, for us, transport outcomes. We've got to get better aligned and actually catch up with our partners like yourselves about taking a broader view of those community outcomes, social, cultural, environmental, and not just the economic drivers. So that is I would say that it's going to require definitely a mindset change from within the agency, but it's very exciting. 2 more slides. As I've mentioned, we have now shifted, and that happened yesterday, to what we call regional relationship zones. We have the Upper North Island, Central North Island, which I'm responsible for, Lower North Island, and the whole of the South Island. We recognise and acknowledge that you can't run the business purely from Wellington, from head office, but in fact, what gets done on the ground has to happen at that regional and at the local level. So what will that mean for you? It will mean we will seek to better understand the challenges and opportunities that we're facing. We're interested, as I've said before, not just about the transport outcomes, but also the community, broader community outcomes. And we're absolutely committed to working alongside you to enable those outcomes we are trying to achieve for our communities together. So that, Mr. Chair, is my presentation in, I think, 10 minutes. I think that's how much time I was given. And we're more than happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Parakawhia, and open it up for questions now. Just in saying that, point out to people how important the relationship is with NZTA in each LTP period, or certainly in the current one, hundreds of millions of dollars of value to this city and the immediate surrounding area it's worth in capital investment, plus all the support for our operational maintenance work and so forth. So it's vital that we have an excellent relationship, and I hadn't checked the time since we'd last seen someone from your position here at this sort of discussion, and it's a bit horrifying to think it took 6.5 years, but thanks for being here. It won't be that long before you come back again. So I'm opening that up to the floor, if I can work out how I can... It says double tap. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, it's Councillor Bunting.
Councillor Mark, you're there.
And complete admirer of your grasp of technology, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Parakawhia, thank you for that. I was really interested in your desire, obviously with road crashes, to keep that down. The expressway was largely mooted as a partial answer to that. Have you found that the 2 laning of each way between, in particular here in Auckland, has addressed that to a certain degree?
It has to a certain degree, but also I think it's when we look at the overall safety system, the evidence from our perspective is it's not just about the condition of the roads, it's the driver behaviour and conduct, obviously. Alcohol plays a huge factor in it as well, contributing. The vehicle itself. So, that is one part of it, but certainly it's a significant contribution, and it's important that we do upgrade our roads and improve them.
Cool. And secondly, and finally, whereabouts the discussion on the alteration of speed limits on the expressways?
That's the speed management guide, which was released by our Associate Minister late last year. We are more than happy for our team to come back, and we probably will need to give some dedicated time on that speed management guide. They're going around at the moment working with councils.
Cool. We're really interested in that. Thank you.
We've got a report coming back on speed management, which can include that next month meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Siggy.
I'm excited about the speed management guide. Thank you so much for your presentation. Look, just a couple of things. NZTA, you're in charge of driver's licenses too, is that right? Yeah?
Yes, we are.
Great, fantastic. Because you're talking a lot about safety, and I totally get that. In New Zealand still today, most kids learn from granddad or dad or maybe mum how to drive, and then they just go along and to do this driverless, and I told my girls just to wear a short skirt and they get through. No problem. Sorry, that's very sorry, but that was true for Cambridge a few years ago. and that's okay. Well, you know, you have to play the game. But what coming from another country where we had to compulsory do 20 hours of driver lessons before were allowed to have our own get a driver's license for starter, I just believe. Is there any talk about that could be a possibility for the future? Maybe not 20 hours, but at least a compulsory few hours, so we can drill into the young people because a lot, like you said before, that even with better roads, if we're not trained well, we're not better drivers. We're still doing the same silly stuff. So, is there any talk about the possibility for that? So we actually learn how to drive properly, and
just one question at a time.
Sorry, yeah, one question at a time. Yeah.
We certainly have a driver licensing program and initiative, which is focused on providing mentoring support. However, I think you're quite right. There needs to be more done in this space, and that's something that we are actively considering at the moment, about broadening the scope of our driver licensing program in partnership with others too.
Wonderful, and especially if we encourage more cycling and all this, so people know how to act around the other things. That's great. The other one I just want to ask was number plates. Are they? I'm not sure who is in charge of number plates for the cars. Is that you as well, or?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, that is us.
Cool. Oh, awesome. So I can ask a question, because the other thing is also we get annoyed with. It's so easy to get annoyed with other drivers on the road, and sometimes they might be from Wellington and they might not know Hamilton. But we wouldn't know on the number plate where they're from. Again, I come back to the country that I was brought up in. And for every town and city and area, we had a number plate that told where the person came from. And straight away, we were a lot more lenient. Sorry.
Questions, please.
So is that something we could look into?
We will have to come back to you on that. I can't answer that question.
Well, it's just an idea now.
Yes. Thank you for your...
Thanks. Councillor Gary.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, there you go. Just one thing that I'm a bit obsessed about, which is driverless cars. I just wonder, do you have any stream of work or something, given that an awful lot of your crash stuff is, I mean, driverless cars don't drink, they don't fall asleep, they don't get distracted, they don't play on their phone. There's a lot of things, you know, the driverless cars, you know, learn at the speed of light, literally. I just wonder how much, what sort of stream of work, or what sort of, are you factoring into your capital budgets changes, and what are the, because I'd love to know, I mean, you assume you're better resourced than us are to what's going to happen and when they're coming, all these sort of things. There's an awful lot of stuff to ask about that.
Thank you for that question. That's a really important one. In fact, it's part of the reason why we've gone through our own strategic refresh, because of those technological and innovative initiatives that are ready with us now. So driverless cars...
Vehicles,
vehicles,
yeah,
sorry,
trucks,
vehicles.
anything.
Yeah, so Ford in the United States already...
Ford, the car company.
The car company. Already, I think by 2025, they're forecasting that's what they'll only be, constructing. So, again, that's we've got a stream of work happening.
That'll be the sorry, just be clear. You're saying the only type of car they'll be constructing is a driverless car in less than a decade.
I think I can't say if it's the only vehicle.
Oh, sorry, I thought that's what you said.
But they're already, a major vehicle company, and they're already looking into that seriously. They're investing in.
So what are we doing?
Vehicles.
We as in City Council, we as in NZTA, because strange enough, we're worried about. Well, I get worried. I've always thought we need more car parks, but suddenly I'm thinking maybe we don't need so many car parks because we're going to massively reduce the number of cars we own, and cars are going to be used more efficiently. All sorts of stuff. So I just wonder if you're looking at it, I'd love to see your research and what you're getting out of that.
Yes, we certainly are, and I think that's when I've signalled that we'd like to bring our draft long-term strategic view to the table, and share some of that thinking with you around because it is a phenomenon. It's going to happen.
We'll get some more information on that and distribute it, Gary.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Paula.
Thank you. Good morning. Just a couple of quick questions, because I've had a long time association with transport matters across the river. I'm interested because we've been having a number of updates as council and fielding some ideas like we did yesterday, Dave, at the workshop, which was very good. Question is around a couple of things. First of all, commuter cycling versus recreational cycling, and NZTA's view on striking the right balance, or whether they're both together or what have you, because there's limited dollars in cycling, so I'd like a comment on where you feel we could go with Hamilton on that respect. The second one is a very small one, but a very political one this year. Passenger transport options to Auckland Rail. It's going to be elevated in the political discussions ahead of elections. And the last one is taking up on that whole safety aspect. How are we progressing with the ageing driver trend? With the multimodal things that you were talking about, passenger transport, buses and those kinds of things, and how we're going to have to adapt to new modes of transport. We were talking about mobility scooters yesterday, which are both a blessing and some occasional hazard to both the driver and somebody else. So there's those kinds of things to consider, and I also remember being
Hang on, we've got 3 questions already.
So this one's related. The other part of that question is I remember us having conversations about driver licence testing for older persons, which is a concern of mine. So thank you.
Okay.
That's not too much, is it?
Patakafi is checking she's got them all.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to, if it's okay with you, through the chair, to invite my colleague Andrew to respond
Certainly.
to a couple of these questions.
Can you just pull the mic towards you, Andrew, please? Yeah.
So through you, Mr Chair, I'll respond to
Thank you.
Councillor Southgate's first question around walking and cycling. So around the cycling, you were talking that difference between the off-road and the commuter cyclist. So the agency is fully immersed in what I'd call a whole of government approach to addressing and growing walking and cycling. And so certainly in this region, we're actively involved with the Regional Council and the likes of the Ministry of Business and Development to, one, enhance the previous investment that's been made in those cycle trails and the cycling initiatives that are happening across the region, for example, Te Awa, and making sure that there's joined up thinking between those cycleways and the cycle network. Equally so, as Parakawhia mentioned, we're also certainly up for the game to enter into those co-investment stories and opportunities with councils like yourself, with projects like the Western Rail Trail, but also fitting in with the broader outcomes that the transportation group is trying to deliver across your network and connecting those with the state highways. So if there are opportunities to bring walking and cycling projects into your network management function, then we want to be part of that conversation. And the city in the past has had a very developed walking and cycling strategy, and over time we've seen the implementation of that, as Parakawhia mentioned, the opening up the State Highway 3, a Haupa Road corridor, about to be the investment in the Sillery Street underpass, and equally so working with the Ring Road and that connection to Cobham Drive. One of the fundamental pillars of that project was the inclusion of walking and cycling facilities. So the agency is very much around providing mobility to everybody, and a fundamental pillar of that is that walking and cycling. So long answer, but we're very much about taking a whole of government approach to providing mobility, and as Parakawhia mentioned, it's just delivering those community outcomes.
Okay. James.
Through you, Mr Chair, I'll address 2 of the issues. One is the question around the rail, and just acknowledge that there is a piece of work that was done by the Regional Council back in 2011, And that piece of work came to a view at that point of time that passenger rail between Hamilton and Auckland was a possibility. It was a medium to long-term possibility, but it had a high degree of subsidy required to make the service run. What we're doing now is, as part of our work, we're actively involved with Auckland Transport in the North Waikato at the moment, and looking at Auckland having cemented its long-term program with the NZTA board, looking at that flow-on effect over into the North Waikato. And so what we're asking as part of that program is looking at that 2011 report, and has anything fundamentally changed that would cause us to rethink those conclusions that were reached then. And some of the big things that are coming up is obviously the central rail line in Auckland. Auckland's had a huge push on rail passenger transport in the last 3 to 5 years. And our long-term strategy was about starting to build on a rail network that came down south and allowed us to then cement a long-term opportunity to link to Hamilton at some point in the future. That strategy is what we're going to be testing as part of this work on the North Waikato. The data would indicate that there are increased commuters between Hamilton and Auckland. Whether they're of sufficient volume to then make a passenger train economic is the next test you need to go through. So we'll be doing that work as part of North Waikato. If there is a compelling case to do something in more detail, then that is something we'll recommend from that piece of work.
Thank you.
The question from Councillor Southgate around ageing and accessibility. This is something that's coming through as quite a strong theme across all of New Zealand, not just the Waikato and not just Hamilton City. We've just kicked off a piece of work sitting under Access Hamilton, looking at how we can improve accessibility across and along the state highway network, and accessibility in a broader sense for our pedestrians, for our mobility scooters, linking key hubs. So we have a good base of data that sits behind our decision making when it comes to looking at projects in a corridor, that we can then look at what are the particular issues that we should be responding to for that segment of our customer, not just the truck or the car. So that piece of work is underway. There's actually the first open day at one of the community halls this evening, and I'll be attending that straight after this meeting. It opens at 2 o'clock, so we're starting that with the community now.
Thanks very much. Deputy Mayor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try and be as concise as I can.
Questions only. The speeches will come later.
I guess if I can use the planned upgrade of the Waikato Expressway towards the Pairiri turn-off in terms of the work that you're doing there. And the question is around trade-off, because eventually, in an ideal world, the expressway, Waikato Expressway, will continue to be extended south. Logically, it should go to the Pairiri turn-off as the next phase, and logically, in an ideal world, we would get on with the Kaimai link, a 2+1, 2+2, medium barrier, all of that. In other words, a high-quality transport link. So I guess the question is, you spend X over here on safety improvements, versus the real huge investment that's going to be required to get the good link to Tauranga, and obviously economically in terms of the Waikato plan to Tokoroa, Taupo, etc. And how do you trade those off?
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. I'll address that. My team has been leading the program business cases that were presented to our board in October and again in December. The board has confirmed that those are priority links for us. The board has also confirmed that safety is an outcome we want on all corridors, but we want other things on certain corridors as well, particularly in the economic productivity area. And the 129 and the 1 South corridors are those priorities for us. that aligns very closely with the long-term strategic investment strategy the Regional Transport Committee has had, and Hamilton City has been an active member of that committee for some time. So building on the Waikato Expressway, having a link that is completed by 2020 from Auckland to south of Cambridge, then that piece from Cambridge to the 29 interchange becomes a key focus area for us. We're in the middle of some very, very intense community and stakeholder engagement at the moment. We can provide you the links to all that engagement process if you would like. That has come up with a recommended shortlist of options that will be going to our board in August. And once that recommendation is put in place, then we'll be moving very quickly to designation, property and construction.
Thank you. And it's my strong desire I never get to attend the ceremony to celebrate the completion of the Waikato Expressway, because obviously I'm anticipating the Waikato Expressway will carry on in terms of the next phase, in terms of thank you. The other question I want to ask, final question, is around the speed limit program, and let me acknowledge Leo Tuman and others and the whole program that you guys are doing and showing some good common sense where we move away from this nutty 100 kilometres along a lot of roads that should be 70 or 80k, and acknowledge obviously the 110 for expressways, get that bit. Can you give us a bit of an update of where that whole exercise is at? Because that seems to be, again, a very positive work that NZTA is engaged in around, you know, safety on our rural roads, obviously.
Martin, just before they answer that, make sure you come to the next meeting, whereas I've already explained that's an actual item on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'm happy to...
Just...
No, well, but thank you, and I do want to acknowledge those that were involved in the demonstration project or pilot that was here in the Waikato. And as the Chair has said, we are coming back to the next meeting around the speed management guide.
Yeah, and that will obviously assume some of the excellent work you guys are doing around the attached road, you know, the road design and stuff that attaches to some of that. Is that, have I got that right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, thank you.
That's good. I'm actually going to Jeff next because he got sort of dropped off the queue, I think.
You're welcome. What is NZTA's current thinking in terms of timeframes for construction of the Southern Links roading network? Where does that sit in your planning?
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Southern Links, when we went through the designation process jointly with Hamilton City Council, was programmed for 2030 construction. We got a 20-year designation to do that. And obviously times change. Things get going faster and it's just a matter of timing for us. So we're working very, very closely with your own staff around a range of issues like population growth, staging and timing of your growth cells, your Housing Infrastructure Fund bid, to understand what that timing is so we can be responsive to that growth and be able to advance it. I've just come from a meeting this morning with your staff where we've committed to pull together a joint implementation plan in preparation of that growth cell being opened up earlier than was anticipated. So we're working very much in partnership to enable that to be a reality for you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I've got a couple of questions and I'm going back to Mark afterwards, but Jeff has asked one of them that I had. Look, you talked about joined-up thinking and they had a diagram of the different modes, except there was a mode missing, which relates to my question. There was no one on foot in those nice pictures. Everyone else on everything else, but no one on foot. But the question I've got relating to that is, why does NZTA not fund footpath maintenance where it funds road maintenance, cycleway maintenance and things like that? Is there a rationale for that as we try and move more towards promoting that and it being probably the only form of transport that everyone uses at one time or another?
Look, I don't have the answer to that. We will come back to you on that. I've just looked at both my colleagues and we said we will come back to you.
And they passed the buck back, did they?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of underlying principles in it, and we won't be able to give service to those if we were to try and respond today. So we will give a formal response back through staff
That's right.
Is an issue that affects us with our footpaths, and that's actually on the agenda for later in the meeting. The other couple of questions. This morning, right around the city, but particularly in the west, where there were some major hold-ups for caused by an accident on NZTA roads, our staff tell us that it was very slow for the information to come through to our people to manage what was happening to our network. So I'm wondering whether there are any moves afoot to put it all under everything in and immediately around Hamilton under the one sort of traffic management umbrella.
Yeah, the answer is that it has been a discussion about a joint traffic operations centre and what that might look like. That's very much in an early business case phase at this point, but we are working on what that thinking might look like, similar to what you see in likes of Wellington and Auckland, where they have a joint traffic operations centres there. So there are opportunities to look at something similar here, where issues on the network become more instantly recognisable.
Thanks, James. And the last question I had related to the Hamilton Expressway. At Resolution Drive at the moment, the only things being completely constructed are the north-facing ramps. But for a full intersection, we need south-facing ramps as well, which this council has proposed to NZTA. The earthworks are being built for that, but I understand that NZTA is starting to look favourably at actually fully constructing the south-facing ramps in time for the opening. Can you give us an update on that?
Yes, recognising the growth that is going on in that area, we are certainly reviewing our decision and in a positive way.
Thank you. Look forward to that. Mark.
Thanks, Dave. I should have asked this question early on. I've just been to America, and the roads there are phenomenally big and phenomenally huge and phenomenally easy to drive on. And I was always quite mocking of people who were grizzling about tourist drivers. And but having experience driving on the other side of the road, I will never again mock a tourist driver, let alone one that comes to New Zealand under even more trying circumstances on two-way roads. There's a lot of calls at the moment on talkback all over the place for driver licensing for tourist drivers. Where's the NZTA on that at the moment? Where's your current thinking? Because it is a big, big issue. Is it? Right.
Yeah, this is a very active space and quite a political space. We'll be taking some direction around that. We did do a piece of work around interviewing and interviewing and engaging with tourists as they came into the country and the sorts of experiences that they had. And so we do have some baseline data around what we can expect from the average tourist who comes into the country. But what we do about that is very much linked to a whole range of things out of our control.
Okay. Okay, that comes to the end of the presentation and questions. Thanks very much to yourselves, Parakawhia, Andrew and James, and the councillors. And thanks for coming along this morning. I'm just going to, for the sake of the minutes, move that the report be received, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favour, against, carried. That's all done. Thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to seeing you again maybe every 6 months or so with, yeah. Thanks. Updates on Southern Links and the south-facing ramps on the expressway will be top of the list.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay. Look, thank you, councillors. We're going back to item 7, the Dinsdale Roundabout petition. Apologies to everyone who's been waiting for that. Jason and Michelle, you may like to come back up to the front again. We've got questions, 2 of them left from memory from 3. So sorry, and before that, Andrew's just reminded me that I was going to announce that he's withdrawing his amendment on the basis of the C that I've put in, with the addition of a time limit for the reporting back to council of 6 months. So that's now there. There is no amendment on the table, just the motion. I'll call for a second of that after the questions. So we've got Siggy first, and then Jeff, was it? Or someone else. We'll work it out while Siggy's asking her questions. Hang on. It's got no one.
Well, Well, you're in the hot seat again, but that's great. Look, I've been driving through the Dinsdale roundabout for many years, and I noticed a very specific change last year. I was away for 6 weeks, and in the 6 weeks you changed the roundabout, and it was like day and night. And I won't go into the specifics, but there's just a couple of questions I've got. My neighbour actually came up with a great idea on the Massey Street. So how am I going to put that forward to you guys? I think it is a great idea. So do I go via the councillors first, or can I go straight to you? How does that work?
I think at the moment the lines of communication are through Jason, and then it comes to me, and then we get the working group back together if it needs to go that far. Otherwise, I'm more than happy to come and meet, and we can go through detail.
Cool, awesome, thank you. And the other question was just. I also travel a lot to Tauranga at the moment. My mother-in-law is in a home over there, and I have to travel through these roundabouts towards the mount, Greerton to the mount there, and a number of them have got lights, and they're huge roundabouts as well. So has there been a thought for the Dinsdale roundabout as well?
Yeah, as part of the response to the petition and the other issues that were raised at the two working groups, we did explore that with our consultants, because ideally long term we'd like to have perhaps something in our back pocket, if you like, as growth continues in this area. Unfortunately, the feedback I've had is because of the layout, the constraints with all the businesses, and perhaps the inability to get more land around there, it would be problematic to put signals. Ideally, in an ideal world, from a safe system perspective, by managing approach speeds, angles, if people crash, like we talked about before, it'd be great to signalise a roundabout. That would be the ultimate outcome in such a complex environment. It's a bit tricky, so it's not a given. I was hoping actually that was going to be our long-term solution. It's perhaps not that simple, so we'd have to do more homework about what would be required.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, thanks, Dave. Michelle, you mentioned you're going to have 2 workshops for vulnerable road users. One of the issues, I think, is that there's a general lack of knowledge within the community as to how drivers should actually negotiate a roundabout.
Okay.
And I just heard this morning from Parakafia that there's $1.09 million put into road safety promotion here in Hamilton. Seems pretty high to me, but however. Can we organise, and probably through Jason, through his road safety coordinator, is actually a educational type campaign as to how people should actually negotiate roundabouts? Because one of the issues is that people don't know which lane to get into on approaching the roundabout. When the roundabout becomes blocked up, they don't leave a gap for people to get through, and as a result, of course, we've got a total congestion thing. I think if we could actually get an education campaign, and this would also have a spin-off effect right throughout the city, because it's not only the Dinsdale residents who actually use this roundabout, the whole city uses the roundabout at times. So if we could, I'd like you to have a look at an education type campaign as to how to use a roundabout, a bit like we did years ago with Burge Lugger Zip and all those types of things, yeah. Thanks.
I'll certainly take that on board, Councillor Tooman. As you're aware, we have a co-funded coordinator group between the Regional Council and the agency, along with working with road safety coordinators, and so we co-fund a campaign, so I'll certainly put that forward for the next program of works, that they could have a focus as focus area on roundabouts.
Thanks.
That's the end of the questioners. Now we've come to the resolution, and you're already trying to make that, but just it's up on the board there. A and B, as in the staff report, plus C, which is the ongoing monitoring, specifically including Dinsdale Road and Rifle Range Road aspects, with a further report to come back to the 24th of August council meeting. So that puts a time limit on that. Sorry? Committee meeting. Should read committee rather than council, I think. Yep, we'll change that. Thank you. So I'm going to move that. Have we got a seconder? James, Councillor James, I saw first. Okay. look, I'm not going to speak at this point. I will speak later, just once. Speakers now to this? If not, sorry, Councillor Andrew, Mayor Andrew. Oh, sorry. This thing, you don't see that unless you click it. I'm sorry. We've got a list. Councillor Siggy.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. I mean, I like most of what is up there. I also think we should look at the exit from Rifle Range onto Massey is just as dangerous and yeah, really scary. And I feel for the mothers with the children having to cross over from Rifle Range into Massey Street as well.
I think that's a good point. I think rather than exit, we should put access to and from Rifle Range Road, which I think covers that as well. So if that's all right, James, if we make that more inclusive, yeah, thank you. And who was next? Oh, sorry, it's just a bit hard to see that. Councillor Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a little bit of a strategic approach to this, and unfortunately there's a little bit of a brickbat, which I don't often do. I think throughout this whole process that there wasn't any strategic thought put into these decisions, or it certainly doesn't appear that way on the face of it, around the growth in Temple View, and I've raised these issues before. Of course, the expansion of Dinsdale Supermarket. Dinsdale's also classed with us as a high density area, and we've seen that growth be considerable in the last couple of years. More people are going out to Raglan. There's a new bus service that Waikato Regional Council are launching today, so there's going to be 5 days worth of buses going out there and not 4. More people are moving out to Raglan, and that intersection, that roundabout, is a secondary gateway in our policy. So, you know, from a strategic approach, I think that was missing in the decisions that we made. 91% of Hamilton residents have access to a car. It's a major shift to get them out of those vehicles. You know, I know that we like to joke that we're all roading experts, but some of us have been driving most of our lives, so we have a little bit of experience. As far as local issues and my disappointment around this, we're a really big business and things go wrong, and I absolutely accept that. But this is not our first rodeo. You know, roading is our day-to-day activity, and more importantly, our day-to-day activity is people. That's the business that we're in. 5 months and 6 requests for an elected member to just get a meeting, to get the right people into the room, is that actually fairly unacceptable to me. And 5 months and 6 requests to represent, for this organisation to respond to the very people who employ us all, our residents, is more than not acceptable. It's always a top activity, roading, and I mentioned this yesterday in discussions that we had around Access Hamilton in our resident surveys. People are concerned about what goes on in their roads. And to not have, for our organisation, to not have responded to elected members, to not have properly consulted or engaged, to not have had the foresight to know that this was going to be topical, and to not know that local people were going to have a view on this and should have a view on this. We've really let them down. Local people use the roads all the time. They are valuable, their views, they should be listened to, and we've been very, very naive in the way that we have treated this. So I'm going to support the motion, and I'm going to have high expectations that we're going to be able to achieve what the residents and the people that employ our organisation are expecting. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. And I'm going to ask at the end of the speakers, before we move to the vote, for the General Manager to make a couple of comments that follow on from some of the points made. Deputy Mayor Martin.
Thank you. President Harry S. Truman once said that the buck stops at this table. Forgive me, but I'm so thrilled that we have a Transport Committee as back.
Growth and infrastructure.
Well, growth means transport, infrastructure means transport, but this is a good example of a hands-on Transport Committee of the whole, and we must, as an elected members, take full responsibility for this fiasco, in the sense that we did not have a hands-on transport committee for the last 3 years, and this is a really good example of why we now have a much better governance system. Thank you, Mayor Andrew and all colleagues, and that we are now back in the kitchen on this particular issue. And actually, notwithstanding the jokes about 160,000 roading experts around this table, you know, we've got people like Councillor Tooman, former head of the road police in Waikato. We've got Councillor O'Leary, who actually has a whole heap of local experience. We've got Councillor Mack. You go right round the table, Councillor Casson, you name it. We've got a whole lot of people here who have some really good common sense, and their role as councillors is to mix and mingle with their community. And I do say with great kindness and respects to NZTA and council staff, let this Dinsdale roundabout issue be a good lesson of how in future we need to do this stuff a lot better in a collaborative way. So I'm not wanting to do brickbats, because I think we're really on a positive road forward. And also just want to take the opportunity to thank the Dinsdale community and the petitioners particularly in their sort of coming to us and really working with this council, so that in the end we get a good outcome. And as I said, sorry, this is a Transport Committee, Mr Chair, and I'm thrilled to be a member of it.
Thank you. Mayor Andrew.
I'd just like to thank the petition organisers for getting together and what you've done, so well done. And also Councillor Angela, thanks very much for getting behind them. I know you put a lot of work into this, a lot of energy into this, and we appreciate what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just briefly going to talk. Again, thanks to the petitioners and all of the other members of the public and the people who came to the meetings that we had, the members of the community, the owners and managers and so forth of shops out there who were involved, and to Angela for continuing to bring it to for annoying us until we did something about it. But I do hope that something like this doesn't have to come to this committee in future, that it will be sorted out because of the better consultation and discussion, both with the local communities but also with councillors from those areas that have taken an interest. Very often these issues will come to a councillor and we can, behind the scenes, organise the right sort of meetings alongside staff, and I think that's the better way to go than trying to design the roundabouts and so forth in these meetings. I do want to say something briefly about roundabouts. I think roundabouts in high traffic areas with big peak flows are a curse. They're a problem. They're unsafe. They're inefficient in terms of traffic movement, and I think they're particularly unsafe if you're on cycles and on foot. And I think we have to do something about not just looking at tweaking roundabout designs, but what's the long-term future for some of them. I don't even think roundabouts with signals at the entrances are necessarily the answer, though they might be a medium-term solution. I think we have to look a long way ahead. That area out west is not going to stop growing, nor are the other areas. Think of the Cambridge roundabouts and the problems we have there every single night during the weekdays. So we need to start thinking a bit further ahead still for some of our major intersections to keep the city working and to keep it safe for people. I'm glad that it's coming back in 6 months, because I think issues like the one that Siggy's raised, the petitioners, Tom and Rossell raised about, and Andrew have raised about Rifle Range Road and some of the other bits. We've got time to do a little bit of work on them, see what's working and what's not. I'm sure it'll need more tweaking, but long term, nothing that we've got out there I don't think is the long-term solution, but we'll keep working on it. Are there any other speakers? If not, I'm going to ask Chris to finish off. Nearly forgot Chris. He's our Chief Traffic Engineer. We often introduce him.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, you've probably stolen my thunder a little bit, but I'll just cover 3 things and give you some comfort that we've taken note of the issues and we will do something about it. I guess the first thing relates to the delays in responding to the issues. Look, this was complicated because of the joint NZTA and Hamilton City ownership. We didn't do as well as we could have collectively. We're on a journey to manage the city as a one network and be a lot closely aligned on all of these issues. There are some substantive discussions going on at the moment that will just improve that one sort of seamless front to our customer. So we take that on board. It could have been a lot better and a lot more seamless in terms of responding to the community. The second one was about the consultation. So look, when I look back on this, there was a lot of consultation and communication, but clearly it wasn't effective in terms of proper engagement with the community. So look, we've learnt a lot of lessons collectively about that. I think any similar sort of situation again, I think it would be a good idea to probably establish some sort of community liaison group to work with, rather than just putting things on social media and putting posters up in shops. I think proper engagement, maybe establishing a reference group, and clearly bringing a matter like this back to the Growth and Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Gallagher, for some input. So I think we do have a good structure here now at Council to bring some of these things to. So lessons learnt there. The final topic too is I think what we've been talking about today and over the last few months is about the short-term solution for this intersection. Clearly, growth is going to be significant, and we do have to turn our minds collectively, Michelle, to the medium to long term and what we're going to do about that, as we do with many intersections in the city. So we haven't forgotten, Councillor O'Leary, about the medium to long term, and we will be looking at that as we look at our transport program moving forward. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks very much. I'm going to put it to the vote now. It's been moved, the motion on the board, by myself, seconded by Councillor Casson. So if you'd like to vote on that, there we are. Oh.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks everyone for your participation in that. And we'll move on to the Chair's report, which is not going to take very long, I hope. That's in a separate attachment, and my apologies for that coming out separately. We had a bit of miscommunication that was always intended to be part of the agenda, Chair's report, even if there was nothing in writing, and we'll do that in future. The only thing that's not sort of going to get discussed in another way at this meeting was just the point 9, the Wellington water visit that Martin, Gary, myself, Chris and Blair Bowcott went on. We are going to report much more fully on that, but it was very interesting to see how a model not exactly the same as anything that had been talked up here was actually in operation down in Wellington, and I personally, as I say there, think there's a pathway forward, taking some lessons from that. But and I'm hoping at the, I think when's that coming back to council, Chris, next?
I'm just not sure of the timetable at the moment.
We might need to get together and put out a bit of a summary of our visit, because I think we sort of owe it to people to say what we saw and what they're doing down in Wellington. Eh? Yeah, that's right, yeah. Not about how late you stayed in the bar, Gary. Yes. Okay. So, is there any questions on my report? If not, I'll move. Questions or moving?
Just a comment, just a question on paragraph 15. Just wondering, how much actual work did you do on the reservoir?
Quite a lot. Jeff and I were driving lots of bulldozers.
Calluses on your hands or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely, Gary.
Because I'm looking at the bemused look of the staff and they're saying, who the hell are these two?
You're just jealous.
When did they...
Philip.
I'm interested in that point number 8, public arts component. Can you elaborate a little bit on that part about the NZTA for the expressway public arts?
I'm going to get Chris.
Yeah, so if I can answer that, if you look at a lot of large NZTA projects, they do quite a bit in terms of public art, and I guess the most recent one is the Te Puke bypass, or the Taronga Eastern Arterial. So if you look at the end points there, they've made some statements there in terms of the look and feel of the entrance. So for us as council, it fits into our gateway policy. So For us, there's significant decisions that people need to make as they're travelling down the motorway to come into Hamilton. What we're asking for is sort of equity with their approach around the country, that their treatment and their gateway treatment is nice. There's something special. Then it's not just an ordinary, boring battle grey interchange, that it is something special and memorable. And it's something that NZTA do quite well if you look around the country and some of the projects recently that they've done. So we've had lots of previous discussions about that, but we haven't really just decided collectively on what they're going to do. And
so it will be managed by NZTA.
It's clearly an NZTA project
So
and part of the NZTA.
It won't come into our public ask policy. We won't have nothing to do with that.
No, I guess until we know what they're proposing.
I think we will make sure that it comes to, I presume, this committee, what the proposal is, Philip, before it gets built, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll move the report be received, seconded by Angela. Those in favour, against, I'll just take that verbally. That's all right. We do that? Yep, sweet. Okay, now we're on to the General Manager's report, and yeah, we're going through item by item, but what I want to do first is the, I'm just, I've got Chris talking there. We're going to, what page is that on? This doesn't...
Page 6 of 116.
Okay. The first item is the SPCA report. I know that is Phil still in the room here, so he can hear the discussion. Kelvin, both Kelvins coming up for that? Who's giving that report? And we'll open for questions and comments. Sorry, just a word on the GM's report. This was designed so we didn't have a separate report on every single part of the operations that people were interested in, all included in here, the major ones that people have asked about, and I'm going to go through them item by item, deal with that, and then on to the next one. So here we are for the first one. Kelvin, are you starting off with... That's easy, one of the Kelvins is.
Oh, that must
That's
be Mr.
hard. Kelvises.
So, look, and thank you to Mr. Evans for his presentation, because it was really his intervention that identified, and Councillor McPherson, with a gap in the service delivery. And now there's legislative reasons for that, and we can go into the detail if people wish, but clearly when the SPCA closed down, there was a gap in the service provision of being able to take cats. Now, we have, with the staff, we've tried to, the way around it, way around the legislation constraint was to enter into an MOU, which we've done with the SPCA in the interim, and now that they are back up and running, we will continue to honour that MOU, and that will be enduring. So, previously, before, we were unable to take, what was the term? We were able to be an authorised holder of cats in such a way under the legislation. So to get around that, and in the absence of an SPCA, we then set up the MOU to be able to cater for that process. So that's now in place. It's a national first, as I understand it. It's something that we can do within our levels of service. It makes sense for us to do it. We have now picked that up, and even though the SPCA will be up and running, there's a good relationship between the two, and we'll continue to provide that service as the case may be.
Thanks. Okay, look, I've got questions here. Councillor O'Leary, and you raised some issues about this yesterday.
So, thanks, Kelvin. So, given that the SPCA will be up and running again, and this was all in response to the closure, why would we continue then to replicate the work that they're doing?
Similarly, there's two reasons, but one of them is around customer service. I mean, it seems reasonable that as animal control and education that some people will come to us with cats, as Mr. Evans has. It hasn't been a huge uptake, but it works within our levels of service.
So, but we, so
Kelvin had to,
Sorry,
other
Mr.
Kelvin.
Powell, the other Kelvin.
The other Kelvin.
Sorry,
Mr. Powell.
one of the things has been we have always been able to receive feral cats under the regional pest management plan, and they get euthanised. It seemed a little anomalous that we could receive feral cats, but we couldn't receive stray cats in terms of, and have a legislative protection for us to be able to adequately deal with those. I think it actually strengthens our delivery model. And if we're about wanting to provide the best level of service for our communities, this significantly assists us to achieve that.
So, given that they are setting up again, and why have we looked into a service level agreement with them that's just around funding then, because that would give them surety of a funding stream rather than duplicating a service?
No, we haven't. Simply because we haven't been requested to. They didn't feel they needed that support initially. They were working through what they were trying to do as a region, and they've got moves in the future to determine whether or not they will have continue with the regional based model or whether they will be run under a national wide based model. So we were awaiting the outcome of that.
So just in a nutshell then, what you're proposing is our enhanced service that we already had around dog controls, whatever we use the premises for, but we're not duplicating everything that the SPCA does at all.
No, we're not. We already work closely, and even when they've been in a hiatus, they have continued to have their welfare inspectors, which is a requirement by legislation. That's currently being run with support out of Tauranga. Our staff have continued to work closely with them in any event, as we do across a range of things, particularly as it cuts across the dog welfare issue. So we already have a long-term relationship with the SPCA.
Okay, yeah, right, Andrew. I had a couple of questions arose, one out of Phil's presentation before, out of hours and cats. At the moment, I know you can take a cat along to our Duke Street place. What do you do out of hours? Can the dog rangers pick them up if there's one in that category, or how's that handled?
The legislation talks about a 12-hour period, so you would normally expect within a 12-hour period. The animal control is open and does deal with both Saturdays and Sundays. It is open and it is available. I know in his presentation, Phil indicated that weekends he couldn't or wouldn't. If it was an urgent case, we would certainly consider being able to pick it up if we had an animal control officer who was available and free to do it.
Okay. So cats seem to be a growing problem around the country. Certainly some other people around Wellington and so forth have highlighted the issues. Are any councils taking policy action like we're talking about or further?
No, not that I'm aware of. My research would suggest that the compulsory microchipping for cats in Wellington is the only, and that's the only council which has moved to such a degree. However, their legislation or their bylaw doesn't come into effect until 2018, and there is no enforcement provision contained within the bylaw in the event that people don't comply with the microchipping requirement. I'm not aware of any other council which is looking at anything to do with cats specifically.
Okay. Another question was, how does someone tell what's the difference between a feral cat and a stray cat?
Most notably, if the principal difference is a feral cat, for want of a better term, is a wild cat which is not reliant upon humans for its survival, and if you are engaging with a feral cat, it's likely to attack you.
That was the one at your place, Gary. Sorry.
Yeah, so Kelvin was just saying it's basically behavioural. If they attack you or act aggressively, they're generally more feral than. Well, but yes, difficult, right? It's a difficult one to ask.
The little video that Phil Evans showed us had what looked, I would have said it was a domestic cat until you saw it sort of slinking towards the birds, which looked like a nice feed that a human had provided it. So, I mean, it seems to be huge crossover possibilities in that sort of distinction you're talking about.
That's one of the things that our enduring MOU outcome allows us to provide, that people don't have to try and make a distinction as to whether it's a companion cat, which is the terminology, or it's a stray cat, or it's a feral cat. And I know I'm introducing extra terms here, but that's what the animal welfare companion legislation talks about. So they are able to now bring them all to animal control, and we can take care of them.
And certainly where Mr Evans has brought 3 cats, the 2 immediately prior, where one was microchipped and we found and tracked down the owner of the other one, we went and spoke to them and did exactly as the bylaws would suggest and reminded them of their requirements. So the debate, I guess, if directed, is all around their levels of service. So we had that discussion yesterday around demand and risk and cost, and how do we balance that out amongst all of the other priorities we've got. So where we can identify owners and do that work, we will do exactly as we're required. It's and the feral one now allows us, we can now take the companion cats through the SPCA, which was the gap in that level of service we didn't have before.
So the last question is, well, I'd like to request, I guess, of staff that there's some publicity about exactly what's possible, what's not on things like our website and at vets and sensible places like that. Because I think it's very confusing for members of the public that want to get rid of a cat because it's done something bad to their parrot or whatever.
Correct. So in terms of the ongoing debate that Mr Evans was having with us, was around that levels of service. He asking us to contact all cat owners and work through that process. What I would suggest today is that, and we've already talked about with my comms advisor, is that we will do exactly as you're suggesting through social media and through city views, and actually do things that are within our existing powers to get those messages out there through our usual channels, rather than doing something specifically which clearly we don't know who owns cats. We don't have a registration system for that in place. So, we think that you've raised is a sensible way forward.
Thanks. And we keep records of cat encounters that we have, if that's what they should call them, as well, like you do with dogs, numbers of dogs taken and all that sort of stuff.
We do. Obviously, in the lead up to the change that was brought about, we have been referencing people previously to the SPCA or to other organisations that were more equipped to deal with that. Since then, we have we do keep those records.
Okay, thanks. Any other councillors like to? I haven't got anyone on the list. No. Well, look, we're going to move on. Oh, sorry, Andrew.
I think it's worth a read of Victoria's bylaws on cats. They have curfews, and they have it's illegal for a cat to wander onto a neighbour's property, and it's just interesting reading.
Could I just make...
State of Victoria. Yeah. Yep.
Could I make one comment? The difference is it's not actually a bylaw, that's actually state legislation. That's the difference, is that it's statewide legislation.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do note that the rules can change from council to council, even though it's state legislation. The council can set their own parameters around curfews and the like. So,
yeah. Look, I know there's some ongoing interest in this issue, so perhaps if we could circulate that in at least in the summary form, and also there are some suggestions of Phil's that I've had a request to see a copy of that, of an email that he sent to staff and staff's response to that. So if we, I'll talk to you later, but if we circulate those to people, and perhaps I'll make sure as chair that we're maybe, in a few months' time, when we've had the new policy in operation for a bit, we actually get some facts and figures back from it in terms of the number of cat encounters of the third kind. Is that all right with everyone? Okay, so we're not going to move a motion now. That'll be captured at the end of it. We'll move on. I'd like to do the next part of this, which is the Templeview Scoping Report, City Growth, and probably, to be honest, the number 15, Templeview Resource Consent Application, both together. Deborah Stan-Barton as well, and Luke.
18. I'll hand straight to Deb.
No,
sorry, Luke.
Through you,
Mr. Chair. So I'm addressing the scoping study. So I'll just take those paragraphs 10 through to 14 as read and just give you a brief overview. So essentially the reason why we were doing this scoping work had arisen out of specific appeals that had been made on the decisions of the proposed district plan back in 2014. A number of landowners and interested parties in Templeview had made appeals to the court seeking that council enter into a structure plan for Templeview. And as part of the settlement of those appeals, what we had agreed to in collaboration with those parties was to, before launching straight into a structure plan, that's quite a very detailed and very significant and very costly piece of work, that we would do a scoping study first, so that it's effectively just looking at what do we actually know about Templeview at this point, what are the constraints and opportunities, and what are the types of things that would inform a structure plan if indeed one was needed. So the outcome of that work was that there were a number of opportunities in Templeview in terms of its future role as a part of the city to accommodate further urban growth. But there was also a number of constraints, and they're briefly identified in those paragraphs. And the scoping study recommends that council actually commences a structure planning process. So that's that was the extent of the obligations that we had under that appeal. We've shared that with all of the appellants. All the appellants, bar the ones that are identified in paragraph 14, have indicated that they're happy with the content of that scoping report, and we're just waiting for some additional feedback from those two other parties, and then we'll be moving into a structure planning process for Templeview.
What's the timeline for that structure planning process?
Several years, because one of the preconditions of doing that structure plan is the completion of an integrated catchment management plan. So that's not an insubstantial piece of work. And that's referred to in that first bullet point under paragraph 13. So we're looking at that not being completed at least for sort of two to 3 years. Those are significant technical investigations, and really underpin the extent of the land use that can happen there. To a large extent, there are some real drainage and ecological issues and soils, etc. So we want to really understand that before we zone it, and then find out down the track that we've got some issues about trying to retrofit stormwater solutions in areas that are already set aside for urban development.
Thanks. And Deborah, you're going to do the current consent issue.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Trust Board has submitted a resource consent application which seeks multiple activities within what the district plan refers to as CDP Area 1 on the former Church College campus. The church asks that the application be publicly notified, and we've done so. We notified it to the same properties and people that we notified the very first application, which was the stake setter application. The proposal involves removing the remainder of the non-heritage listed buildings, removing part of the privacy wall, and removing the David O. McKay building, which is a B-ranked heritage item in our district plan. What's proposed to go on the site is a development of mixed use, a mixed development of residential activities and buildings, a small commercial precinct, be putting in the water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure, and the internal roading network, and all the works that goes along with that. The application was publicly notified Saturday, the 21st of January, and submissions will close this coming Monday. Thus far, we have received 7 submissions, all in support, and they're all residents of Templeview. It's looking like a hearing will be held sometime in May.
Thanks, Deborah. I've got questions from Councillor Gary and then Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, Chair, can I just add to that the submission process is still open, so if the presenters wish to enter a submission, they can do that until Monday. So the presenters who presented, just give them that information. And just stepping back to the previous report on the scoping, the second bullet point talks about that there's no funding currently within the LTP around that work, so we would be bringing that forward as part of the proposals within the LTP. So just those 2 points.
So questions on either of the two parts of the Temple View thing, Gary?
So I think Kelvin just answered the question I was going to ask. So and I can't pronounce your first name, but Mrs. McDonald, I could pronounce it if I practiced, but what? Go on.
Mishwala.
It's not easy. It's not an easy. Anyway, is that the process that Mrs. McDonald should go through? Okay,
Correct.
So that,
Yep.
do you know much about the structure of the building? I was understanding a lot of that stuff was not up to earthquake standard and things like that. Is that an issue?
Pardon? All of the information related to the application is on our website.
Okay.
But yes, I understand there are earthquake-prone issues involved.
Okay. All right, so that's okay. Thank you.
Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My question's around understanding the process of going forward, that when we do have a hearing, do we become the party that makes the decision?
The decision will be made by independent commissioners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's something similar then, it could be something similar to Euphrasie House?
Exactly.
So it will go through that process and then there will be potentially another step for either party to go to the Environment Court as a next step. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Martin.
Just explain to what degrees we ourselves become a party and a potential objector, given that we have a plan, we have heritage criteria for the Temple View community, and dare I say it, I remember respectfully sitting when I first arrived back on this council and hearing wonderful presentations, but I have a degree of sadness as to the eventual outcomes, that's personally, but just in terms of us process, the heritage aspects, what is council's concern in terms of the heritage provisions, and what role do we play with the independent commissioners in that regard?
Well, council is the consent authority. We administer the district plan on behalf of council. People are allowed to make applications to undertake various activities. The church required this application to be publicly notified. Anyone can make a submission on that. And council has chosen to appoint independent commissioners to make a decision.
I get that. I absolutely get that, you know, in layman's terms, but we will have a view as a council, I would have thought, obviously in terms of our underlying plans, to uphold heritage provisions of our own plan.
And that is part of the assessment of the application against our provisions in the plan.
So you, obviously there'll be a report back to the council, you know, like from yourselves to update us in terms of... Yeah. You see, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stay...
Martin, you need to wait for the answer before you do your follow-up.
Apologies.
Sorry, Deborah.
Sorry, and I've lost the question.
I think Martin is focusing in on council's role in relation to the heritage part of this, the application, David O. Mackay building, presumably, and how do we put our policy into that hearings process?
Well, in effect, council's policy is what is in the district plan. So the application will be assessed against those requirements. And if it meets those requirements and the requirements of the Act, presumably it would be granted. If it doesn't meet those requirements, presumably it would be declined.
Do you want to follow that, Martin?
Yeah, obviously, I would just, through the chair, request to, you know, continue to be briefed and updated, obviously. The other thing is, are you aware, an interesting issue around some residents in Temple View, as I understand it, there's been some sort of agreement, they've entered agreement with the church authorities not to make submissions or exercise their rights in terms of law?
If they have done so, it's a private arrangement.
Yeah.
So what if it's private arrangement?
I don't think our staff can comment,
comment
on
I'm just intrigued
third parties'
all I'm saying is, obviously, what is our, through the chair to staff is, and I know that there's a due process, and we do everything we can, obviously, to encourage democratic submission process in terms of residents, the historical society, etc. I mean, obviously, we're going to do that, but...
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks. Councillor Paula? You're
Thank
still
you.
all right.
Turn myself off then. Thank you. I'll try to refrain from making comments. I might have a couple of comments about death by 1,000 cuts for heritage and things shortly. But in that respect, I'm relatively new to understanding what the heritage requirements are under our district plan. Still navigating that. It's a B-ranked heritage building, so what are the requirements in respect to those?
Well, it is a discretionary application to demolish them.
Discretionary.
Yes.
Okay, so it depends therefore on what in that?
It depends. The application would be weighed against the adverse effects, the objectives and policies of the plan, and in the end of the day, it is a balanced judgment as to whether it should be granted.
And it's only restricted to this particular case, of course, which I'll come back to in my commentary later. So it's discretionary around this particular consent. The question, therefore, is, I presume, being a discretionary consent, that they can also seek ways to mitigate,
indeed,
or offset the effects. So, in respect to our visitor today making comments around the materials, the setbacks, and the style, that's what I noted. Does our district plan give any weight to those outside of the heritage considerations? In terms of, community amenity, there's certain communities in Hamilton East is one, Temple View is another, that have a particular, Franklin's another, that have their own unique
well,
style.
there are particular provisions. I should back up. This application is not just about demolishing the David O. McKay building. And I should actually explain that it is it is a discretionary activity. There are specific provisions, outcomes that the district plan is looking for in this particular area. And those could be quite different depending upon which area in town that you're in. But there are specific design guidelines for Temple View.
So those are guidelines, that's the status they have as guidelines. Okay, thank you. Just one other question about the commercial development, commercial precinct. You may not be able to answer this at this point in time, but I'm particularly interested in the scale, the size of that, and the types of activities that might be allowed there. I see you've got including, but that's only just one example of something. Presumably a liquor store could go out there, or something else. I'm just asking the question. What sort of range of activities could be out there? Because it isn't.
They have asked for a range of retail activities.
Is that the wording they've used, or okay?
So theoretically, a number of different things could go out there. Yeah. So I'd like to understand as we go forward through you, Mr. Chair, what kind of that looks like. We've been through a similar exercise with a potential hub in not City Council, but in Tamahere. So that was interesting then. I think that'll do me for now. But thank you.
So one of your questions wasn't quite answered. It might have been said in jest, but you said presumably a liquor store could go out there. Is that the case? Is that potentially permitted?
Potentially as a retail activity, it could. Again, it's not. Our plan doesn't control the nature necessarily of.
Thank you.
But I guess the nature of that question was just what we need to keep our eye on in terms of style and character and appropriateness for that community. So I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes, well, anyway, that's a comment. I'm getting into comment. I'll come to that. Thank you.
Yep. Look, I had a couple of questions too, and then on to you afterwards, Siggy. Just following up the point about the David O. Mackay building and its B heritage listing, if council has chosen to put that in, list that in the district plan as a B category heritage building, does that mean that your staff will be saying to the commissioner in our we do a presentation, or I don't know, it's not a submission as such, but we give them expert evidence, I guess, of that nature. Do we make the point that it's a heritage building and that the purpose of the district plan was to presumably keep those buildings or their character?
Yeah, those are some of the prime objectives within the district plan, is about retaining our heritage. There are, however, occasions when that may not be the outcome.
I'm not worried about the outcome, because that's in the sense that that's in the hands of the Commission. I'm trying to check what our staff, because of the district plan, are going to be saying in this and any similar case.
So a staff member will be preparing what's referred to as a 42A report. And that report will assess the application against the district plan objectives and policies, against the submissions, against the requirements of the Act, and against the actual application. Look at the adverse effect and make a recommendation to the Commissioner. So there are objectives and policies in our plan related to retaining heritage. So it will be assessed against how it stacks up against those objectives and policies.
Thanks. The other question related to the privacy wall on the road edge there, or the former driveway edge here. Yep. This says it's going to be removed in writing here, but I think you said part of it.
Just a piece
so
of it.
So a chunk's going to be left for character reasons.
Oh, very much so, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, and Siggy. Well, there's debate over that, but...
Following on from what Councillor Paula said is, so if there is a liquor store going out, the Kendall residents, they have a right of saying no thanks to that. Is that there is a way for them to...
They can certainly submit that.
Yeah, okay, cool, thank you. That's all.
And just to reiterate that the details of the proposal by the applicant is on the website if you would like to see the detail of each of that.
Thanks. Okay, thank you very much. That's the end of that section. I'm going to call a break for lunch now. I think until 15:15, that's 37 minutes. Is that okay with people? Okay, break until 15:15, and then we'll move on to the next chapter, number 20.
I'm about to send an email out to you and your colleagues.
Okay, councillors, let's get this show on the road. So if everyone would please take their seats. If management would quieten down. Thank you. We're on to the heading Chief Executive, GM Executive Engagement Sessions, City Growth, which is Kelvin Eglinton. These are the meetings when you discover a whole lot of strange people up on the 9th floor. That's it. Having a few drinks with Kelvin.
Cups of tea, though.
That's the ones. Over to you, Kelvin.
We can't afford alcohol, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Dave. So, yeah, the engagement sessions are they're an initiative we brought in last year with the rates of growth that we spoke about yesterday at the briefing, to have a better communication and engagement with both commercial developers and residential developers. That we've had our second one yesterday with the residential developers and one next week. We do them quarterly. Clearly the topics at the moment are around things like infrastructure spend, long-term plan, the Housing Infrastructure Fund, Housing Accord and those things. And it is actually a very useful opportunity to dialogue and have a discussion and get information direct from them and for them to hear direct from us around what we're doing, and it does help shape where we need to put some priority and effort to also help out on the issues. So that's about it.
Okay, any questions on that? Comments? If not, we'll go on to the 24 Developers Forums.
So my apologies, I should have just carried on, perhaps, Chairman. This one is much the same, it's just to a wider group. Because of the interest, obviously, this is the wider group of consultants, legal firms, small and medium-sized developers, and people who have an interest in development. But the outcome, the intent is the same, to have a level of engagement that we haven't had previously.
Right. And then the quarterly growth update.
Yeah, so this is attachment 1 on page 17. We talked about this briefly yesterday at the briefing. This is our, as I said, we've worked hard on getting data that means something to the market and also to the community and importantly to yourselves around what is happening. We talked about some of these issues yesterday. Greg Carson's just on my right-hand shoulder. Him and his team are doing great things with the amount of data we've got now, such that we can actually dive into the data and understand the trends. So we're going to put these things out quarterly. They will come to you next time as a formal report, which will also include the capacity and supply and land, so you get a full picture about what is happening in the growth space.
Very useful documents, I think. So we're on to the regulatory functions.
Yeah.
Just that word update session, it got a number of us confused when looking at our diaries yesterday. We didn't realise it was the meeting that you were having when you weren't having a meeting. But as an update session, we didn't realise that was sort of many of us for all council for the whole day. So that's what they're going to be called from now on, is it?
I think the governance manager could probably summarise exactly what we're doing.
So the short answer to that, Chair, is yes, that's what they're going to be called from now on. There was a conscious decision taken to move away from previous naming of those to signal a slight shift in the way the sessions were being conducted, and that they were to be more interactive with staff. Our apologies for any confusion caused by the change of title. So if you see elected member update session from now on, that is the equivalent of the session we had yesterday.
And could we have the agenda item, the list, even if not the order, up a couple of weeks in advance or something? Because I understand that the senior management have got a list right now of what's coming up, looking ahead.
Okay. Yes, you can. The reason the first one was we had a number of items overflowing from last year, and we were trying to manage the agenda to make sure it fitted into a day. In the end, we pulled a few items off and put it into March. What we also intend to do is probably have a rolling quarterly calendar, so that the public are aware what's coming up, so they can choose to attend the ones that they're interested in as well. So a bit more foresight, I think, is what you're suggesting would be great for everyone concerned. Yep. And the governance manager would like to add something to that.
If I could just, thank you, make one comment. So there is a schedule looking forward for the rest of the year for the dates you refer to, which will be being regularly shared with elected members as well as senior management team. The topics themselves for the forum will be finalised. The final agenda probably wouldn't be available 2 weeks before, Chair, but certainly more than 2 days. And again, apologies for the fact that that went out late this time for a few reasons.
I think one of the issues that some councillors have said to me, and I certainly feel, is if a member of the public comes to you with an issue that you want to take up with someone, if you know it's coming up on one of those next meeting or the meeting after, then you think, okay, I can channel it that direction, not waste time or something like that, or it's urgent, then I'd have to not worry about that. And we don't know. It doesn't seem like elected members are having a lot of say in what's coming up when, and we don't need to have all the say, but it'd be really handy to know what's planned, even if the plans change.
Yep, absolutely, and I can't argue with that. And we plan to give greater transparency by that more quarterly agenda. For example, there's a bit of a trying to manage the Access Hamilton discussion and so forth, and making sure that's on the agenda, meet other deadlines as well. So we're trying to do the best we can. Like I said, overflow from previous term, had a whole lot of items we promised to do, didn't have time to do. So it's a case of people scrambling to get them on the agenda to get them discussed. But we will try our best to at least have, like I said, a quarterly roll, even if it's clustered together, what we intend to cover for the next 3 months. And that way there's some greater clarity. And that's just a bit of discipline on my general managers to discuss it with their chairs and so forth. It sort of fits out, it should hand in glove follow what's going to come through the various committees as well in terms of driving that conversation also. So the GMs are in best position to discuss that with their chairs also.
Okay, thanks. Was there anything else, Kelvin, on that one, that particular one?
No, just that, no, as it is there.
Okay, so now we're on to 36, the heritage update.
So I'll hand direct to Alice. This is just a bit of an update on the differences between the two, national and council.
Welcome, Alice.
Thank you, Chair. A question had been asked with regard.
Speak a little close to the mic,
sorry.
or
I'll just have to
a little louder.
snuggle a bit closer.
You're not loud like Kelvin.
If you are.
A question was asked with regards to particularly the Equip Heritage Fund that has just closed, that's being run by the Ministry of Culture and Heritage, about the difference between our district plan heritage list and the national Taipahanga heritage list. And the paragraph 35 is trying to explain that the heritage national heritage list is the sort of pinnacle of heritage that nationally we need to keep and treasure, maintain with regards to telling the story of New Zealand. The district plan list captures those elements, but also the other elements that tell the regional and the local stories. I think the key point is that under the Heritage Act, those items are identified, but there is very little statutory management. And the Heritage Act relies on the Resource Management Act to provide that protection, and that's done through the district plan. So our district plan identifies I think 99% of the buildings that are listed under the Heritage Act for Hamilton are identified in our list as well.
Yet they'll have two different numbers or letters.
Yes, they do, and that's identified in Schedule 8A of the district plan.
Would it not make more sense, even I understand, national, regional, local, importance and that sort of thing, would it not make more sense to just have one listing category? Because it's been confusing for people on several occasions, which is why I rang you on this one to get an explanation. But if A, B, C, D, or 1, 2, 3, 4, or something like that, and then you can judge them against each other. But having the same thing with different, in some lists and not in others, or with different numbers or letters.
So there is a difference with regards to the list is managed under the Heritage Act. The district plan schedule is managed under the Resource Management Act. However, I think comfort should be taken in terms of the assessment and criteria that the district plan uses aligns with that used for heritage list nationally. So, and we have A's and B's where they have 1s and 2s. So there is slight differences, and every district plan has its nuances, but you've got two different acts running parallel as well.
I don't know whether I'm alone in thinking that it would be good for the government's acts to have some joined up thinking behind them. But is there any other questions? No, it's not our council's fault or Alice's fault that we've got two different lists.
Thank goodness for that.
Okay, thanks very much, Alice. On to Chris now, the electric vehicles.
Jason.
Oh, Jason, sorry. Chris just wants to sit up here and look pretty. Okay.
Pretty hard next to you, Dave.
Yeah, that's true.
Should I start,
Jason.
Mr. Chair? Okay. I'll consider the report read. Just a couple of points I want to make about electric vehicles, that we are working closely with Well at the moment in terms of installation of an EV fast charging station in Caro Street car park. I know in the report we say that we're entering into an initial 10-year term at no cost to Well. I just want to clarify that Well are putting up the capital for the actual installation of the charger itself. So that's around $50,000 to $60,000 of cost that they're putting into this. At the moment, there's 5 charging stations in the city. Only one is a fast charger. That's the one at Well. The other 4 are slow chargers. So it's going to be quite good to have another fast charging station in the city. What does that mean? It means that an electric vehicle within the space of within an hour can be charged up to 80% of its battery life. And so there's another one that Well are putting in at Innovation Park as well. So once those 2 installations are done, we'll have up to 7 of these things in Hamilton. L1 at Caro Street car park will be installed by April this year. So that's all I had to say on the electric vehicles, unless there was any questions or comments.
Yeah, I've got some questions, Mark.
Look, it looks really, really exciting. So can you just stretch that out a bit, please? So people will come in, they'll basically FPOS buying electricity from this pump. So it's going to be a public pump.
So there's no cost at this stage. So Well reserves the right to charge for it at a later date. But right now they're just wanting to get uptake
so it's free
of its use.
So it's free?
Yes.
Okay,
for
cool.
now.
Right. So what's the uptake been on the other ones around town? Is there queues of cars waiting to get in?
No, not at this stage. Still quite low in terms of, I can't give you a definite number, but Well, I suppose seeing where things are heading into the future, see this as an opportunity to get into the market. And I suppose the benefit to us is that they're wanting to trial this in our site, in our city, in a central location. And it's I suppose they use maps through the mobile apps to be able to identify where these sites are. So there's a plug-in app that they refer to.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Okay. And I noticed the list of uptake, around the places, things like rubbish trucks and all sorts of things, taking up these things. What's, and I probably need to ask Chris this, what's the appetite for taking up electric vehicles amongst our fleet?
Do you want to?
Or Calvin or Richard or
Chief Executive?
We have an appetite.
Yeah. Good.
We have one vehicle in the Infrastructure Alliance at the moment.
Yeah.
That's part of the organisation, but it's the only one we have.
Yep, so basically, as always, we take a whole of life approach to looking at our vehicle fleet. So we compare all our options, and if the whole of life costs prove to be effective and in favour of electric vehicles, we go down that track. One of the reasons we chose the Caro site for the EV charging stations was because of its proximity to the eyesight as well, because it sort of aligns with tourists and so forth coming along as well. Another aspect to it is I've asked Well to consider wiring it for Wi-Fi also, so it'll extend our Wi-Fi network as well, because one of the advantages of EV charging ports is they can be Wi-Fi enabled and act like mini Wi-Fi transmitters as well, and hopefully extend our free Wi-Fi network, which is sponsored for council also.
Cool, thank you.
David, did you want to?
Yeah, if I can just add, fleet comes under my responsibility. We are looking at, we have trialled some vehicles, probably on page 30 of the report. You can see the standard reasons as to why there are barriers to actually uptake, and pretty much it's the total cost of the vehicle from the whole of life, and it's not really well understood. But from a fleet strategy perspective, we're watching that closely and working with central government in terms of purchasing. And if we can get access to that, that's definitely somewhere we want to go.
Yeah, because there's probably likely to be all sorts of subsidies and the likes to kickstart it.
Absolutely.
Right, cool. Thank you.
As you can see, management are just as keen to talk on this as councillors. We've got Angela next.
Just, have we spoken to, because I noticed on page 37 with the lists of those people that have been successful from the government fund, and they've got the warehouse there going and putting in stations in 20 stores. Have we spoken to them, and is Hamilton going to be one of the locations?
No, I haven't spoken to them.
Because I'd like us to do that, because it would be, I mean, if they say they're going to provide 20 of their stores and provide free for 6 months. So it'd be a little, particularly if it's warehouse central, it'd be, I think, a little bit silly of us to overflood the market at, you know, an early stage. Perhaps I'm absolutely supportive of this. Richard, did you have?
Yeah, I just want to add to it. So we try not to be a little bit silly.
No.
We try to be a lot silly, but maybe not a little bit silly. So firstly is a really good point. One of the things we are developing internally at the moment is a smart city strategy. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time now explaining what a smart city strategy is, but a key part of it is establishing where we can leverage technology for Hamilton, Inc., and all the city to basically make the community's lives better off or their cost of operations lower. And as part of that, we're looking to do a level of engagement with stakeholders and have a number of fora whereby we'll get various businesses that have a smart city bent, and that'll include EV charging stations into council to have a discussion, and we will be inviting elected members to that. So we'll definitely follow it up with the warehouse and all those directly so we don't miss an opportunity, but the broader net will be cast once we get our smart city strategy progressed a little bit further down the track.
Okay, yep, no, that sounds great, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
How do the actual logistics of it work? You drive up, plug in, and if you're in the fast one, you're there for an hour. Is that right?
Yeah, in terms of the actual powering up the
right. Yep.
Yep. So basically, the one that we'll have down here, it's a single standalone unit that has 2 connections, so you could power up to 2 vehicles. And the thing with the electric vehicles, they're not standardised in terms of the pin configuration and the location of the port on the vehicle. So
presumably the person driving it would know that where it is, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So basically, it's about them making sure they park in the appropriate place so they can plug in, because there's a certain length of cable that you can have from the infrastructure.
So are you going to run into the risk that someone parks their car for an hour and a half and goes into town, then 3 or 4 people are queuing up behind them, and the guy doesn't come back for 2 hours or 3 hours?
Yeah, so the practicality...
So how does all that work?
Yep, so we're looking
with these things, presumably these things are unmanned, are they? Or unwomaned?
They are unmanned, unwomaned.
Just want to be careful. I'm struggling with these things.
But because we're dedicated...
The LBGT, A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I community needs to be looked after.
But because we'll dedicate them to electric vehicles, there'll be time restrictions allocated to them as well for those particular parks.
Yeah, but how can you police that?
Our parking wardens will do that.
Okay, so so if you've got 4 people queued up behind this bloke and he's not there, you can issue a ticket, but you can't move his car.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out how it will work in the over time, I assume these things will get faster and they'll get cheaper and all that sort of stuff. But for the first wee while, we're going to be in trouble. What's that?
Unplug them.
Well, you unplug him, but also you've got to try and move the car, and you can't move the car, can you? He's got the keys, and he's locked it, presumably.
But it's certainly a great opportunity for us to capture the data, to understand what the issues are going forward.
You've got to make, it's a good idea, but there's an idea, then there's reality, and you've got to decide how we're going to sort those things out as well.
We're well aware, I think you're absolutely right, Councillor, we're well aware of that reality. We have talked about that, and to be honest, it's going to be part of the education program. Well Networks vinyl wrap their charging stations. They'll also vinyl wrap the transformer that's down there, so it looks a little bit better. I think they're still doing that. And part of that will be education to encourage. I mean, we have people parking in our for half an hour in our P10s and so forth. There are people not paying the parking, and you can't get the car towed. We can, and so forth. So it's just part of that legacy, and education is one of the better ways of doing it. We might have to look at other options if it becomes an issue, and ultimately paying for your power by paying at that parking at that, or paying for your duration at a higher rate to cover the cost of your power might be one way of doing that in the future as well. We don't know, but we'll look at the options, keep a mind open.
With a person in a car park, generally anyone waiting can just go somewhere and find a car park, but we've got a limited number of these things, so you can't just, you'll have to wait until that guy comes back, won't you?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Councillor Dave, well, I just want to say one thing to Councillor Gary, that why don't we look at... I can't. Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, we'll never get out of here. That's right, by 3 o'clock. Okay, now, I mean, it's applaudable that Well puts these electric chargers up, and I know they want to sell electricity, which is their job. But have we ever thought further into making our own electricity through solar and through wind as well? Because, I mean, that would cut down some of the costs for the this is just about talking about the future. So we're not beholden just by electricity companies, so we can have free electricity from the nature.
I'll pass it over to the CE.
We haven't done any detailed work on it. What we have had is various conversations and options. One of the initiatives, I don't think it's a confidential initiative as well, is looking at various ways they can harness other forms of energy, and they're looking at themselves at solar power and so forth, because ultimately they're just a distribution company, and they're trying to do the best they can to manage the burden on the community here as well, because they have very much a community focus, being a community-owned trust as well. So we continue to talk to them. They are looking at options of potentially parts of the community having their own solar power stations and effectively buying it off that grid and so forth. And there's an option that we could get into that aspect as well. Most of our power needs are quite significant, and the amount of power we'd need would be a significant array, which carries costs. And if we were to do that, it would have to come back to council following a significant amount of work in a business case as well, which is, I'm saying, is not necessarily the unreasonable, but at the moment I've got other priorities for my resource, and we haven't really looked at them too in depth, but it's on the list of things to get to at some stage. If you ask me that question in 2 years' time, I might have a different answer.
Has anybody been in touch with Mainfreight? Because, I mean, we drove past them at our tour, and that was very impressive.
Yep, absolutely. We've been indirectly through Well been in touch with Mainfreight and had conversations, and there is very much a green philosophy that runs through Mainfreight and a lot of things they do, the water retention as well as the solar aspect. So it's what Mainfreight have done is not unusual, no. And we could do it too. It does require a capital outlay, and we have various financial constraints when we come to consider it. And I have not done the business case to know whether or not its whole life costs are more effective than actually buying it off the market at this point in time. But we will look at it as time goes on. And it might well come out of the smart city strategy as we're working through it, because it may well give us other options in terms of wireless networks and so forth around the city. As we're talking wireless data, we might be able to power those wireless data points with solar power as well, so therefore you don't need hard lines at all. So we're just trying to think about what the various options are. So evolution to come, and hopefully in the next year or so I can bring council on that journey as well and get you guys up to speed about what we're trying to plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a very quick attended the opening of the Well one out at Te Rapa. There was a clear indication that the technology was available for charge-ups that took around less than 20 minutes. Is that a possible? I mean, obviously there's an economic aspect to the cost of those charges may be higher than the 1 hour charges, but has that been discussed, and is there a reality that we could charge those batteries up in less than 20 minutes?
Yes, I've said up to an hour. It depends on the vehicle and the battery associated with that vehicle. So the charger that we have here is the same one that Well has out there. So depending on the vehicle, you have some that will charge up to 80% within 20 minutes, but some will be longer than that.
So we've got the latest technology, have we, in terms of charging units?
The technology that's available, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what sort of person would buy an electric car, but do you know how many electric cars there are in Hamilton?
In Hamilton?
Well, the reason I ask that is because I've just been looking at the Idiot's Guide to Electric Cars in NZ, and I see Nissan have just pulled the plug on their New Zealand Leaf vehicles, and the only true electric vehicle in New Zealand now is the Renault Zoe hatch, which is at $75,000 price tag for it, and then you go to the BMWs that are over 100,000. And then you've got the twin model ones that are up to the Cayenne, the Porsche Cayenne, which is $174,000. Do we know how many vehicles are in Hamilton that would actually use this? Or?
Not in Hamilton, no, I don't.
So I didn't think that four would be lining up behind each other to ready to charge, that's all.
I hadn't considered that.
Actually, it's a really good point. In fact, there are Probably more. There are probably more electric or hybrid or electric vehicles in terms of travellers ex-Auckland. Talking to Auckland Council and so forth, I get a lot of people that are coming down to Hamilton and so forth. But I would not like to overinvest more than the two we have at this point in time in terms of our contribution until we get a better lay of the land, to be fair. So we entered into this agreement because the capital is, our obligation is effectively the car park revenue is what we're sacrificing and providing an easement to well, and they're providing the kit at their cost and the power at their cost. If it wasn't a deal to that extent, I probably wouldn't have considered it at this point, given the lack of data about the number of electric vehicles in the city.
Yeah. In New Zealand are the biggest users of electric vehicles.
Not their planes, I hope.
Sorry?
Not their planes, I hope.
I hope. No, not their planes, but I see that they want to double the amount of electric vehicles in New Zealand to 64,000, I think it was, in 2021, I think it is, yeah.
Okay, we've got Councillor Leo.
When you've been charged? Will the pay and display still kick in while you've been?
No.
So they get free parking for an hour as well as they get free electricity? You know, have to get an electric car then, won't I?
We'll still check their warrant and their reg though.
Sorry, James, you had another question. Did you? No? All right. Are these being put onto Google Maps? Because if you go on there now, you can get petrol stations, but it's quite handy if you had an electric car that you could have them logged in. Can we find out about that if it's?
You can certainly find out about that. There are a number of websites or mobile apps that are available. I don't know about Google Apps.
But if you're using Google Maps to find, or one of those apps to find your way around, it would seem to me to make sense to have a blue star or whatever come up. Green star in this case, I think. He says yes. Excellent. Okay, any other questions? If not, we'll move. Thanks very much, Jason. We'll move on to footpath strategy, which is you still.
Yes. So some of you would have attended an inspection of some footpaths in Hamilton East Peachgrove Road. So we just wanted to bring through the GM's report, I suppose, a summary of how we manage the footpath network in the city for the public. And so we've got some figures there, 1,100 footpaths, about $2.5 million in footpath renewals that we carry out, and about $500,000 in maintenance. We've also just included in the attachments the levels of service that our Infrastructure Alliance team look to apply to be able to identify how best to spend our money to ensure that the footpath network is kept as safe as possible for the travelling public. So I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Gary, I know that you asked a question about the second part of this, which is the shared zone cobblestones in Worley Place and the replacement of them. There's a bit of...
And also, I've always been concerned about the damage that tree roots are doing to both more than just our footpaths though. I mean, that's also our water infrastructure as well. Well, any underground infrastructure. I assume that's primarily water. I don't know what well or phone companies or fibre companies think of tree roots going around the stuff, and they may not be an issue for them, but anything underground I assume is subject to attack by tree roots, but particularly in this case we're now talking about footpaths in this case, and we went for is that us that talking about the Peachgrove Road thing, is it, the little group that you took out?
Yeah,
okay,
right.
yeah. And it was clearly some damage being done to the footpath by the trees. I went to, I can't remember the name of the street, and it looked like an earthquake, to be honest. Can you remember which one it's over by Southall? Chris, I'm just wondering if you can remember.
East.
I'm going to say Sylvester. Was there a Sylvester Street?
Not there.
It's on the tip of your tongue, isn't it?
Anyway.
Anyway, yeah. So I assume we have a policy of trees on footpaths, and I would question that, and I have a number of times questioned that. And every time I've been told we're looking at different species, and I haven't been here long enough to see any change. So that just concerns me. But also, we seem to have a fetish.
Sorry, more questions at the moment.
Okay, I just want to understand. Has anyone I would like to see some costing and it seems to be a fetish to me that we take out good old-fashioned asphalt or whatever the black stuff is called nowadays and replace it all with cobbles. And the cobbles you'd have to be blind not to know that very, very quickly the cobbles are in there and they become unstable and they actually become dangerous. They become dangerous to people, for anyone, to be honest.
The report is referring to replacement projects for them in some areas like Frankton, and they're considering other designs for out here too.
I know, we just seem to constantly replace them with the same thing. So if you keep doing the same thing you've always done, you'll keep getting the same results you've always done.
Can I ask a question in relation to tree roots and the roadside tree planting?
So is the plan to replace cobbles with cobbles?
It really is fit for purpose, like in Commerce Street and Frankton.
But it's not fit for purpose. You don't have to be a road
Well, hang on, let him
engineer.
out.
Hang on, but it's not. But no, you've got to be challenged.
Gary, let him answer.
All right.
Gary.
So we've identified that down on Commerce Street that the cobblestones probably aren't the right material to be using. So we've gone to larger areas of asphalt with smaller bands of cobbles. So staff do make an assessment, and we take on board like the ore faults that we get, the information that we capture from the inspections that the road inspectors do. This one down here is a bit different. We'll look at other considerations, but I can talk about that in terms of we tried to keep the pedestrian environment looking and feeling the same. If we put in AC, it starts to look and feel like a road. So there's other work that we try and do. So we've done some heavy maintenance just recently as a holding treatment until we've got better clarity.
We're constantly doing heavy maintenance out there because we've got cobblestones that just are not fit for purpose.
Well, I see that.
They clearly can't be fit for purpose.
Well,
Jason, I see it every day, mate.
Gary, that's fine, but we're not debating this unless you want to put up a motion.
Well, no, I'm asking. I want to be convinced that your suggestion's right. And I mean, I don't know how many of you close your eyes when you. I guess everyone sees
Gary,
it. Gary,
in this case, a council resolution voted to put the cobblestones in there. Now, it's perfectly in order to move a resolution or do that at a future stage because there won't be any replacements happening for a little while, but to change that. But it was that following a council resolution.
Okay, well, I guess some work needs to be done as to what is the actual cost. I mean, to me, it seems clear that we are replacing cobbles. I mean, before we replace cobbles, cobbles get dangerous. So it's not just the cost; it's the risk to people's, literally people's health. I'm not trying to overstate that.
No, it's perfectly in order to ask for some information on the relative costs and risks of the different paving.
Can I just bring some clarity to it, Councillor Mallett? Look, I think your points are well made and well accepted by us. So we're not, be assured we're not, when we get to a renewal stage, we're not just blindly going and putting cobblestones in as the Frankton Commerce Street indicates. We do have, we have to maintain existing footpaths, and if they're cobbled footpaths, we maintain them, and occasionally there will be a few replacement cobblestones. In past, I think council has turned the cobblestones upside down to get extra life out of them. But as per Frankton, they get to the end of their life and you've got to do something different. So in that case, we've had a discussion through the Frankton neighbourhood group, and we've come to the decision to put asphalt in with some decorative strips. I think that will happen in any situation now where we get to the point where we've got to renew a footpath. The shared zone out here, as Jason said, was a little bit different, and I think our design has probably not been as robust as it could have been to withstand the traffic pressures, and we've got a note in the report to say if this council ever decided to do other shared zones, I think it's still desirable to make them look and feel like footpaths with cobblestones or some other product, but we will have put a lot of attention into the design of that and have conversations with council about the product. But your points are well made, and including on the trees as well, if I just come back to that. Look, we've got a lot of historic issues with trees being planted, and there's a lot of root damage, and we've just got to manage that. I think the report's trying to say, looking forward, and the work we've done in recent times with parks and open spaces is around better tree selection and better root containment. So for all the trees that we're planting about now, I'm reasonably confident we won't have the problems that we see now in terms of bomb sites. I still haven't remembered the name of the street, but I know the site one you're talking about.
Just on the
Springfield.
You're talking about cobbles breaking, I think, or the main, but I think it's not just that sometimes the cobbles, the individual cobbles haven't degraded. They just start getting loose, because they're not. I don't think they're mortared. They're just laid in against each other, aren't they, on sand? Is that right?
Yeah, they normally got locking sand in there, which has got a bit of cement sort of properties to it, but
it's not so much
when you've got cars and trucks driving over them, they're under a lot of stress. So it's not our...
Yeah, no, which is exactly what we've got happening here.
And this is the one sort of spot, apart from residents' access to Garden Place. So we don't have many of those in the city where cars drive on cobblestones.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. New Zealand Post proposal for the use of... I'm sorry, I didn't look at that. Councillor Paula.
Thank you. Just three really quick ones. First one is, given that we discussed yesterday in the forum, workshop update, whatever it is, accessibility. So how often in terms of this whole pavement stuff are you engaging with the disability advocates or the disability sector around that? That's what I've just got two more short.
So there's an advocacy forum that our staff meet with on a regular basis. So I suppose that's the forum that we use to capture. In terms of the frequency, it's about, I think it's every second month. It's that sort of time frame.
Okay. Because I think there is an issue with the public understanding that they can offer us feedback, especially if they have some kind of disability or impairment, because you don't know what you know until someone tells you, right? The second question I have is, I was at a business owner's place a couple of months ago and they invited me to look out the window at the pavement and said it looked like, quote unquote, a Firth paving display area, And I thought, actually, that's quite right. There must have been about 5 types of pavement material in a very short period of space. But my question is, if a business owner wanted to do something unique in the way of a pavement area, to maybe augment a seat in a planting box, provided there was safe walkability for people to go through it, can they do that? Or how, how is it easy is it for someone to come at their cost? How easy would it be for someone to come and say, well, look, I've got a really cool idea for a pavement area here?
Look, our staff would consider that on a case-by-case basis.
Case-by-case basis.
Look at there's a few things we would want to consider around safety, mobility, and ease of the public areas anyway, of people to be able to negotiate those, plus ongoing maintenance as well.
Maintenance, true. Okay, and the other question I have is that I get your comment around fit for purpose. Cobbles are okay in some places and harder paving in others. But in terms of best practice paving, I guess you're always looking to see what other places have done with their shared space in terms of best practice, because clearly that Rumbly Road out the front there, we all agree is not best practice because it didn't serve its purpose. So, but moving on, without slapping people for the history, the best practice of shared spaces, and then I'll just make the point that there again we've been talking, and the next item is about something that wants to go on the footpath. So we are talking about the footpaths being used in completely different ways potentially going forward.
Two different ones, the surfacing, the other's the use of.
I know, but they're interrelated, aren't they?
Well, we're not talking about the second one now. Paula.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Good.
I'm just saying about best practice in terms of shared spaces that are used for a variety, maybe walkers, vehicles, and maybe other kind of motorised thingies. Just wondering, has there been any work done around what is best practice in that respect?
If I can, when this one went outside here, there were lots of discussions with council at the time about the type of look and feel we're looking for. There were some discussions about product and selecting product, but my point's still relevant, I think. With that sort of traffic on, it is going to move, and I think there are better ways to do it. I think, cost always comes into it as well, and I think, once again, we would probably make different choices with the benefit of the experience out there. So best practice, yeah, we did look a lot at the Fort Street work up in Auckland. There was a lot of work done on shared spaces, particularly the look and feel and what we were trying to achieve. So it came to a number of sort of council meetings. I guess was up to us as staff to ensure the robustness of the serviceability of the paving stones, and we knew at the time that they would require maintenance, but I think it's fair to say it was probably a little bit sooner than what we had anticipated.
And so when will they be, this whole thing be revisited, or council will be aware of the solutions? Or
yeah, well, for outside, we've just done a big upgrade a couple of weeks ago. So
and that's it for a while?
That's it for a while. It'll be an ongoing, keeping an eye on it. But
yeah. The same technologies we did last time.
Yeah, hang on. Councillors, if you want to be here until 6 tonight, that's fine. Keep disciplined. Questions? And then if you want to change something, move a motion. Siggy.
I have a question, 2 questions actually. I was with the councillors on the walkabout, and one wanted to rip all the trees out, and the other one wanted to keep them all, which was really exciting, I have to say. But in some of the areas, when you replace the footpath or you fix it up, is there also a thought of, again, for future proofing, to make it wide enough for dual use, so that there could be bikes or whatever other things on there, not just people to walk? Is that already a consideration when you replace the footpath or fix it up or renew it, or is that in the books?
For the shared spaces where we know that we're going to have like cyclists on the same areas as pedestrians, yeah, we'd certainly look at that. Some areas like local roads, we don't, because the conflict between the two is quite small. So again, it's on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, because I saw it on Clyde Street, and I mean that's a heavy use for students biking and things like that. Yeah, and there was enough room there to make it wide enough. Okay, second question is, and I'm not 100% sure, but apparently a few years ago in Anglesey Street, the trees that were planted were root contained. Is that right? Does anybody know about that? Yep, that's true. So what are now the results? Has anybody looked at that? Has it worked really well, or it hasn't worked well, or can we learn from that, what we've done there, whether we can do it somewhere else?
Yeah, I think the work you're referring to, and I think Councillor King at the time was intimately involved in that, and it's down by Ebbett's Waikato and the work we did down there. So the trees were very large and old and created a lot of damage. So the decision made was to pull those out, put asphalt back with the decorative strips, a little bit like what's going into Frankton, but to contain the plants. So I guess time will tell, but my own observations are that it's still looking very good down there, but the trees are young in terms of a tree age. But, you know, I think there's a lot of expertise from our parks and open spaces that have gone into the containment and the tree selection there.
Okay, thank you.
On to 64.
Sorry, can I
yep.
Just move? Well, we've kind of fleshed out a bit of stuff, and so there's clearly some people have some concerns and that sort of stuff, and myself and Ziggy. So you said make a resolution. And I don't quite know what the resolution would be though. I mean,
what are you trying to get to?
Well, I want a more efficient, safer way of paving, and I don't think we are doing it right now, just because of what I see. Well, that's it. So I want more than just what I see, because I'm a layman and I don't understand these things, and we've got guys who purportedly do, but you guys keep putting cobbles down.
How about that staff?
I just want a report of something, the options that are available, and the pros and cons of that. And that you might find there's something been done a couple of years ago. I don't know.
Can I just be clear? We're not putting paving slabs down. We've done one road out here where we've put paving slabs in my whole time in council. You know, we're taking paving
Victoria
slabs.
Street.
Hang on. Both of you. Look, I think it would be handy to have a report back in a couple of meetings from staff to us on the relative costs and risks of different forms of paving on city footpaths and streets. And I think it's just some basic figures. I'd be happy to move that from the chair, because that gets us some factual information on which you can have a debate.
Maybe you have an offline discussion to formulate a proper resolution. And then
I think that'll do to get it there. Staff, we'll make sure that staff cover the right issues, but that covers the general area, Gary. I'm pretty sure of what you're after, getting the information. Have we got?
But Chris, isn't all Victoria Street?
Hang on, I don't want to have...
We did do that,
That's
discussion.
strict.
The staff report back to this committee in 2 meetings. Well, I don't know, have the date of that, April. Leanne will insert the date on the risks and costs associated with different forms of paving on footpaths and roadways. And that will get you the information to have whatever debates you want on whatever components.
I'm sorry, and just we are in these sort of alliance things, and which we're supposed to be cutting edge centre of excellences for this sort of stuff, aren't we? You know, we've got the Roading Alliance and tells us how much.
That's just instead of having contracting out individual jobs.
Yeah, no, but we've
area.
also got part of it. Doesn't LAS do some stuff in that area?
Hang on, Gary, I think we're straying right off.
No, but I'm sure
new areas.
Well,
Gary, I want to get one thing done at a time. I'll come back to you. Is there a seconder for that? Yeah, I just want to make sure there's a seconder for that. Yeah, I'll put it in C, Gary's seconder. I'll put it as a C at the front when we come back to that. We won't actually vote right now. Gary, question about how the Infrastructure Alliance works in with this area and LAS.
Okay, not so much the Infrastructure Alliance. Richard, you know LAS, doesn't LAS have, what's ROTA or... RATA. One of those things does this stuff, doesn't it? What's the right amount of bitumen per square metre and all that sort of stuff? Well, that's what I've been told.
Standards.
Yeah, it's probably more in the technical road carriage space in terms of resurfacing rather than footpaths. So it's not really involved in footpaths. So I think there are...
Okay, all right, sorry, I thought it covered...
I think we get the notion here, and I think there are a couple of other issues too. Like I think part of the Central City Transformation Plan was to develop a footpath strategy as well. So I think we can wind that into the report back to Council as well.
I think we're going to get another chew at that and just give them a couple of months to come up with the information we need. Okay, so now, finally, New Zealand Post request for vehicles here on our footpaths. And the delegation note is with the Chief Executive, but he's a bit nervous about giving approval unless we give him approval tacitly. So, Jason, are you talking on that?
Yes. So as you can see from this section here, the use of our assets are changing. New Zealand Post here are wanting to use what they call paxters to help address what they see a reduction in letters, but an increasing service for delivering of parcels to the community. So I'd just like to bring to your attention this first bullet point under 67 talks about that New Zealand Post will be sending through paperwork to confirm areas that they want to use the paxters in. I've asked to know what do they mean by that. Primarily what they're saying is in high pedestrian areas they're not looking to use the paxters. So it would be out in the regions or out in the wider suburbs. But that information is still yet to come back to Council and be assessed by staff. And in terms of the second bullet point, appropriate traffic management plans, what that actually means is how they would negotiate using the use of the footpaths and pedestrians, cyclists and other users of those assets. And as you've picked up, Mr Chair, like delegation under the 69, delegation for signing the approval as the Road Controlling Authority currently is with the Chief Executive. New Zealand Post have offered to, if there's anyone interested from this group, to take them out and show them their paxter in action. I'm sure we could talk to them about that.
Okay, feedback, I'll just have a little bit wider than just questions if you did want to say something on this. Sorry, Gary.
Hard to sort of gauge. I assume they're a little bit bigger than a mobility scooter, are they?
Yeah, they
significantly
are.
bigger than a mobility scooter.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're not happy to be in a cycle lane, or would a cycle lane be an inappropriate place for these things?
I suppose the dual purpose of them is delivering of letters, parcels. So in terms of them
They want to be on the
discharging
footpath,
their
want to be close to
responsibility. Yeah.
Okay,
That,
Paul. Sorry, Gary.
nothing else could get. I mean, if looking from what it looks like there, if they were on a footpath, nothing else could be on the footpath.
And that's
or in
why,
in many places anyway.
Yeah, and that's why that temporary traffic management plan and how they will operate in the environment that they will be in is important for us in terms of the rules around right of way, who gives way, and how they negotiate that.
Do they have a sort of a cow catch thing on the front?
No.
Oh.
Okay, Paula.
Gary has kind of raised a couple of things I was going to ask us. Will this be considered alongside? I see you've got the consultation with advocacy groups, which is good, which includes the disabled sector, which I think is really important, and the walking sector. Will this be considered about how it fits in with other mobility trends that are happening? Because we are going to see more mobility scooters. There's actually a load of mobility scooters in the St Andrews area all the time, up and down those roads. One would have to get off the pavement if it came across one of these, wouldn't it? So, so there are some issues around that. And just in terms of, will this also be considered in integration with the item we had before, which is around the maintenance of paving materials and the size of our footpaths and things like that? Because the more motorised traffic you have, the presumably is going to have an impact on the maintenance cycle of a footpath, etc. So does that get considered at the same time?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Oh, well, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, Jeff.
Briefly, it's not just questions, is it? It's questions, comments?
No, you have a bit of feedback, yep.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about these. So they look unwieldy looking beasts, and, you know, I'd be concerned about, you know, how much space they take up and how many there's going to be and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, just a bit uneasy about it. Definitely would want to know quite a bit more information about it.
Yeah, this is something that's the Chief Executive's delegated authority.
I see that, yeah.
So, yeah, I think, yeah, there's several people ask questions. We may not want to say yes straight away, but we might want you to look at some of those implications that councillors are raising.
I guess a key outcome for me, would you like us to take it to the next stage, which is not a decision, but gather that information? I guess if the view of committee today was don't go there, that might form our answer. But if you want us to keep progressing, it won't be a decision. It'll be doing some of the consultation with those groups and gathering information. The pavement one is a good one, Councillor Southgate. So I guess that's the direction from this committee. Shall we?
We'll just see what we'll keep getting a bit more feedback. So, yeah,
that was all. Just leave it up.
But that's not C's a decision of ours. This one's not, unless you want to change it.
Back, that was all. We could report back on the implications when we know more about it.
No, two different things because of the way we've done our setup at allegations.
No.
It's a bit odd, I know. But that's yeah.
That's what we're trying to avoid.
We're not. This is not one that they're asking to come back to us. That we'd only have the same sort of discussion where we're giving them feedback. I think we can give them feedback quicker than that, to get some more information out of them and give feedback in some of the informal meetings we have or by email. I'd just like to hear from a few more councillors. I've got Philip next.
This text actually is for both letters and parcels, right?
Correct.
So that means it will have plenty of time to drive straight up to the property, the letterbox. That means they'll be driving on the grass verge, right? The grass area. Is there any consideration about damage of the turfs or people's property, those sort of things? During a heavy rain, I mean, after heavy rain, you know how soft the ground.
Yeah. I know they've been trialling these. I can't remember the name of the cities. Was it? And then I think Nelson was another place, but they have been trialled. Yeah. So a lot of that stuff has already been assessed, but I hear what you're saying. That's part of what, if we were to allow them, you know, how we actually monitor and feedback to New Zealand Post about the successful or otherwise of the use of them, and it's part of the cities.
Some property owner, they very care about the grass in front of the house.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's just a consideration you have to look at. Yep, thank you.
The motor power on these things, are they electric or mechanical?
Electric.
Electric,
yep.
okay. Yeah, get them free charges. For 2 hours. They're designed basically for delivery of parcels. I can't see them leaving parcels in letterboxes, which are probably too damn small for the parcels. I wouldn't like to go down this track, to tell you the truth, and I think from memory the Traffic Institute of New Zealand made a resolution that they would not support the use of Paxters.
So the intention is that these would replace the courier vans that currently do the rounds in the suburbs, and that would be picked up by these machines.
Yeah, so therefore they could ride on the road, drive on the road. Are they a motor vehicle?
The tyres, New Zealand Post struggles to make, well, doesn't make any money. There is a service. It's a basic service that to deliver mail, and they want to deliver slightly bigger packages as well. They do leave the packages in the letterbox, and I just see it as where the city can help to make the service work, which doesn't make money for the government who owns New Zealand Post as it is. The other part of their operation, Kiwi Bank, does work, but this here is a service to the community.
Yeah, and we've got Councillor James next.
On to Mr Google as well. These things are just slightly bigger than a mobility scooter, actually, if you have a look at them. Just got a container area at the back. So they have been trialled in North Shore, New Plymouth and down in Vicargo Way, but the Wellington have said no to them, to these vehicles. But they are electric and they are for the road, so they can carry up to 200 kg of parcels. But again, with Councillor Paula, her concerns about the footpaths, but they are in use at the moment.
We have got by the way, just a resolution that we're going to put up as a D to get staff to bring back to the May meeting a report on the implications for the city, which would include, I think, getting one here to have a look at and invite councillors who are around to check it out as well. So I think that'll cover those points. So we'll include that in the main motion, but we'll read it out, we'll type it up as soon as we can. And we've got Mark next.
My understanding of it is, and it'll be clear when the information comes back, but this is eventually to replace bikes that the posties are taken out, because the Paxter allows for the delivery of letters and parcels from one vehicle. So I'm assuming these things will be barrelling off down the footpaths, and I'm sure councils in the past had the same debate when posties came off foot and went onto bike. This is just going bigger and wider, and I can see the economics of it for New Zealand Post. It means that the postie can go out for longer stints rather than pedalling around and having to, tangle with dogs, etc. So I'd be really keen to see the report come back. At this stage, I'm with Councillor Taylor on it. I'm not a big fan of it, and I'd imagine that Wellington turned them down because of the nature of their footpaths are narrower and windier and the likes. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in one of these coming down some of those hills in Wellington, to be honest, eh? But I'll be really interested to see the material that comes back.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a bit betwixt and between. I can see the advantage to sort of the economics of the post office and the city and the speed of getting things delivered and maybe keeping New Zealand Post alive a bit longer, the postal side of it. But on the other hand, there are certainly footpaths we've got that wouldn't handle these very well, if at all, in terms of width and telegraph poles stuck in the middle of footpaths almost in trees. Those bloody tree roots will get them. But equally, I'm a little bit perturbed that we have to go through a huge legal process if we want to allow kids on cycles to ride legally on footpaths, yet where it's the chief executive can sign off on this. So I think something's a bit stuffed as far as the decision making goes here. But maybe we can just ask the chief executive to allow cyclists on footpaths from now on as well, and that'll all be fixed too. It just doesn't seem quite right if we're allowing these vehicles on there and cyclists can't. So maybe, I don't know the legal side of it, but it does seem odd to me that... Mayor Andrew.
The cheapest electric car you can get $70,000, we've just been told, and these things here are warranted and registered, I take it. So why aren't we all driving these?
Yeah. So look, I think Chris has got a good rundown on our concerns to include in that report back. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next bit, and we'll come back to that, point D in the motions. Speed management. It's also Jason.
It's just a heads up, and you would have heard this morning from Parakawhia, the offer to come back at our next council meeting. We will be looking to bring a report from the staff on the speed management and have them speak to that as well. So just really want to take any questions that you may have.
Yeah, look, I've got a point I want to raise with you, sort of raised before. In 73, one of the middle sentences says, we currently have a list of 53 sites that are programmed for a week-long visit by a speed trailer, which equates to approximately a 2-month wait for most requests. My experience, some of those waits have been quite a bit longer than, proposed waits quite a bit longer than 2 months. I'm thinking of Saxby's Road, where a speed trailer had been in one part of the road, but someone was saying there's a problem in another part, and it was going to go to the sort of probably the end of the complete end of the list there. They don't seem to happen within 2 months. But I'm wondering if we have enough speed trailers, because they are very effective where they go as a sort of an educational warning tool. What does one cost, and how can we get... I know this Infrastructure Alliance made one very recently, they told us.
Yes, that's right.
Could they make another one?
I'm sure they could. Look, they are good assets to invest in for that very reason, where they helped us help educate motorists around speed limits around the various areas where we have an issue. With the Saxby Road example, we do try and get there as quickly as possible in terms of programming them and getting them trailers there, but we are, I suppose, constrained by the number of trailers we do have at the moment. But we do look where possible to, we just have a program where we just, if we can, we'll add one in every year, but at this stage we haven't got plans to put one in, fabricate another one this year. So
if councillors have a problem with speed in an area, or people hooning around corners and that, it's quite handy to get to speak to Jason and get that area put on the list. But if it's 2 months down the track, it doesn't look like we've been able to get quick sort of safety response.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I can't see. Gary, you're next.
Thank you. So if the concern is people going faster than the speed limit, wouldn't, and I don't know how it quite works, and Leo will probably be able to tell me this, but wouldn't you just ring up the police and say, do you mind just policing this road a little longer, a little more aggressively, and the problem will be solved? Word gets out very quickly that they're looking out for River Road, or they're looking out for such and such. So if that's the case, is that...
Yeah, we certainly do talk to the police about enforcement of speed limits.
And how often do we do that?
How often do we meet with the police?
Yeah, how often do we ask the police about things like that? Like, is that part of the process we go through when we get a lot of people asking about people are speeding down my street? One of the things is you think about speed control and what do you call those things? Traffic calming, all those sorts of things. Yeah. You've got the trailers, but wouldn't one of the first things you do is immediately go and say, Mr. Police Officer, could we have Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you check this, you might get some money for your, coffers, and people will slow down.
Yeah, we do talk to the police.
When was the last time you did?
Me personally, I don't, but staff have regular meetings with them. I think that's quarterly.
And is that the type of thing you talk about?
Yeah.
And do you literally say, we've had complaints about this street, do you think you could put a car there for a couple of days?
Yes.
And they do? Obviously they've
as resource allows.
Yeah.
I think it's the best
In
way
my
to answer
experience, that has been a response that our staff have organised at times, Gary. Edgecombe Street's one I remember, down the hill.
Yep. Edgecombe Street regularly? No.
Yeah. No. But I'd urge councillors who do get reports like that to go to Jason and get it put on the list, and to show the full extent of the issue, I suppose. Do we need to do anything to try and get another speed trailer on the go so that reduce this waiting time?
So look, I'll pick that issue up and look as we're just working to our next year's budgets, whether I need to just talk with Jason about the cost of it our ability to do that. So
I was thinking of this year, not next year.
Yeah, well, we'll look at it for the rest of this year as well.
We used to have 2 ACC-owned speed trainers that we fully operated, just like ours in this city. I don't know what happened to them.
Look, neither do I. I have asked the question. They're no longer available, but in terms of where they are, I haven't been able to get to the bottom of that. So.
Okay. Yeah, so look, we have to leave that with staff, really. It's not, we can't instruct them to build one or operate them, but do get your details on the list there. And that's coming back to. Oh, sorry, I've got Leo and then Jeff.
Jason, I noticed there that the fixed speed devices about 6 monthly turnaround. That one on Dinsdale Road seems to have been there for about 6 years, if I can recall correctly.
You can get head off with that.
No. Because I know when I was working, we used to do driver assessments with the staff, and it was very handy. You'd take them down that road and you'd say, what's your speed? And you'd look up and you'd be able to see the speed. The other question is, at what speed does the display disappear?
I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Because we have had problems in the past, of course, with people just seeing how fast they could actually get the speed. So if I remember rightly, I think it was about 15k above the limit it disappeared at. Because if it's not disappearing, you actually have these people who are trying to, you know, break the record.
It's a challenge.
It's a challenge for them, yeah.
Jeff?
Endorsing the fact that I think it would be great to get another one, because it's just an easy, really responsive way to satisfy ratepayers, really, to show them that you're actually listening. Just an easy way to do it. I'd really support that.
Yeah. So I'm sure Chris and Jason are listening to that.
Exactly. Yes.
Doesn't seem to be any disagreement that we need one yesterday, another one, and to speed up that turnaround of them. And I think Leo's got a point about the fixed ones too. I know the River Road one's been there for longer than 6 years, I think. I test my speed every time I go past. Okay, thanks. On to the Auckland to Hamilton passenger rail. Who's handling that? Chris? Oh, you are, Jason.
I'll talk to that, Mr. Chair. So, look, I've been starting to get involved with the North Waikato Transport Program business case, only because you would have heard NZTA or James Bevan talk about that this morning, where they've been looking at, I suppose, passenger rail to Tuakau. And what we've been wanting to do is ensure that whatever infrastructure or solutions they look at extend to south to Hamilton as well. So there's a report that I'm looking to prepare and come back to the next G&I meeting in March to provide an update around park and ride in the city and what we're doing about that in terms of protecting land opportunities or purchase opportunities for the city to realise park and ride, but also in terms of any further updates I have from regional staff, council staff that I'm working with around the program business case that's happening for the North Waikato as well. So happy to take any questions.
Yeah. Councillor Gallagher.
What interface have you had? You know, there's a group, I understand that the Shadow Transport Minister for Labour, Sue Moroney, has been set up. You know, there's that group, reference group that is wanting to promote, you know, commuter rail. Have you had any interaction with them at all?
No, not personally. No. All my engagement has been with staff, either at Waikato District Council, Regional Council, NZTA.
Obviously, when this comes up in a month's time, they would obviously have an opportunity through public comment to comment on that. The Tuakau Pokeno, really what you're saying is there's potential rail, at least as far as Pokeno. Is that what's the... or is it not that far advanced?
No, it's up to Tuakau, as my understanding at this stage, but they were looking at the Pokeno because of the growth that's happening there.
Because, I mean, the former councillor, Wally Hayes, took me to the structure plan to Pokeno, showed me literally where the rail platform, we walked on the rail platform where it was going to go in the town square. So it seems to me, my impression is Waikato District Council in their structure plan very much, I think, are focused on that as a potential rail commuter town, and possibly Tikawata. So I'm just trying to, I guess, get the extent of how wide the scope is of that exercise.
Well, for them, the North Waikato Transport Program business case doesn't, I think it comes as far south as Huntly. But
Right,
we've asked that when they're looking at their options, and it may be a separate piece of work that ties back into that, is that it extends to Hamilton. So it's not a separate discussion, that it's all integrated in terms of what they're doing there. This leads on naturally to Hamilton.
Can I just add to that? So Jason is in there to make sure that any discussions about rail extensions to Tuakau are in the context of a future passenger rail service to Hamilton. And my understanding is that regional council with NZTA are leading that with our input, but they've undertaken, I see at the Regional Transport Committee meeting yesterday's report, that they will bring back a position paper to support a collective view on passenger rail as they've updated the 2011 report. Now, my understanding, we'll check, is that through that they should be engaging with the advocacy group, but we'll check that.
No, and thank you, because what we're hearing now loud and clear is commuter rail, as against intercity, is commuter rail, of which basically the stations get added, Tikawata, Hamilton, down the line in terms of that model, because that's interesting.
So our view would be Tuakau would be stage one of the Auckland Hamilton one, and the rest is just a matter of timing, I'd suggest.
We're going to have a decent discussion about this next meeting when we've got more information.
Yeah, and by the way, it's great to go to Tuakau and see where the photos of the old station where they had a railway station there, they took it out, literally holus bolus. Now they've got to put it back in, but that's life, isn't it?
Paula.
Just in following up that question, I guess I'm aware that when the railway options come further south, Tuakau, Pōkeno, potentially Huntly in the long run, then the cost-benefit scenario for Hamilton looks better. So I guess we'll be tracking. That's why we want to be involved, I guess, because the closer it does get here, the better the investment is at the other end. And actually, I would imagine that also includes in terms of interchange at Papakura or Newmarket or Britomart. The better that is, the better it is going to be for Hamilton's opportunity, yes?
Yep. Okay, thanks for that. That's the end of the staff report, General Manager's report. So we're going back to the resolutions at the start, which now number A to D.
Can I just talk to the change in date there?
And Chris, sorry, we're just going to, just regarding the Paxters, there's some information came in that they, NZ Post wanted to start in March, so Chris has suggested we change that to, in May, sorry, and we change that to the March meeting, that it comes back to us, the next meeting of this committee, the more detailed information on that, including a viewing potentially of that. 45.
They've already had one accident in Invercargill already.
Okay. Well,
yeah, just minor injuries, but they.
Okay, let's get all of that information down detail, including some any issues like that on the list. So, NZ post-traumatic, yeah. Thank you. Well done, Mark. Okay, so there's the list. At this stage, it's moved by me, seconded by Gary. You still okay with that, Gary? Okay.
There at number C, you've got the committee meeting on the risks and costs. Should we be looking at the risks, benefits and costs? Because there'll be some paving that will be of benefit. We're not just looking for risks, are we? Or
I suppose if you said benefits and risks, then the bean counters will understand it a bit better, yeah. That's the two sides. So if we change the wording, Gary, benefits and risks. Risks includes costs.
You can have risks.
Benefits, yeah.
No, just benefits and risks, full stop. No costs. That cost is a risk. Cost is a risk. Whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter because they all know what we mean. And we're not going to design the thing in the meeting.
I can't support that. There's a really great gap between word and different. That's not acceptable.
Okay. So is there anyone else who'd like to speak to that on top of those who've already spoken 5 times? No, good. Okay, let's move to the, look, we don't need a voting thing. All those in favour, please raise their hands. Against, carried, thank you.
It's really hard for us.
No, it's unanimous. I said so.
The chair voted it was unanimous.
Yeah, okay. Now we are on to the task force update, which is item 10 on page 73. That's a verbal report. Are you giving that, Chris?
I'll do that. So, councillors, the reason for a verbal report is just due to the timing of this meeting and our first initial meetings of the two task force. So just to remind councillors, we've got two active task force that report to this committee in accordance with their terms of reference. So it's the Access Hamilton Strategy Development Task Force and the CBD Parking Control Task Force. So I'll just quickly talk to the Access Hamilton Strategy Task Force first. The purpose of that is to overview the review of the Access Hamilton strategy to report back to Growth and Infrastructure Committee. At our first meeting, just because of the timing, we did have a number of absenteeisms from the meeting. We also deliberately didn't invite the external members that were on the task force just so we could have that first meeting to map out the best way forward. The result of that meeting was, as a very first step, was to use the opportunity yesterday with councillors to provide an opportunity for councillors to express their views on a range of matters of transport for the city, and we went around the table and did that. So that's all very useful and valuable, and the intent of that is to bring that back through the task force, the next meeting of the task force, to bring some order to all the issues that you raised with us. So when the task force reports back to the next month to this committee, you should be able to see your issues that you raised and how we might deal with that in a strategy sense or otherwise. So there will be a written report to the next Growth and Infrastructure Committee meeting. Just to remind you, the terms of reference requires a report back by 20th of June 2017, but I anticipate stage reports to the intervening Growth and Infrastructure Committees. If I just quickly move to the second task force, which is the Parking Task Force. So once again, the terms of reference is to report back in June. We had the first meeting, and once again it was just a bit of a general discussion and a free-ranging discussion, I might say, on parking issues. The result of that meeting was an action for staff to bring back some discussion papers on a number of topics. A very important one was on the technology. We're on the verge of introducing new technology to parking in the CBD. So there's some really good discussions about options for technology still for us. So we're going to, as staff, bring back a report to that group about those options and opportunities. Another one was to bring back some work on more options for free parking and what that would mean and what the implications of that might be. And another paper on the pros and cons of traffic infringements, which is our policy to look at warrants and regos. So there are a number of agreed actions where we'll bring back discussion papers to the task force meeting at the next meeting, and then the task force will advise us as staff how they want to treat those. So just one final point, and just finally we had, I think it was Vanessa Williams from the Central Business Association. She was at the first meeting and interacted really well with councillors, and there's some valuable information coming from the CBD as well, the retailers. And just the final thing to note, that we do have a paper later on today about increasing our parking stock in the city, and generally that was looking at angle parking. I think it's just to increase the quantity of parking in the CBD. So the intent of that report is to get some direction from committee, and we'll feed it back through the task force.
We're going to discuss that in detail. I just want to check if there's any discussion just on the process of those two task force. If not, I'll just move that Chris's report be received by Mark, Those in favour, against. Now we can discuss the, sorry, that was, we can discuss the on-street parking supply report, which, do you want to?
So, Jason?
Jason, yeah. So this is the detail I know some people want to discuss. And Mark, what time do you have to leave?
Oh, I'll go about another 15 minutes.
Parking is never a short.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I'd just like to start off by saying, look, this is very much a staff report. We did take it to the Central City Parking Task Force with the hope of having some discussion around it, but we ran out of time, so it was really just tabled for information only. So, as you will recall, back in December, you've asked that staff come back with identifying all opportunities to increase street parking numbers in the Central City. So we've looked to be quite and not cut any options down yet until we've had a chance to bring them forward to this particular committee. So just really want to talk to you about, we've done a desktop exercise. Item or paragraph 15 talks about the rule of thumb approach that we've taken to identify potential opportunities within the Central City. And then we've started to group them up in the report as easy to implement, will require some effort, and will require significant effort to implement. So that, I suppose in that last category, which is attachment 3, is where we've looked to be quite bold in terms of opportunities. And the other thing we've done is we've just overlaid our current data that we collect around occupancy within the Central City to identify are there particular areas that we should be looking to provide additional parking. And so what you have in front of you now is in item 22 or 21, the sites that we've identified as easy to implement around Bryce Street, Hood Street and Knox Street. There's still some work to be done with Knox Street in terms of reducing the speed limit there to be able to...
The additional parking is the red line,
that identifies the site.
Okay.
So if you go to the attachment 1 looks at in more detail the actual the site and how we would look to implement that in those locations.
Thank you.
And what we've identified is all those 3 areas are high in terms of parking demand. So we thought they, in our recommendation, you've asked, also put forward that they be approved for implementation through the use of funding from the Discretionary Transport Fund. The second category, which is covered under attachment 2, are the sites that would require some effort to implement. So this isn't just road marking or signage, may require some changes to curb lines as well. Again, we've identified, in terms of parking demand, some have we would consider to be good candidates, others medium to low. And we've put in there in the recommendation that we look to consider these further. But the third package is where sites requiring significant effort to implement. And look, we haven't put up a recommendation because I really wanted to discuss that here and get feedback and direction from this committee. And so what we've identified is 2 sites on Victoria Street, north of London, where we would look to start reducing lanes, providing more angled parking in those areas. And being bold, we even looked at Garden Place to say, look, could we do something there? And we identified that there is an opportunity. A lot of work would need before we could actually implement anything, because its status currently is a pedestrian mall. So there's a consultation process that we would want to go through. But really just wanting to get a feel from this committee, are we on the right page with the 3 categories in terms of the easy to implement, the ones that would require some effort, and lastly, the ones that would require significant effort to implement. So happy to take any questions.
Right, I've got a question list here. I'll ask Angela first. I'm going to ask Mark second in case he has to go.
Thanks, Jason. You've said here under a risk that you haven't done anything at this stage, particularly with HCBA. So you're asking for a decision to, on B says improve implementation of additional parking. So what are you going to do if the businesses say, no, we absolutely don't want that? Once we've already made a decision, how do we consult?
Well, we would certainly be talking to Vanessa about what decisions are coming out of this particular committee. We have identified those as probably being low risk, but in saying that, that wouldn't mean us just going out and doing it without any consultation. We would be going back to the HCBA input and validation before we would actually implement anything.
But if they say, but you still haven't answered my question, if they say, no, we don't want that outside our business, say wherever they're going,
Yep.
a decision that the council's already made a decision, and then we're going to go and consult?
Well, we would bring that back if that was the case. If we had
Yeah, I get it a bit backwards. Seems like we're rushing it a bit.
Okay.
And thanks for the work that you've done on this, and I've always been a fan of angle parking, but when we did the Central City Transformation Plan, if it's fairly easy to implement or straight off the bat some angle parking, why wasn't it brought up then? Because, you know, as Gary's absolutely right about parking, everybody has a view and everybody has a different opinion. So why didn't we include it then as an easy win?
Well, I can't answer that, to be honest, Councillor. We now that we've been asked, we've provided more focus on that particular area.
I guess where I'm going is, if it was a great idea, why didn't we do it then? Chris, do you know? Were you involved?
I think
It's been a long time on parking.
Yeah, I think the focus in the Central City Transformation Plan was in those more difficult areas to do, like the shared zones and the Victoria Street. So I don't think it was down at the operational level. A lot of them are just down at the operational level. I think the biggest issue for us is in staff advice that we need some speed reductions to make it safe. So there's probably more operational changes than.
Okay, and just one last question. Jason, on you made a comment around place parking. Are you referring to Mayor Andrews' idea of a lot more car parks, turning Garden Place into a car park, or the angle parks that are in the CCTP?
Look, if you, we're looking at changing Garden Place as well as an option, and if you look at page 68, which is attachment 3, gives you an indication of what's possible for Garden Place. Okay,
so that's basically turning Garden Place into a car park. So why are you doing that work? Where did that come from?
So Councillor, if I can answer that, our instructions from the last council meeting bold and present all opportunities in front of council. So look, that's a concept plan, that's a desktop analysis. We haven't done a lot of work on that at all. We're just fulfilling the instructions to us to be bold, and would be remiss not to look at that as an opportunity.
So is that any brief to be bold?
Well, I think it comes from the fact that, surprisingly, people think we're quite conservative as transport engineers, and that we're not bold in this area. For instance, you know, lowering speed limits, etc. So, you know, there are risks with angle parking as sort of overlaying bike areas, etc. So yes, this is us being bold.
Regardless of plans that we already have been approved by council.
Angela, the debate we're going to have, the proposal is to do the short-term, low-hanging fruit ones, and to do more work on all the Garden Place one that you've mentioned, but not just that, a hell of a lot of others too.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Mark, I'm just letting Mark jump the queue, guys. Says to go.
Very much. This obviously, like you described it as low-hanging fruit, which I think is excellent. The more contentious and harder ones to achieve, a lot more work in progress. But how far ahead have we looked? Because listening to NZTA earlier on before, we were talking about, and Gary brought it up earlier on as well, about electric cars, people dropping you off. There doesn't seem to be any provision in here for drop-off zones. In fact, so if you're going to get dropped off by an Uber or even a driverless vehicle, the only place they drop you off at this stage is a loading zone or a taxi stand. Is there any consideration in our work for drop-off zones and perhaps the future driving habits, rather than what we've got now as a solution for now, but what's going to be the solution for 10 years ahead? So how far ahead is our thinking?
So there's a separate package of work for the parking technology. One thing we've done is done a stock take of where all the loading zones, mobility, taxi stands, bus stops, general parking areas are within the central city, and looking to just work with the Hamilton Central Business Association about have we got that right in terms of the location of those various zones. Yeah. So I would see that getting in that package of work as opposed to what's been identified here. So this has very much been around general parking spaces.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
angle parking in particular.
Okay, cool. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thanks. Philip.
Chair, I look at the cost is $25,000 to implement the easy implement one. That's include the road marking, right? Would that include some of the water parking meter, not water meter? Yeah. Would that be
parking meters?
Yeah. Because some of them need to relocate, right?
Yeah.
Is that part of the cost here, or?
Look, no. These areas are within the where the new parking technology will be rolled out.
Yeah.
Okay,
when would that be?
The new parking technology?
Yes.
I'm bringing a paper back next. I'm not too sure.
So okay. In the next 1 to 2 to 3 months, depending on just our task force on some of the technology options, but it's imminent.
Okay, I'm just looking at the timing, because if you do it now, some of the parking meters need to be relocated, right, to adjust to the angle parking one.
Yeah.
And while you're rolling out the smart parking technology, would that be the timing-wise?
Yeah,
work it together.
Well, we'll soon look at that in terms of like how we actually roll this out. We certainly don't want to have a situation where we confuse the public. Parking is one of those things where it can get quite complicated very quickly. So we'll soon look at that in terms of the implementation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Rob.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just want to vary Angela's question around a little bit by suggesting, given that we still need to consult with the key stakeholders, would it be better now or today, if we're going to move ahead with this motion, that we, rather than approve the easy to implement changes? Because I just have this fear that if we're already halfway there with a whole bunch of approvals and yet we haven't fully consulted, that we perhaps haven't done our job in the right order. And whilst there might be an able to think the easy to implement one is worth pursuing, we might be better perhaps to recommend at this stage rather than approve, and then that leaves the opportunity open during the consultation process for those stakeholders to disagree.
Yeah, I'm certainly comfortable with that, Councillor.
Thank you.
Just on that point, Councillor Rob, I would have thought that if we approve something and staff come back with some further information, i.e. maybe the shopkeepers don't agree, that they would then bring that back to us the following physically implemented. Well, that's what I would have expected staff to have done. Yeah, look, the intent of putting that easy to implement, they are a lick of paint, and we think they'll be well received by the adjacent businesses. So I'd be very surprised if they didn't. We have had some conversations, but just, formal. So, but I would guarantee that if there was any opposition, we wouldn't implement it and would wrap it back into coming back to council. But I'd be very surprised if there was any opposition to that first category.
It just to me has a little touch of arrogance that we've approved, rather than said, look, we think it's a great idea, let's recommend it, but hold back on the approval until we've completed that consultation.
Yeah, look, I think that it's a bit of a sort of a grey area, but I don't think staff are going to go ahead and do something without implementing it. But if we can come up with some wording that satisfies that, and still, if there's no disagreement, gets ahead quickly, I think that's the object there with that part. But we'll work on some wording, Rob. So I've got a speaking order, Gary. Questioning orders, Siggy.
Thank you so much. Well, I mean, I looked and there's great, I mean, everybody asked for parking, but really we're bringing more people into town with their cars again. So we're somewhere along the line, we're trying to get people out of the town a little bit so they bike in or take public transport, and then we'll make more car parks to bring them back in again. But what I want to I have to cycle through town not that long ago. It's not easy. There is no cycling ways, and now we're putting angle car parks, so they take up more room on the road. Where's the space for cycling? I mean, Paxters are going to have problems, so cyclists will have problems. So what are we going to do about that?
And look, we do talk about that here where we've identified, and it has just been a desktop exercise that we've done to date, Councillor.
Okay.
So we do know that if we do look, like for Victoria Street in particular, if we do go ahead with further investigation, there's work that needs to be done to make sure that with the bus routes that we have identified, you know, how do we maintain those? So we haven't got the solutions, we have identified that there's further work required in that space.
Okay.
And should we be doing it? Do you want to go down that path of looking at Victoria Street in particular? So point noted. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's a really good report. Good to see putting some options on the table. I share some of the views of some of those who've already spoken. My questions are probably going back a half step, and given that I wasn't on this working party, so apologies for that. But I guess how much of this easy to do parking, and I have some reservations about some of the other parking, but some of the easy to do parking, how much of this is designed to meet worker demand, those people who are coming into the city for work, and how much is going to meet shopper visitor demand? Because I think that's an important thing. You can put spaces in all you like, but they've got to serve a purpose. So I'm just want some better understanding about how that's going to work. The whole of the space in Knox Street is going to be charged, going to be metered. It's not at the moment, right?
Not at the south side's not.
Yeah.
But as we roll out the parking technology, you know, that will change.
So it'll all become charged.
Correct.
So I'm wondering what thinking this working party has done or will be doing around the conundrum we face with people wanting free parking and competition, etc., versus more parking, available parking. Because I've seen reports before, am I right, that said that there was available parking quite often, but people weren't able to locate it, or they didn't really want to pay for parking, they wanted to find the free spot. So how does this address all of that? You answered about the app that's coming soon. So I just didn't want to get ahead of that whole app driving the understanding where the supply was. So just a bit of conversation around that. One other question. If I read bullet point 15, the third bullet point, paragraph 15, well, and the one above it for that matter. So all of these new parking will be A, reasonably narrow, and B, allowing the nose of the vehicle to go over the footpath. Because I have some concerns about how you can rationalise a vehicle taking up further footpath, given the conversations we've had earlier today.
Could I just jump in on a couple of issues there? So one, I think it's premature to say that the car parks will be paid. I think that's a decision for the parking task force and the work we do. So look, this is about a pure quantity, about increasing the parking stock. And I think the sites chosen, they are intended for shoppers and visitors. I think the Knox Street, it's our view that it's an important parking supply for the entertainment precinct. We have that general issue with parking generally in the CBD. How do we target it? Visitors rather than workers, and that's something that the task force is going to work through, and that'll either be through controls or parking. But I think it's premature to say that we will be introducing parking. I think that's for the task force and ultimately the committee to decide on. I think that the last point, and Jason, you can jump in. I think we've looked quite carefully at the design standards for angle car parking. So all of the recommendations we put in front of you, we are looking at adequate, best practice design standards for angle parking. So we're not jamming these things in with substandard specifications. So they are appropriate best standard specifications.
Oh, I'm sure. I personally have views about them sticking across footpaths, but that aside, and thank you for your clarification. I was asking whether they're likely to be charged. It just then and you're talking about not being too ahead of the game. It does seem to be rushed in that respect, because you're going to put in the easy wins quickly. Let's grab those parking spaces, but there's a lot of balls up in the air around this, and so I'm just feeling, as a relatively newcomer to the detail of city parking, a little bit pressured around this, and I'd like to see it in context and have feedback from those other groups before I could commit to any part of it. Not that the work isn't good that you've done.
Yeah, so just, Councillor, we're responding to the last sort of council meeting. It was the full council meeting where it was about using the opportunity for quick wins for increasing parking stock. So that's why we've structured the report like it is, because this is a quick win, easy to do. We think that first category will be well received. We're not so sure on the second or the third categories, which is why we're bringing it back through committee, but it was that directed us to look at the opportunities for quick implementation of more parking stock in the CBD.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I think the one part of this is important in respect to what you're saying, Paula, and that is that the ones that, other than the quick to achieve, everything else goes back through the working party so we can see the context and the strategy involved.
Personally, I see this as part of the context too.
And that's your choice.
Yeah.
But I think staff are following the initial direction given. Just in relation to Angela and Rob's point, we've proposed inserting the words in B and C, subject to consultation with affected parties, to cover off that angle in both B and C.
Have you taken the word approve out?
No, we approve, etc., subject to consultation.
Okay,
so that's how it's. You'll see it up there, just to give you a heads up. And there's an E as well, should be requested, which is the same as D, except it approves investigation of the requiring significant effort to improve, to implement ones. So the third category as well, that staff investigate that. There's further investigation. So,
just ask a process
Sorry?
question. Can I just ask a process question?
Yep.
Not opposed to extra motions going up. It's not clear in the way that it's being done here who's proposing this.
Well, I'm going to. Sorry, I'm going to come to that after the questions, which is what I normally do. Probably about. I'll move.
These are.
This is going to be part of the resolution I move, which is an altered staff one.
Okay.
I'll second it. Yeah, and so, but I'm not doing that formally at the moment. Waiting to the questions, then I'll come to the motion. Then you can have your debate. That's how I intend to go. Who have I got next on this? Deputy Mayor Martin.
Yes, thank you. I won't ask a couple of questions at all, but just basically what I mean. This is a really good report. Congratulations. I think it gives me a good feel, and there I said a picture's worth 1,000 words. It seems to be consistent with the Central City Transformation Plan, and also trying to always look at best practice in overseas about the combo of good Central City but enabling good access. Would that be a fair, have I got that right? I mean, it's totally consistent with what we've been doing.
Yes, I think so, Councillor Gallagher. EP was about vitalisation of the CBD, and parking was a huge issue through the Central City Transformation Plan, probably more in the pricing of parking rather than the stock, but I think, in my view, increasing stock was part of it. Like when we talked about shared zones, it was about putting parking in, and it was about the bigger parking ones on Victoria Street. So I think it is consistent. As Councillor O'Leary's pointed out, we probably didn't get down to the operational opportunities to increase parking stock.
I think I just want to pick up Councillor Henry's point around the cycling, and again, if we look at overseas European, that if you look at cities around the world, they do obviously allow vehicle access, you know, outside the shop or the cafe, but they also have countries where you have quite a high cycling, you know, population. I'll predict in 20 years, within 20 years' time, we will see significant increases in cycling in this country. Coming back to her question,
Shh.
Shh.
No, keep going.
Councillor Mallet has totally put me off. I'm totally lost my train of thought.
Don't say you'll have to start again.
No, I'll do it. If you're not careful, I'll remember my good colleague Pippa Mahut and ask one of those. Anyway, all I want to just the cycling stuff, because I think it is important. You know, is important. Just particularly with the angled parking. I think where you're going is good, but it's just trying to get that. You know, the two competing users really.
Yeah. So clearly the issue for cyclists is cars reversing out of car parks Look, you can see in the report that we've mapped these opportunities against our primary and secondary cycle lanes. And part of the reason for bringing the speeds down is to manage that as well.
Yeah.
So there's pros and cons of everything you do in transport, but cyclists and having vehicles back out of a car space is one of the issues.
And just to keep context and relatively, this is an incremental changes. These are, step by step. This is not a big, huge bang just overnight. What you're doing, obviously, to colleagues and, to the working group, is what you're doing is you're doing some incremental changes. It's not all going to happen at once.
This has changed to 3 short pieces of street of all the ones in the city.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
all.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
We won't be doing any changes until it comes back to this committee through the parking task force, apart from the 3 that we're just talking about.
No, fine. Thank you.
Okay, Gary.
I think you've made the best out of a bad position. That there's not a lot that can be done, I think. Would I be right in saying that a lot of our parking opportunities have been lost because of the strip going down the middle of Victoria Street? That would clearly be a lot more difficult to do the angle parking, I assume. Is that right?
Yeah,
and I'm not suggesting pulling it out or anything.
Yeah, it's probably not going to answer it in the way that you expect, but I think we need to go back to the reason for the Victoria Street upgrade. It's a very high pedestrian activity and huge safety problems. Like we were a standout safety problems with vehicle pedestrian interaction. So, the main design intent of Victoria Street was to bring the speeds down. We hadn't intended to put the angle parking in the medium. The cars started parking, and we came to council and we decided to formalise that because it was having the impact of keeping the vehicle speeds down. And my last update is the crash record on that road is a heck of a lot better than what it was prior to the works. So the motivation was safety, particularly pedestrian safety, rather than parking.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. There's, sorry, Siggy, you're back on.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought of one more question because I do like to shop in town, and have we done any research on, because a few people, shop owners told me, when the parking is free, town is actually full, and when we have to pay for parking, and of course, obviously, we have to pay for these new parking areas as well. Like revitalizing the city centre, will that make a big difference? So has there been any research done on the more free parking we have, the more we bring actually people into town?
I don't want to go into that too much. A quick answer here, because we're just dealing with providing some extra physical parks.
Okay.
The issue of free or otherwise is going to be discussed in the working back to here, but quick.
No, that was going to be my answer. That will certainly be an issue for the task force to look at.
Okay.
It's something they've already asked us to look at.
Okay.
I didn't want Chris to wax too lyrical.
Yeah.
Okay, councillors, we've got to the resolution here. Just check that you're aware of all the parts. A is about the only thing that hasn't changed, and you'll see the changes in red where we've inserted in B and C the subject to consultation with affected organisations, so give approval subject to consultation. D is the same. E is an addition with identity. D, except it talks about the highest category, the most difficult category, the ones with needing significant effort, as opposed to D, which is some effort. So that means more investigation being done on both those other 2 categories. So that's the resolution in front of you. It's been. May I
just have one more question?
Yep.
C, Knox Street to 30 k's. Would that make it the only area in town that's 30 k's?
No, quite a few.
So a few years ago, Victoria Street. Quite a few streets are already down.
Are they 30?
No,
I thought they were 40.
30.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, Gary's been driving at 40 the whole time down Victoria Street.
No, I go 50, and if I see a cop, I go 40. I didn't realise I was supposed to go down to 30. There's bugger all signage there.
They
I
are streets
don't
that'll be
know
very
some
hard to
signs.
do over 30 on, Councillor Miller.
I think.
Oh, no, you'd be surprised.
Just settle down. The reason C's there is in order to implement B, you would have to do C as well. That's all. Okay, so I've moved it. It's been seconded by Mayor Andrew. It's on debate. I've said enough. Mayor Andrew, do you want to? Okay. Are there other speakers on this? Many of you have touched on it. Paula? Sorry, you... Hang on. I'll go back to my list here. I've got Angela first.
Really quick. Look, I could support this up till... I can't support us going that one step further for the sites that require significant effort, because there is no way I support Garden Place being turned into a car park. I just don't. It was a struggle for me to accept the limited car parking that went into the CCTP. Garden Place we still haven't fixed, but chucking a decent garden and a playground and we're there. But we don't have a lot of public space in the city. I just cannot go that step further. So.
Sorry, Councillor, can I interrupt you there to say this isn't a proposal that we actually provide extra parking in any of those or some effect areas.
No, but that
only
we investigate.
It's just so you're addressing the motion.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I understand that, but it's pretty hard to turn around the ship sometimes when we go down this path so early on. I just cannot support Garden Place being turned into a car park. So unfortunately, I know the intention behind the motion. I would support A, B, C and D, but I can't do E, so I will be voting against the motion.
Okay, we've got Leo next.
Yeah, I will be voting against this motion because what we have actually here is we're going to gain a total of 17 car parks. We're going to get an additional 2 car parks in Bryce Street between Victoria and the river. We're going to pick up on Hood Street another 2 car parks, which are between Alexandra and Anglesey. And on Knox Street is a further 13 car parks. The cost is $25,000, and in my estimation, this is $1,470.58 per car park. When I look at paragraph 15 on the report, bullet point 3 states that for every 3 parallel car parks, you can install 4 angle car parks, which are 2.5 metres in width. I'd just like to remind councillors that the maximum vehicle width of a vehicle is 2.5 metres, which is exactly the same as the width of the car park which is proposed. The Ford Ranger, the width of that is 1.860, and Nissan Navara is 1.850, and coming down to a Mazda 6, the width of that is 1.850. So no matter what size the vehicle is, they're all approximately the same width. When I look at the depth of a car park which is required, the report says we require 4.3 metres depth. That's if your front wheels can actually touch the curb with your nose of the vehicle encroaching into the footpath area. The length of a Ford Ranger is 5.36, the length of a Nissan Navara is 5.0, and the length of a Mazda 6 is 4.8. When one reverses out of a car park, the driver is actually sitting at a height, or their eye level is 1.2 metres, or otherwise 1200 mil. So in actual fact, you're sitting at the height of these vehicles, which is a Navara is 1.815, a Nissan is 1.840, and a Mazda is 1.480. So therefore, the driver cannot actually see past that the vehicle which is parked beside it. Chris has spoken about safety issues with angle parking, and this is my main concern, of course, is that angle parking creates a visibility issue when reversing out of the park, as the driver has to encroach into the moving lane before the driver can actually see any approaching vehicles. Older drivers, of course, have some issues with flexibility with the neck, and a lot of these older drivers are inclined to drive by ear instead of by sight. The other issue, of course, is a cyclist cannot actually see the driver as they reverse out of the car park. whereas if they're parallel car parked, the cyclist can actually see in the external mirror on the vehicle as to whether or not the driver is aware of that. As a city, of course, we are actually spending money on cycleways. We're wanting to increase the number of car parks within the city. We're wanting people to use public transport, and yet we're still wanting to provide more car parks for people. When I look at the damage which is caused through angle parking to vehicles, and we've all travelled into supermarkets where we've got a bit upset when you come back and your nice new car is dented because some clown has opened their door against your door, and as a result of that, of course, the panel damage which is created through angle parking. We have a public car park which is on Knox Street, and we're looking at putting 13 additional there. I think what we really have to do is, have we got sufficient parking? And my observations for driving around the city is there are plenty of opportunities to park. The only problem is that Hamiltonians got this idea that they must park outside the premises which they're wanting to shop at. So I'd be voting against the motion.
Thanks. Councillor Southgate. Paula, sorry.
Goodness. I was going to vote for A to D for slightly different reasons to Councillor Angela, but I accept the reason that she gives. I didn't want to send out any signals to the public in any way that I approve parking in Garden Place, because at this point in time I'm miles away from making any kind of decide around that. And notwithstanding what you said, it's about bring back, but this is about what, as soon as this the community understand what we're talking about today in any detail, they'll react. I do still want to say I have some concerns about this meeting not meeting the need for free parking, or the desire, I should say, not meeting the public desire for free parking, but more meeting a perceived need over available spaces. And I've been told in the past available spaces. I'm really looking forward to this new app assisting people locate those available spaces where they are and when they are there. So and then when Councillor Leo spoke before, I thought, goodness, I'm a bit attracted to some of the reasoning and argument that he brings to the table, especially I do place a lot of weight on his experience in his previous role. And that did just kind of highlight my concerns about the nose of the car going across the pavement for one thing, and and being quite lean, but within standard, but lean with the space. So I'm concerned about that. And look, the noise that I've heard, we heard a fair bit of noise about parking through the election cycle last year. And a lot of it was to do with cost of parking and the availability of short-term free parking, more than it was availability per se. If you want to come and shop on Saturday in town, you can, but you will pay for it. And that's the kind of message I heard. And I don't know if this clearly dealt with that in a way that I could understand. Just feels a little bit too rushed for me. This is our first this is our first infrastructure meeting, Growth and Infrastructure Committee meeting. Some of us haven't had the privilege of being on this working party, so therefore we're still trying to percolate in our thinking, and that's probably why I will vote against.
Councillor Taylor. Jeff.
I just want to... this actually hasn't really come through the working party, this particular report. It's basically, this stuff's going to go back to the working party, really. This hasn't been endorsed by the working party. Look, I'm happy to support the motion, because I certainly to implement ones. I think that's easy enough for us to do. With sites that will require some effort, I have some reservations about the Worley Place and Ward Street, which seems like an awful lot of effort to go to for 5 car parks. So but I'm happy for that to be looked at, I guess, even though I have some reservations about that. In terms of the the last bit regarding Northern Victoria Street and Garden Place, I have big reservations with that, I'll be honest. Personally, I do have big issues with that. But I understand what the Mayor's trying to do, and I'm happy enough for some more work to be done to come back to the task force to at least have a look at that. So in that spirit, I'm happy to for the motion.
Okay, we've got Mayor Andrew.
Just before I start, can I ask the General Manager of Parking to clarify what the district plan says about the size of parking anywhere on any private property or any property in the city, and whether there's merit in what council...
Do you mean measurements, Andrew?
Measurements and widths and stuff. Have we gone with the sizes you've given us? Are they what are industry standards for car parks and standards out of it, or have we tried to squeeze in things that are smaller than what are the industry standard, or and smaller than the district plan?
So look, I might need Jason to help here, but my understanding is that the sizes we've quoted meet standards. They are minimum standards, as we've pointed out in the report, but they are compliant sort of standards, so that there's nothing non-compliant about the dimensions we talked about. I would also add that we've done a desktop exercise, and when we
Sorry, I don't, just the measurements, because we're actually in the middle of a debate. I think that's all that can be clarified.
Okay, thank you. What we're asking here for is, there's one thing that this council can do for the city to reactivate the city, and that's look at parking. We are the controlling authority for the streets, for the parking, and the central city is already a 30k area, and there's already angle parking throughout a lot of the city. And you ask most drivers whether they'd rather park in a nose-in park or whether they'd rather park in a parallel park. I think you'll find most people would feel a lot more comfortable and do a lot more, and have a lot less chance of doing damage in a nose-in park than in a parallel park. You have to be quite a good driver to park in a parallel park, and I'd propose that a nose-in park is easier. This is something that we're getting for nothing. This is something where where we need to be brave, we need to be bold, and this is something that we can do for the CBD right now. Now, we all understand that in 10, 20 years' time, the whole vehicle way that we use transport is going to be different, but right now people still use cars. People who spend money still want to park within eye shot of the shop they shop in, and I think we need to encourage people into the central city to spend money here. At the moment they're all going elsewhere. Now there's something else going on in parallel with that, and that's the parking task force, and that's a different issue altogether. Also just want to remind you that we already have a approved plan under the Central City Transformation to put a road through Garden Place and to put parking in Garden Place, and that's already in place and that's already approved. What we're asking here is for staff to be bold, to be brave, and to look at what we can do to reactivate to get some life back in here, and to get it where people who do drive can come in and can get a park. So I'd urge you just to support this to the next level, where staff can go away, can plan further, and it will come back to this table for us to relook at.
Deputy Mayor Martin.
Yes, thank you. I certainly treat with great respect Councillor Tooman's contribution and his obvious professional expertise. I think, however, I'm going to support the motion. Not that I necessarily have a firm view on every little item in the report, but it is in the context of the Central City Transformation, and the reality that cities the world over, central cities, are always competing with the major shopping nodes. And of course, CBD, obviously that's one CBD and it's a major area, but you know, i.e. Chartwell, the base and other areas. These are areas where of course people can choose to shop and of course are in competition with our CBD, and I do believe that this motion proceed with caution. And for example, if we look at Garden Place, I'm very relaxed with regard to the Julie Hardacre Council proposal as per page 67 of a partial parking. I have an open mind on that. That was actually, as Angela said, we were advancing that because I do think we want to have an open mind. Probably the next photo, I probably would get my smelling salts out a wee bit and take a deep gasp. But I'm not going to close off. I'm not going to close off the ideas. I'm not going to council having an open mind and being lateral in its thinking. I'm really interested, for example, in proposals, and it may be far away in the future, as to how do we improve the northern part of Victoria Street, you know, north of the Claudelands Bridge as a shopping precinct. I kind of think the Victoria Street South, in terms of, you know, the hospitality zone, is working really well. You can't also divorce this big picture stuff from what we're going to be doing at Victoria on the River. So these are sort of a series of building blocks, and I just want to caution Council with debating this with passion in isolation from the other things as part of our Central City transformation plan. So consequently, and I just want to stress that D and E, all it is further investigation. And actually B and C also have the checks and balances, in that the key word is subject to consultation with effective organisations. So obviously cycling groups, disability groups, the property owners, business owners can have input into that. And if out of that consultation, some of the issues obviously that Councillor Leo raises, for example, really is accentuated, of course it comes back around this table. I wish the task force well in their work.
Councillor Siggy.
Well, I'm grateful to hear all the different views, and I know you've put in a lot of work. For me at the moment, I probably will not support that motion, and it is really because in car parks will not really make a big difference. And when through the campaigning process, when on door knocking and talking to people about town, it wasn't actually that we didn't have enough car parks, it was really the cost. And we were talking, and Councillor Gallagher said that about the base and Chartwell, that there's lots of people there, yes, because it's free. So I've never had any problems parking, nor have my friends. It's really, we just don't want to pay for it when we come into town. And that's really the main, to me, bringing people back into town, just like I said before, talking to owners here and hearing when there is free car parking, there's a lot more happening in town than there is. And so, and like Councillor Angela said, when it's already, if we keep going on down that track, all of a sudden we get into a place where there's no return, and then we've done so we feel guilty that we just implement things that we might not agree with in the end. So, and thank you to Councillor Toomey. I appreciate his knowledge and his wisdom there. Thank you for that. So that's me. Thank you.
Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. I have not and still am not a supporter of the CBD transformation plan, and I'm also not a huge fan of council. I'm not a supporter at all, actually, of council prioritising the CBD over the rest of our shopping or retail or commercial centres. However, I am not blind, and I also do not think the CBD should be disincentivised or hamstrung. I'm very much of the belief that the near future anyway of the CBD will be reliant on the ability of people to get private cars. If you look at the base, Chartwell Square, all those other things, they are, with all due respect to them, glorified car parks. They are just really, really big car parks. And there's lovely, beautiful shops out there, but the key issue, I think everyone says, as Ziggy said, is free parking. The fact that we cannot get an awful lot additional parking in the CBD is simply a factor of the way the thing was built. It was built 50, 60 years ago, and its basic structure hasn't changed much. So I'm very supportive and thankful for the people who've done this work so far, our staff, to at least eke out a few extra car parks. I think that's critical, and I will be supporting the plan. I certainly look forward to seeing the future efforts to try and get more parking into the CBD. Paid for or not paid for, I think it'll be critical. Further into the future, you've heard me say a number of times, very excited and look with great anticipation to us embracing driverless cars, and I don't quite know what the implications that are, but I do think it will mean that we don't need so much car parking. But anyway, I'm very happy to support this through into the next stage. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm now, as the last speaker, sort of right to reply, unless there's anyone else who hasn't. Just checking. Okay, thanks. Firstly, I'd like to say that to me, it's never a bad thing to investigate some ideas that are floating around and have them investigated in the context of an overall look of things. That's the last two sections, D and E. We're investigating all the ideas that have been put forward, whether they're by staff or individual councillors or from businesses and the public. We're putting them into the mix and we're seeing how they fit with the rest of the strategies and plans that cover that area. And it does strike me as strange to think that there would be people that wouldn't be prepared to investigate that, given all the discussions in public over the last few years about this. And comment on Angela's point, there's about no return if you were to just investigate parking and go a difficult area. There is actually a return, and that's a great example. If any of you have seen photos of Garden Place in the 1950s and 60s, where there were 80 car parks or more there, there clearly was a return from that to none now. It can be done. So, you know, that doesn't hold water to me, and just investigating it, as I said, does not mean that we're going to bring anything in. Any of those investigations in D&E come back to this table. And all the, just like Martin said, he doesn't agree necessarily with all the little part components, but he has no problem with being investigated and brought back here for us to make the final decision. I'm a bit like Gary in terms of, I'm a great advocate of cycling and walking and public transport, and I propose that probably stronger than just about anyone else on council over the years. But I also, equally, I'm not blind, I recognise short to medium term, private cars are going to be coming into the CBD. That's going to be the main form of transport. I say unfortunately, Gary probably doesn't, but unfortunately that's a fact of life. And where are they going to go when they come here? That is certainly one of the issues that's been raised by us a lot. It is true, Siggy, that the people have raised it's free or the cost of parking. They have also, for many years, raised the availability of parking as well. They've been both raised, both aspects. The cost of the, I want to touch on some of Leo's points, the cost of the parking, those extra parks is actually less average cost to us of the provision of new parks, which is over $2,000 each. I know it's crazy. We should be in the business of building parks and making a lot of money out of it, but that has the cost. So these ones are actually a bit cheaper because they're built on existing asphalt. We don't have to create new asphalt for them. It's not many, but it's, the cost is actually lower. As far as angle parking goes, I don't actually agree with your assessment, Leo, there. We have angle parking down Victoria Street, and because it's combined with a low-speed environment, which is what is proposed for Hood Street, it works and it's safe. There are more accidents around the place and more serious ones that I've heard of where people in parallel parking open the outside door and collect people, knock people off cycles, get hit by other cars. There are a lot more accidents like that. I'm not saying that parallel parking causes that. I'm just saying there are going to be problems with any sort of when you've got stationary vehicles right alongside moving people and vehicles, and I don't think that angle parking is going to cause more or less of those sort of problems. Andrew is right, it's certainly easier to get into a nose-in park, whether they're square like out at the base or angled like we're proposing here. It's a lot easier for people to get in. Look at the hold-up of traffic that happens along Victoria Street when someone's trying to do parallel parking. It's quite a delay and quite a blockage, and people, as they're reversing and they're at 45 degrees, trying 2 or 3 times to get in, it's not quick. So I think there are attributes either way. Angle parking is all over country towns in Australia, and that's they find it strange to see towns like ours where we have parallel parking and they have great difficulty using parallel parking. It just depends what people get used to, what they're educated about, I'd suggest. But, parking here, and it's not been a problem in the places we do have it because it's in a slow speed environment. Provided those two are together, I don't see a problem. I've put this resolution forward because I think it's got some short-term improvements or assistance that we can make, and it's throwing everything else long-term strategic look, which is what we're through the task force, and we need to do that to get it properly done. But if we sit back and do nothing in the meantime, I think we can stand accused a little bit of being overly bureaucratic in the way we look at these issues. Thanks. So we're going to move to, it'll be obviously on the board, so if you could go to your voting thing, and it's for or against the resolution. There are no amendments, so vote now please. Can we reset that, Becca, please?
Of course, in 20 years' time, you'll be able to put 2 taxis in each car park with a PowerPoint.
The motion is carried, 7 for, 5 against.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. That was our first real debate with that. Page 69, item 9. So before we start, apologies from both Paula and Martin that have had to leave. Martin hopefully back before the end. He's got a short meeting and Paula's got another appointment. I'm hoping we can finish the last 3 items quite quickly. So this, we haven't even got, you're moving Councillor 3 Dots.
Blind Freddie.
Yeah, Councillor Blind Freddie. Who's speaking to this? Chris.
Yeah, look, the report I think stands for itself. We've got the terms of reference for the committee and the invite to have 2 members out of 4 on the committee. Just to be clear, this is about developing the next public transport plan, which is different than the joint committee we have, which is implementing the current plan. The rules are that we get to choose 2 members from our reps on the RTC, which at this point in time are Councillor Dave, Mayor Andrew, Councillor Leo, and the joint committee, Councillor Dave, Councillor Leo. So 2 from Dave, Leo and the Mayor.
Yeah, I want to say something here. I actually have a problem if the regional council is inviting us to send delegates. I think we choose who they are. They don't say who they can be from amongst, and that's nothing to do with the people on there. So one of them is just, you know, if we say you've got 2 people who are allowed to attend, and let us choose which ones they are, not sort of say it's out of this group. And because this is a special one-off thing, it isn't part of our regular work. And my suggestion, knowing that having been on that once before, that we have a hell of a lot of meetings at the time, clash with others, I was going to suggest we have 3 people and organise so that any 2 of those 3 can go and be our delegates, and just let them do it. I was going to suggest that as well as Leo and myself, that Jeff, as the deputy chair of this committee, be, and we say any 2 of councillors Tooman, Taylor and McPherson attend as delegates. That was what I was going to propose, so with a slight wording change, seconded by Gary, but happy to take discussion. Your Worship. So sorry, and Mayor Andrew.
I think that's wise because you've got the people who've got the most knowledge around transport, or the people who are already involved in the Transport Committee. So, but I'm still open if anyone else. I still could change my mind if another argument. Okay, no one else wants to speak. So, have we? Is that you've had a chance to? Oh, well. Sorry. Yeah. All those. Aye. Yeah, that's unanimous, Becca. We're moving too fast for the ANCs. Okay. We're on to the Meteor Theatre access ramp, which is page 7. Chris, Nick, hi.
Hello. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, this report. There's just one thing I will draw to your attention, and that is the width of the ramp. It's 1.8 metres wide, so it's going to occupy a little over a third width of the existing footpath. There'll be 3.3 metres clear width between the edge of the ramp and the curb of the footpath. More than enough.
Question from Philip.
Thank you. Yeah, the ramp is mainly for disability access?
Yes, and it's exclusively for disability access. There's no current disabled access to the building except through the stage door, which is a real disaster.
At the back. Yeah. But to my understanding, once you're before you enter the foyer, you have to go up a few steps.
Correct.
So there's no ramp.
So what will happen is that the front door threshold will be lifted to the height of the ramp, and the existing stairs which are inside the building will be filled in.
So not just the ramp outside, there's some modification inside as well.
Okay. And this is part of the $1.2 million that the community group has raised, both strengthen the building for earthquake, but also to improve its general amenity.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Philip. Rob.
Very quick question. Why does this have to come to this meeting, given that, to me, it seems like business as usual and an improvement to the building?
Yes, that is a good question. It looks as though the Chief Executive is going to answer it.
I don't have delegated
They've all been told, if the Chief Executive stands, shut up.
I like that power, eh? Yes, isn't it? I don't have the delegated authority to allow the easement, and so it's beyond my DA for the easement. So, yep.
Oh, because it's on the footpath rather than the building.
Okay. So effectively, we've got to provide an easement on the footpath, and whilst there are probably ways I could do it, it'd only be for a short tenure within my 3 years, and then they'd have to knock it down. So I suggest rather than having to bring this back every 3 years and make them fundraise, I decided to better speedily safe and bring it to this committee.
Depending on leave.
Okay, now that wasn't clear in the report. That was all.
Question, because I challenged that myself as well.
And the other question is, all costs are being met by One Victoria Trust, including Tompkins Wake legal fees?
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks. No other questions? Moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Mallett. Okay, put that to the show of hands. Those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. We're moving far too fast for Becca. Oh, she's very happy with it. Okay, good. It was just you, Leanne. Okay, we're on to item 12, Housing Initiative Fund, which we're not going to move just yet, but Kelvin's going to talk to it. Kelvin, number 1.
Yes, yes. I don't know if I am number 1, actually. So I'll take the report as read. We talked through this yesterday at the briefing. focus now on, this is the proposal which was under the CEO's delegation. So now that has been received by government. That was the ticket to the dance, and now we're in the dance floor and we have to put forward our best foot forward. From here, as of Tuesday morning last week, we received the final call for proposal and the criteria. The staff pulled together and went through what that meant on Friday. It is a large piece of work. The timeframes are that by the March 31st, we are required to provide indicative business case, which is approved by council, to MB and to the. That will then trigger a detailed business case, which is using either the NZTA business process or the Better Business Case government process, to write a detailed business case between July and December. And if that is agreed, then there would be funding agreements put together in early 2018. So it is a long process, it is a big onerous process. Now there is, so what we are required to do is get in front of you the scenarios in terms of the proposal we currently have, which is Peacocks and Rotokauri for 240 million, and also how that impacts our financial strategy, and then also what a scenario would be with just Peacocks or with just Rotokauri, and work through those with you, and we need to do that work between now and March. So that's the time frames. Now, again, we are continuing to work with government, both at a ministerial level and bureaucratic level, to try and work through what mechanisms would allow us to pick up the funding without having impact on our financial strategy, and that's where we're still working with them on that. But currently our approach at Hamilton is we will get a resource in, people who are used to working and writing these business cases at that level. We'll head down the track that they've given us, because that's the rules of the game, and we'll head down that as whilst we have a parallel line of work to try and get the ministerial and the bureaucratic to understand the issues from our perspective. But certainly we're going to put our best foot forward as the rules line up, and come back to you before March 31 with an indicative business case.
Okay, thanks. Now, questions, comments from, sorry? Put it, yeah, but I want to give people a chance to check out anything they want on this. So the one issue that I've got, I'll come back to you, Gary, is how can we speed up this crazy, government wanting it done yesterday and the bureaucrats say, no, you have to add 2 years to yesterday?
Yes, that's exactly what we need to work with yourself, Chairman Dave, and in terms of getting down to Wellington and getting in front. We've already got Megan Campbell, our consultant, with some key messages and issues in front of ministers. We will need to get in front of MPs David Bennett and Tim McIndoe as well, because as you'll be well aware, Chairman, and Mayor Andrew, discussions we had when we were in Wellington with the ministers was very much a process that would enable more houses sooner. And the idea was that
preferably before the election.
Yes, and clearly the process they've got in place doesn't do that, and it's about whether or not they're aware yet of those implications.
Any other questions or comments? No, Gary's moved that the report be received, seconded by Mayor Andrew. Right, those in favour, against, that's carried unanimously. And that is the end of the meeting. Thank you very much. 1 minute past 4.